Chapter 1 Murder. Over the Pacific Ocean, a white Boeing 747 airliner is flying smoothly at an altitude of 10,000 meters. In the cabin, most of the passengers have fallen asleep. Chunimo sat in the window position, quietly looking out the clouds outside the window. The tall, straight figure of the shirt, the tough face, and the sharp eyes reflected on the porthole allowed the two girls in the next seat to sneak a peek and whisper. In a place that the two could not see, a silver lighter that should not have passed the security check and appeared on the plane appeared in the hands of Chunimo from time to time and disappeared instantly. This is a flight from Manhwa to Los Angeles. The passengers on the plane are mostly traveling abroad or visiting relatives, but Chunimo is fleeing. Half a month ago, Chunmo's grandfather, Chun Jingda, went out for a walk at night and happened to see a black car with a red light and knocked a young woman who was holding the little girl across the road to the ground. The woman seemed to be injured, and she was lying on the ground in pain. The little girl was frightened and screamed at her mother's body. At this time, the awkward luxury car lowered the window, driving a middle-aged man in a suit. It looked like a successful person in the upper class, but a red face was full of contempt and madness. Looking for death. Is there no long-eyed? The man's savage martyrdom, a strong alcoholicity, also came out. Just attended a cocktail party. Some drink high Zhou Tianhao threw down the bodyguards, driving on the road all the way arrogant, playing right. Zhou Tianhao, who was interrupted, was unhappy for a while. He stepped on the gas pedal and was ready to leave. He didn't think it was a big deal to hit someone, but he lost more money. What do you want to do? Chen Jingda stopped in front of the car and said angrily, "You still want to run when you hit someone?" Zhou Tianhao sees being stopped by someone, impatiently shouting, "Old guy, let me give up immediately. I have no time to spend time with you." When he said that he had stepped on the gas pedal, the engine was banging, and he hadn't had enough of the car. Chen Jingda was unmoved. His character was straight, and his eyes were not allowed to be sanded. It was impossible to meet this kind of thing. "Hurry and stop the car." Seeing that Chen Jingda has been stopped in front of the car, Zhou Tianhao has a rush of alcohol and anger, and a red face has become awkward. "Don't let it be? Good. I let you lie down too." The voice just fell. The black luxury car suddenly started. The engine roared forward and crashed, and the excellent acceleration performance caused the speed to soar. Chen Jingda did not hide, and was slammed into the ground, and fell heavily on the ground, unconscious. "Haha, old things. Let you find death." Looking at Chen Jingda, who fell to the ground, the middle-aged man laughed wildly, stepping on the gas pedal and going away. "Hey, Dash." A rush of brakes sounded not far away. Chunmo's brakes were stopped in the same place, and the scene that happened in front of him made him witness the crack, and the killing in his heart could not be suppressed. Upon receiving a call from Chun Jingda, Chunimo rushed over without stopping, and he saw Chun Jingda stopped in front of a luxury car. Chunimo is preparing to add another foot of oil. Whoever thinks that the car suddenly bumped into it, Chunimo couldn't respond at all. He could only watch Chun Jingda being knocked out. Chunimo looked at the car and drove off the car. He looked coldly at the corner of the intersection. In the lowered window, Zhou Tianhao, a cold and sharp knife, appeared in his hand. Zhou Tianhao, who was driving, suddenly felt cold and his body was upright, as if he was stared at by something terrible, but soon, this feeling disappeared. Zhou Tianhao snorted inexplicably and ascended to the window. 1 foot throttle speeded away. The two men who looked down on the ground, and the little girl who stood on the side, crying sadly. Chen Maqiang resisted the killing and put away the flying knife. "Now is not the time to save people first. This account, let us count later." Hospital. ICU intensive care unit. After completing the operation, Chun Jingda wrapped a thick gauze in his body. He was lying on the hospital bed without knowing it. He was attached with various monitoring equipment, and a ventilator was inserted in his mouth. Chun Jingda has multiple fractures in his body. The most serious is intracranial hemorrhage. He has completely lost consciousness and become a vegetative person. Even breathing needs to be maintained by a ventilator. Now it is actually using the money to renew in the ICU. When there is no money, when the tube is unplugged, when can it be declared dead? The cost of thousands of dollars per day for ICU can't be supported by Chun Majia's savings for too long. As for Zhou Tianhao, Let's not say whether he will save money immediately and how long the money can be saved. Even if you go to court, it is estimated that he will not be sentenced to death. This is what Shin-mo can't accept. Blood debt must be paid for. Our account, it should be. 3 days later. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the dark clouds cover the moon, and the night is black. Zhou Tianhao is located outside the luxury villas in the suburbs. The cold wind with a slight chill swayed the treetops, the leaves rustled, and a mottled light and shadow was projected under the streetlights. In the corner where the street lamp could not be seen, Shin-mo was dressed in black and wearing a cap and appeared under the wall. The villa is not small, and the wall is more than 4 meters high. The average person can't climb over. Looking up at the tall wall, Shin-mo pressed the hat and stepped back a few steps. Suddenly a running leaps and leaps, his feet squatting on the wall. Then the hands are on the wall, one side of the body, easily turned over. The wall. In the air, still not falling, a flying knife appeared in the hands of Chun-mo. Standing on the ground for a moment, Chun-mo's right hand glimpsed. A cold light shot toward the side. In the shadow of the night, a tall and fierce black Tibetan Mastiff opened the blood bowl and make a big splash. I didn't wait for the sound of the Tibetan Mastiff to exit. The cold light flashed. The 20 centimeters long flying knife was shot from the eye, and there was no time to make any sound. This fierce Tibetan Mastiff twitched and fell to the ground. The red blood mixed with white. The brain slurry slowly flows out from the eyelids. Shin-mo turned to look at the villa. The 3-story luxury villa still looks very gorgeous in the dark. The living room on the first floor lights up. Through the window, you can see 2 people sitting on the sofa watching TV. Obviously just now. The slight movement did not alarm them. The flying knife was pulled out from the Tibetan Mastiff's eyelids, and the blood was wiped clean on it. Then, without Chun-mo's action, the flying knife disappeared instantly from his hand. According to the secret observation of Chun-mo for 2 days, in addition to Zhou Tianhao in the villa, there should be more than a dozen bodyguards. After all, Zhou Tianhao did not do bad things in these years. I don't know how many people want him. So Zhou Tianhao is very careful about his safety. Every day, he arranges 2 bodyguards to watch the night in the lobby on the first floor, plus the Tibetan Mastiff in the yard. The average person really can't sneak into it quietly. Hiding in the shadows, Shin-mo carefully observed the whole villa, and soon he found that the door on the second floor had no balcony. Seeing the 2 people in the living room still watching TV, Shin-mo carefully came to the bottom of the balcony, looked up and looked at the position, jumped up on the wall with his right foot, grabbed the edge of the balcony with both hands, and pulled it hard. The man turned over to the balcony. Carefully entering the villa from the balcony, Chun-mo slowly pushed open a door. The 4 bodyguards in the room slept soundly. Chun-mo whispered into the room. A flying knife appeared directly in the hand, and the 20 centimeters long flying knife and the dagger were no different. Chun-mo walked over to one person. His left hand grabbed his mouth, and the right hand held a knife on his neck, and the bodyguard who woke up only struggled twice and did not move. There is no such first-time murder discomfort. These bodyguards hold Zhou Tianhao's high salary. They don't help him to do some harmful things on weekdays. They are all bad. Since they come, Shin-mo does not intend to let go. There was no accident in the middle. Soon, a dozen bodyguards on the second floor were killed by Chun-mo silently. Now, in addition to Zhou Tianhao who sleeps alone on the top floor, there are only 2 bodyguards downstairs. Chun-mo whispered down the stairs. The 2 people on the sofa were exposed to Chun-mo's line of sight www.novel.com. The 2 were still watching TV with full attention, but I don't know that death has come behind them. 2 silver flashes after that. The 2 only felt a pain in the back of the brain, and they didn't know anything. Pulled out the flying knife and wiped it clean, waved it up, and searched all the other rooms again, confirming that no one else. Chun-mo came to Zhou Tianhao to occupy the oversized luxury bedroom on the entire top floor. Zhou Tianhao woke up in his sleep, feeling that someone was and immediately resisted, but the strength of the other side was surprisingly great. Zhou Tianhao tried his best, but could not shake the other side. I wanted to call the bodyguard to help me, but I found that my mouth had been sealed by tape. I couldn't scream at it. I could only use my nose to make a squeaky voice. In the darkness, he could only see a pair of sharp eyes and looked at him coldly. Zhou Tianhao, who is high on weekdays, is also afraid at this moment. His hands can't move, his mouth can't be said. Life and death are not in his own hands. Zhou Tianhao feels so helpless for the first time. An hour later, Chen Imo took a travel bag and quietly left the villa. It didn't take long for the dazzling fire to illuminate behind Chen Imo. The hot flame emerged from the gap between the door and window, and the raging fire shrouded the entire villa. Without a fire in the back, Chen Moda did not return to the big step. Suddenly, Chen Mo's footsteps paused, and the original cold face was gradually replaced by surprise. Chen Imo put his mind into his mind. A cube space with a length of 50 centimeters comes to mind. Dozens of flying knives, wallets, keys, and other debris occupy the corner of space. The whole space is very empty. Chen Imo clearly remembers that the space was only 20 centimeters long before it was filled with these things, and suddenly it became so much bigger. Chapter 2: Air Crash. Chen Imo initially got this space, still a few years ago. In a traffic accident, the out-of-control heavy truck rushed toward the roadside Chen Imo. At a critical juncture, Chen Imo felt a clear-cut mind. His heart slammed, and a smashing force swept the whole body. The truck that rushed at high speed became slower and slower in Chen Mo's eyes. In the moment of crisis, the sudden outburst of potential let Chen Imo jump in the middle of the situation, avoiding the rolling of the wheel. After that, Chen Imo found that his body has become stronger, his thinking, memory, and reaction have also been greatly improved. The most amazing thing is that in his mind, there is a space of the same size as the Rubik's Cube. Income is among them. Suddenly, the superpower made Chen Imo very excited. In order to become as powerful as the superheroes in the movie in the future, Chen Imo began to exercise and learn all kinds of fighting techniques. One person kept this secret and waited for the break. Butterfly. But God seems to have a joke with Chen Imo, the ability to grow faster than Chen Imo imagined. A few years have passed. The space has grown slowly from a side length of 10 centimeters to a side length of 20 centimeters, and the physical quality has also increased slightly. The strength, speed, endurance, reaction, and other aspects have reached the level of top athletes. Learning ability, memory. The ability to think is also far beyond ordinary people. The fighting ability has been quite strong, and 4 or 5 strong men can easily deal with it. In response to the ability of space storage, Chen Imo also learned the flying knives. Now he can do the sparrows that fly easily within 10 meters. The power of close range is not weaker than the pistol. Chen Imo, who is bent on improving his own strength, spends a lot of energy and time on the exercise and research of his abilities. He is completely uninterested in what famous schools, famous enterprises, elites, and presidents. These things are as far as he wants. By virtue of transcending ordinary people, intelligence can be easily obtained. He values his strength more, prefers to be a strong man behind the scenes, and laughs at all beings. After several years of growth, Chen Imo has become stronger, but Chen Mo's expectations are far from wide. In a modern society with advanced technology, it is not enough for him to do whatever he wants, to challenge the law, and to help the weak. The calm but fulfilling life also makes Chen Imo in the status quo, silently accumulating power in this silence. Zhou Tianhao's atrocities caused Chen Imo to wake up from the crouching and let go of the shackled Chen Imo to kill, and decisively, cold and fierce. From Zhou Tianhao's mouth, I asked the safe and bank card passwords. After I got the money, I solved it with a knife. There was no living in the whole villa. Before leaving, Chen Imo lit the house and destroyed the entire scene with flames. After discovering the change of space, Chen Imo did not have time to think about it. The explosion just took the police, and he must leave immediately. Chen Imo quickly stepped away by taking the travel bag in his hand into the expanded space. From Zhou Tianhao, a total of more than 8 million, enough to maintain Chen Jingda a year or two of the cost, rushed to the hospital to quietly hand over the money to the parents, rushed to explain. Chen Imo directly rushed to the airport, took the first class to fly to Luo Sugi's plane. Although he was fully prepared, he was very careful throughout the process, but cautiously, Chen Imo decided to go abroad to hide. Until the plane took off, Chen Imo had time to calm down and think about his own changes. Chen Imo always had a feeling that his ability should be more than that simple. It seems that there are still more powerful capabilities that have not been discovered. After killing Zhou Tianhao, the sudden expansion of space made Chun Mo seem to have grasped what, and the key to the ability to improve seems to be coming out. Combining these years of research on superpowers, Chun Mo guessed that his ability to improve should be related to mental strength. The emergence of space was after the car accident. The huge crisis stimulated Chun Mo's mental strength to grow rapidly. The brain domain was developed. After breaking through the threshold, it stimulated the body's potential and opened up the space. Therefore, in addition to the physical quality surpassing ordinary people, Chun Mo's thinking and memory ability is much stronger than before. This should be the performance of mental strength and brain development. This time, killing, Chun Mo became cold and decisive, broke away from the shackles of secular rules, and completed the ideological transformation. With the improvement of his mood, his spiritual strength has once again increased greatly. Not only does the space increase, Chun Mo can feel that although the physical quality has not improved, his mind has become clearer, his ideas are clearer, and his thinking speed, reaction speed, and memory have greatly improved. But does this ability only stop there? Chun Mo, who was murdered, sat in his seat and practiced with a lighter to quickly pick up items from space while thinking about the ability. Suddenly, the aircraft's sharp shaking awakened Chun Mo in thought. The passengers on the plane were also awakened from sleep, and the entire cabin began to become noisy and chaotic. The jitter of the aircraft became more and more serious, and eventually accompanied by two muffled sounds. It was obvious that the whole plane suddenly had a meal, and the speed began to slow down. Chun Mo looked at the clouds outside the window and found that the height of the plane began to decrease, getting closer and closer to the clouds. Chun Mo's mind could not help but come up with two words: crash. The panic in the cabin continued to spread, and the flight attendants began to work hard to appease the passengers. Please stay in your seat and fasten your seatbelt. At this time, in the cabin, the captain gripped the joystick and tried to control the aircraft. The assistant captain constantly checked various instruments and reported the situation at any time. With dual engine parking, the aircraft completely loses power, is in a gliding state, and the control system is also problematic. The flight attitude of the aircraft is difficult to control. The height of the aircraft is constantly decreasing, and now it has passed through the clouds and continues to descend, and below the plane is the endless sea. The height is 6,000 feet, and the speed is 220 knots. The voice of the vice captain was a little trembling. Although the captain tried to control the altitude, the aircraft was still getting closer and closer to the sea surface. The failure of the control system made it difficult for the aircraft to smoothly slide. The aircraft was swooping down at a large angle. This attitude could not smoothly land on the sea. At the current speed of the aircraft, once it touches the surface of the sea, the huge fluid resistance of the sea will instantly tear the plane into pieces and then quickly sink into the seafloor. The probability of surviving the crew is 0. Suddenly, in the captain's line of sight, a sea of blue appeared in the distance, and a green color suddenly appeared. As the plane taxied, the green color gradually enlarged. Island. The captain, who always kept calm, could not help but get excited. What? The captain, who was always staring at the instrument, was flustered and raised his head. There is an island in front. If we can land on the island, there is still the possibility of surviving. The captain was obviously excited by this discovery, and there was finally a glimmer of life in this desperate situation. At this time, the plane is not far from the island, but the altitude of the plane has dropped rapidly, and it is impossible to smoothly land on the island. The size of the island is not large. The captain must control the height of the plane, ensure that the plane is forced to land on the island. A little poor pool, the plane will be buried in the sea. The captain opened the cabin broadcast. I am the captain, ready for an emergency impact. When other people panicked and looked down on the flight attendant's demonstration, Chun Mo looked at the window and was close to the sea. The heart began to accelerate and violently jump. Every contraction of the heart was strong and powerful, and the blood was pumped quickly. To the whole body, the space in my mind has also begun to expand rapidly. The plane is getting closer and closer to the island, only a few hundred meters away. Unfortunately, The plane still failed to hold on, and it will hit the sea soon. The captain's forehead oozes fine sweat beads. www.untilnovel.com. At the last moment, I struggled to pull up the nose and shouted in the communicator, ready to hit. The tail of the plane quickly touched the sea surface, and the high speed brought great impact. The sea water became as hard as steel. The tail was torn at once, and the plane violently vibrated. Everyone was slammed forward. The body begins to tilt. When the tail is broken, the huge pulling force makes the speed of the aircraft drop a lot faster, but this pulling also makes the attitude of the aircraft begin to tilt. The left wing is the first to touch the sea surface, and the engine below the wing is suddenly energized. Pulling down, the nose began to tilt to the left, and then the entire left wing broke under a huge pulling force. The entire body of the aircraft slanted on the sea, and the right wing was also pulled down by the sea. The captain was stunned. Open your hands, and then you can only listen to your fate. With the breakage of the wings on both sides, the aircraft is completely out of control, and the inertia tumbling and sliding along the sea surface. From time to time, people and seats, luggage are pulled out from the damaged cabin, and the internal debris of the aircraft flies. From time to time, some people are heavily loaded. When it arrives, or the seat belt breaks out of the seat, it hits other passengers or bulkheads, and the whole cabin is bloody. At this time, Chunmajing has undergone dramatic changes. The strong heart is jumping faster and faster, and the surrounding scene begins to slow down in Chunmo's eyes. The entire cabin slowly rotated, and the luggage and magazines flew slowly from the front, and everything around it slowed down. Finally, the space expanded into a cube 1 meter long and seemed to reach a certain limit, and new changes took place. The void boundary of the space begins to become transparent. Beyond the space, countless spots of light and dark are scattered around the stars, weaving a starry sky, and a bright light ball quietly exudes from the nearest space. Mysterious Glory. Chapter 3: Time and Space Shuttle. A mysterious message suddenly emerged in Chunmo's mind, and the space ability that has been silent for many years has finally revealed its true face to Chunmo. When Chunmo was involved in a car accident and his potential broke out, his mental strength quickly increased to break through certain boundaries and activated the hidden special ability. In fact, in history, it is not only Chunmo who has activated special abilities. In the long history, there are always coincidences that activate their own special abilities. Although these abilities have various limitations, they still have their own mark in history. Zhuge Liang opened the altar, calling for the wind and rain. Xiang Yuli can be the best. The world is invincible. Many of mythological abilities are actually records of these supernatural abilities by the ancients. These abilities are all true in the eyes of the clairvoyant, the ears of the wind, the invulnerability of the swords, and the flying of the sky. Chunmo is special to them. He can travel through time and space and enter other worlds. This ability is not free to use and has certain limitations. First of all, the shuttle time and space requires a strong mental power, and Chunmo's mental power until then meets the conditions, truly activating the ability of time and space shuttle. There are two main ways to improve mental strength. One is to improve the state of mind. The mental strength will increase, and the brain will be developed. The other is the potential explosion between life and death, and all aspects will be rapidly improved. Mental strength and physical fitness will also increase. Secondly, after the shuttle time and space, there will be a month of cooling time. After 1 month, you can cross again. The light spot outside the space is a world that can be shuttled. However, the space capability is not strong enough at this time, and there is only one space for shuttle. With the enhancement of Chunmo's spiritual strength, the space will continue to expand and become more stable and capable of shuttle. The world will also increase. At this time, Chunmajin was facing a desperate situation. The sudden awakening of the time and space shuttle ability brought hope to him. No matter what the space looks like, I will escape from here. Chunmo's consciousness entered the space, but on the only shining ball of light, and he chose to shuttle. The light ball suddenly flashed, and Chunmo disappeared into the seat. From the tumbling cabin to the smooth ground, Chunmo did not adapt to the time and fell to the ground. Chunmo, who had just escaped from the air crash, quickly climbed up from the ground and confirmed the safety. Chen Moping regained his mood and looked up at the surrounding environment. The narrow streets and alleys, the old buildings with red bricks, give a kind of movie, the vicissitudes of history of the old American old streets, and the breath of the times. Just getting the shuttle ability, Chen Mo did not get any information about this time and space. Everything in this world needs him to explore. Just as Chen Mo looked around at the alley of the street, the two black people passing by saw Chen Mo, and the two looked at each other and showed their smug smiles. Chen Mo was neat and tidy. At first glance, it was not the kind of poor and poorly dressed people. He was still a yellow man, and he was single, and he was unfamiliar. In the eyes of the two, he was a lamb to be slaughtered. The two men stepped forward to Chen Mo, and one of them took out a knife and threatened, "Kids, give me the truth, or else you want to look good." The other man stepped forward and grabbed Chen Mo's arm and pushed him inside the alley behind him. When I first came to this world, I encountered a robbery. Chen Mo was speechless. After looking at the pedestrians who had nothing to see around, Chen Mo turned and walked into the alley. "Count your kid to know." The two gangsters didn't think much about it. After Chen Mo's hand followed, it might be in their view that Asians are so weak and bully. Chen Mo went to the corner and stopped. He looked around and nodded. "It's a dead end, and I can't see what's going on here." 10 minutes later, Chen Mo walked out of the alley, and there were dozens of dollars in banknotes. Chen Mo found that his strength has increased. He just started to be a bit heavy. The two gangsters are still in a coma in the alley, but the situation is basically clear. This is the Brooklyn area of New York, USA. The time is now December 1941. During the Second World War, the European battlefield was in full swing. Just a few days ago, Japan just sneaked into the U.S. Pearl Harbor, the United States. Officially entered the war. Chen Mo could not help but sigh the magic of the encounter. He had to go to Los Angeles. As a result, he had not yet made it in reality. Instead, he went to New York in another world, but the time difference was more than 70 years. Knowing the environment in which he is now, Chen Maxian went to the hotel and lived with the money he had grabbed from the two gangsters. In the following days, Chen Mo was born in the library and bar every day to understand the situation of the world. The highly developed brain gave Chen Mo a strong intelligence. The ability to think and process information is very powerful. Everything is very fast and short. In a few short days, Chen Mo's English sounds no different from the locals. This morning, Chen Mo came out of the hotel and, as usual, bought several newspapers at the newsstand at the door. At this time, all the streets and alleys were posted with posters for conscription, and the newspapers were all about the content of the war. The national patriotism was unprecedentedly high. A large number of young people were enlisted in the army and went to the Pacific and European battlefields. This seems to be a world exactly the same as Earth's World War II. Chen Mo is now facing a problem. He can't stay in this world all the time. He still has to go back sooner or later, but according to Chen Mo's message about time and space, no matter how long he stayed in other worlds, the original time and space of the Earth is only a past moment. That is to say, Chen Mo will still appear in the tumbling cabin after returning, still facing the danger of life. Although the physical quality has been close to the limit of human beings through this upgrade, it is still not enough to guarantee Chen Mo, in this crash, survive. Chen Mo must find a way to improve his own strength as soon as possible. According to Chen Mo's experience during this period of time, the tempering between life and death should be the fastest way to improve strength. As a result, Chen Mo is no other better way. You can only find ways to join the army and go to the battlefield, or the gang will be a good opponent. Just as Chen Mo looked at the newspaper and considered the next choice of police or awkwardness, suddenly, Chen Mo's gaze condensed. A familiar name appeared in Chen Mo's line of sight, and saw a newspaper in the United States printed the largest U.S. arms dealer. Stark Industries yesterday signed a new batch of weapons procurement contract with the military. www.novel.com. Chen Mo can be sure that in the United States during World War II, there is no large arms company called Stark. After further understanding, Chen Mo learned that Stark Industries was founded by American genius scientist Howard Stark. Chen Mo's memory has been almost unforgettable after this promotion. As long as you concentrate, you can clearly remember what you have seen. Chen Mo, who has seen the movie before, can clearly recall most of the plots. Combined with the current time and the photos of Howard Stark in the newspaper Chun Mo found, Chun Mo can basically conclude that he is now in the movie, The World of Captain America. Moreover, before the plot began, Hung Ham Schmidt had not yet got the cosmic cube, and the Captain of the United States was still a patriotic youth who was weak and had no way to serve the country. The rank of the power of this world is not high. The most powerful Captain of the United States is just a strong body. It is not much stronger than Chun Mo, and there is no enemy that is too strong and unmatched. But there are some good things in this world. With regard to the improvement of his abilities, Chun Mo had more choices and carefully recalled the plot of the film in his mind. Chun Mo had a bold and crazy idea. This idea can't be contained when it comes out. Although the risk is very big, but the benefits brought by the success will be huge. As long as you are prepared and take every step, the success may still be great. In the midst of wealthy insurance, Chun Mo decided to fight. To realize this idea, Chun Mo has a lot to do, and there is not much time left for him. He must start acting immediately. However, before this, Chun Mo needs to raise a toll. Chapter 4: German Artist. That night, the headquarters of the gangsters in Brooklyn, the positions of the gangs were stolen, and even the entire safe disappeared. The losses range from a few thousand to tens of thousands of dollars. You must know that the average annual income of the Americans is less than $1,000. In the US dollar, a US military pilot's salary is only $150 a month, and the average soldier's salary is only $50. The loss of these gangs is not too heavy. When a group of gangsters rushed to find thieves who were stealing their huge sums of money, our new serial thief was opening the treasure chest in the cargo hold of a cargo ship heading to Europe. During this period, the aircraft's endurance was very poor. There were no planes to reach the 5,000 or 6,000 kilometers across the Atlantic to Europe. Therefore, the slow ship became the only choice for Chun Mo. Of course, Chun Mo, who had no identification, chose to sneak. Chun Mo found that since he sneaked into Zhou Tianhao Villa, he has become more and more like to play the role of assassin and thieves, and has been doing well. Close to the human limit, beyond the power, agility, and perception of the number of times Chun Mo can easily sneak into, not be discovered, plus space can carry enough tools and weapons, and can easily take away a lot of things. Let Chun Mo's sneak assassination and carrying goods have become more convenient. Of course, these are objective conditions. In fact, it is mainly because Chun Mo likes to achieve the goal with the least cost. Lu Hao is not Chun Mo's style. After the last safe was opened, Chun Mo packed up the tools and began to count the harvest. All the US dollars add up to more than 120,000. There are a small amount of gold bars and jewels, and the drugs are also several kilograms. The most surprising thing for Chun Mo is the two M1911 pistols. This pistol has been in the US military for more than 70 years. It is a classic high-powered pistol with a large caliber of 11.43 millimeters, which brings unparalleled lethality. The magazine has a capacity of 7 rounds, powerful power, long range, and stable performance. The failure rate is low. The disadvantage is that the weight and volume are relatively large, the capacity of the magazine is small, and the recoil force is large, which will affect the shooting accuracy. However, for Chun Mo, who has amazing power and has space to change the clips in seconds, these are not problems at all. 10 days later, after a long voyage, the cargo ship finally arrived at the port of Liverpool, England. It was so many days in the cargo hold that only the night could quietly ventilate on the deck. This way can make Chun Mo not too light. Without waiting for the dark, with a keen sense of hearing and perception, Chun Mo easily escaped the crew and quietly got off the boat, stopping a taxi outside the dock and heading straight to the hotel. The one-of-a-kind Chun Mo has a best suite with 2 bedrooms and a spacious living room. Through the windows, you can see the beautiful streets of Liverpool and the vast coastline in the distance. Chun Mo went to the soft and spacious bed and soon went to sleep. In the morning, the shattered sunlight shone through the curtains of white gauze and sprinkled on Chun Mo's face, and the warm feeling awakened him from his sleep. And unsteadily slept a rare good feeling. Chun Mo only felt refreshed, stretched a long stretch. Chun Mo got up and walked slowly to the window, pushed open the window. A cold wind mixed with the morning air blowing come in, and let Chen Mo's spirit shake. Time has come to January 1942. Chen Mo, who should have left immediately, has leisurely strolled around the streets of Liverpool. When the Second World War broke out, a group of Germans fled to the United Kingdom to take refuge. Most of them were German elites, including Jews who were persecuted by race, communists who were hated by Hitler, and fallen artists. Among them are doctors, lawyers, businessmen, artists, but in the UK, their status is only a group of refugees from the enemy. When they came to the UK, their days were not good. They first acted as hardies to help the British build fortifications, and they were sent to the uninhabited Dartmoor wilderness. They struggled in the dense fog and heavy rain. After experiencing a lot of displacement, the British government banned all of these unstable elements on several small islands near Liverpool for fear of sweeping Nazi Germany in Europe. Until the Pearl Harbor incident broke out recently, nearly 30,000 German talents on the island were released. Most of them joined the British Army, but many still stayed in Liverpool. Only from the enemy countries, they are not very popular with the British. They can't find a fixed job. Most of them live on the streets. It is very difficult to live. Chen Mo easily finds an old German artist who lives in the square to make a living. The old man's hair was white, wearing a dark, gray suit that was somewhat worn but very neat. The suffering life did not crush him, but made him more calm and open-minded. There is no pain or suffering in his face. Only through the life, he is fascinated by the free and easy life and death. The old man sat on a wooden bench, holding the drawing board on his leg in one hand, holding a charcoal pen in one hand, and an old suitcase on his foot, which contained all his belongings. "Sir, do you want to be a portrait?" the old man asked with a gentle smile. "Why not?" Chen Mo walked down to the stool in front of the old man and sat down. The old artist carefully observed Chen Mo. The charcoal in his hand quickly painted on the drawing board, and soon completed a sketch of a lifelike character. I have to say that the painting skills of the old artists are really superb. The simple few strokes will make Chen Mo's eyes and expressions very vivid. Different from the past, Chen Mo's sharp and restrained, experienced murder, crash, time, and space shuttle. Chen Mo's strength has been continuously improved. His mentality has also changed. Let go of the bondage. The whole person's temperament has become fierce. His eyes are bright and deep. His eyes sharp. The whole person gives a superb and detached feeling, as if everything is not in his eyes. Looking at the portraits of the old man's paintings, Chen Motsai found that he had such a big change without knowing it. However, Chen Mo liked the freedom of the present, and he was willing to restrain the growth and not conducive to the growth of strength. This is the real self. Chen Mo looked at the image of the fierce and superb figure in the heart. After Chen Mo explained that he would like to pay attention to www.novel.com and open a $10 daily salary package to eat and live the treatment, the old artist who had fallen into difficulties quickly put up the drawing board, smashed the suitcase, and happily followed Chen Mo into the hotel. The old man named Eddie Ebert is a painter and sculptor who is not very famous. He was fascinated with artistic creation in his life. He was not married and had no children. He was still in his 60s. Although the life of the wind and the food has given him more creative inspiration and life perception, but his body is somewhat unsupported. Although he was obsessed with life and death, he was also prepared to die and die. Chen Mo's appearance still made him see a glimmer of hope. He chose to seize it. He can see that Chen Mo is not an ordinary person. His temperament is very special. Although he has read countless people, he has never seen it in other people. Back at the hotel and arranged for Albert to stay in another bedroom in the suite, Chen Mo took the old man to a big meal at the best restaurant nearby and welcomed him to join. The old man's eating is very elegant. Completely reminiscent of this is a lonely refugee, but more like an elegant aristocrat. From this day on, Chen Mo began to learn sketches, oil paintings, and sculptures with Albert. The developed brain and precise control of the body gave Chen Majan a strong artistic talent. Under the serious and rigorous teaching of old Albert, it didn't take too long. Chen Mo's painting and sculpting ability has reached a very good level. What makes Albert more amazing is Chen Mo's language talent. Unlike English, there is a certain foundation. German is completely strange to Chen Mo. It is completely from the beginning, but in just 1 month, Chun Imo has already said that the German of Albert can't pick up a little problem. If these are just to make him feel amazed, then what happened next made him feel amazed. Chapter 5 Church. This afternoon, the two were sitting in the living room while drinking the coffee brewed by old Albert. While listening to him explaining some German geography and customs, the door of the suite was gently ringed. Chun Imo signaled that old Albert was sitting, dropped the cup himself, and got up and opened the door. Outside the door, a young white guy holding 3 boxes and smiling at Chun Imo. "Sir, this is the clothes you made in our store." A few days ago, Chun Imo took Albert to the nearby tailor shop and shoe store to make a few sets of clothes and shoes, and left the address of the hotel. The shoes were already delivered, and the clothes were just finished today. Chun Imo sideways let the young man into the house and pointed to the table in the living room. "If you work hard, just put it there." After paying the tip and sending away the happy tailor shop apprentice, Chun Imo returned to the table. The 3 boxes were big and small. He handed the box with the name of Albert to him. Chun Imo opened the box with his name. The biggest box, Chun Imo, did not move. The suits were neatly stacked with 2 sets of black-colored wool fabrics. The tailor's craftsmanship was very good. The materials used were exquisite workmanship. Chun Imo looked at the dark gray suit in the hands of the old Albert and shook his head helplessly. "How? Eddie, go back to the room and try it out. See what is different from your original. Fortunately, it is good in Liverpool, but I still think that I was better." Old Albert looked at the work of the clothes, a serious statement. The old artist also has a proud side. He always insists that the tailors here are not good at clothes. They would rather continue to wear some shabby dark gray suits. When they went to the tailor shop, they were not Chun Imo. He did not intend to go. Chun Imo thought that he was out of the preference for his own national tailor, and did not say anything, holding a big one and 2 boxes back to the room. Closing the door, Chun Imo put the box of the suit on one side and opened the larger one. After checking the things inside, Chun Imo nodded with satisfaction and left a set of clothes. Chun Imo put the other things back and put the box into the space. When Albert returned to the living room with a new dress, the sight in front of him made him kneel in the same place and almost screamed. Another Albert was sitting on the sofa looking at himself, the same dress, the same look. Albert felt that his brain was not enough. However, the old man who has experienced the vicissitudes of life has quickly calmed down and asked, "Who are you? How come here? Who are you? How come here?" As if it was a recording replay, the abbot on the sofa spoke up, and the sound was exactly the same as himself. Old Eddie's brain was more chaotic, but the whole person was more prepared, and his eyes began to become more fierce. Seeing the simple old Albert, he was not too light, and then the knife was facing each other. Chun Imo smiled and took off the mask on his head. "Haha, how? Eddie, I did what you look like." Chun Imo threw the mask over. He just returned from the sudden change of the situation to the old Albert of the gods. Some of them clasped the mask in a hurry and carefully looked at it. "What is this thing? What is it with?" "The same. I was completely cheated by you. Silica gel, wigs, and pigments have cost me a lot of effort. I tried it many times before I made it." Silica gel was invented as early as the end of the 19th century. The process is very mature, and Chun Imo carefully modified, without touching, cannot find the difference. "It's amazing. But what is your voice? How is it exactly like me?" Albert thought of another question. "It's very simple. Just control the vocal cords to change the pronunciation area and adjust the sounding way of the mouth and nose." In reality, many imitation show actors can imitate the stars to fake, which is even more of a problem for Chun Imo, who has strong body control. It is. Chun Imo stayed in Liverpool for a month, and time also entered February of 1942. It was time to leave. Early this morning, Chun Imo quietly left the hotel in the fog. He left old Albert a $10,000 on the table in the living room. For a short time, Chun Imo was very fond of this rigorous, generous, and open-minded old man. His careful and meticulous teaching also helped Chun Imo a lot, naturally willing to help him. The money was nothing to Chun Imo, but at the time it was a huge sum, enough for the old Albert to spend the rest of his life. "It's a pity that I couldn't drink the coffee that old Albert had cooked by myself." Chun Imo shook his head with some reluctance and left Liverpool with these regrets. March 1942. Tunsberg, Norway. In the remote town on the outskirts, there is an old and simple church with the mausoleum of the Norwegian royal family. At this time, Norway has been occupied by Germany, but the night in this remote town is still peaceful and peaceful. Unfortunately, this tranquility was quickly broken. It was 3 stories high. The huge tanks of tens of meters long roared into the town. The places where the tracks were pressed, the neat stone slabs shattered, and the surrounding houses followed the vibration. Stand up. The giant monsters of steel monsters passed through the small square in the town, and all the way to the church, they ran straight toward the gate. The tall and heavy wooden gates collapsed together with the surrounding stone walls. The smoke scattered and the scene inside revealed come out. In the small space, several large gray stone pillars are erected to support the circular dome of the church. The surrounding walls are engraved with ancient mysterious murals, and a heavy and simple stone sarcophagus is placed in the middle of the church. There was only one old man with a beard and white, and a civilian who had no sound under the collapsed stones. www.untilnovel.com. A group of soldiers sneaked in from the collapsed gate. 6 of them quickly occupied every corner. Position, armed with guns, the captain led the remaining 3 soldiers to the stone sarcophagus, trying to open the sarcophagus. A domineering black 6-wheeled cross-country sports car stopped slowly at the entrance of the church. A tall, cold figure walked down the car. The black long-sleeve military boots stepped on the hard stone road and made a sound of da and da, heavy and depressed. A black military trench coat, majestic and oppressive, cold face slightly stiff, cold eyes reveal a trace of tyranny and madness. The officers slowly walked into the church, and the soldiers inside stood up and saluted. It took me a long time to find it. I really have to praise you. The officer's cold face had no expression on his face. Get him up. A soldier quickly pulled the old man up, and the old man looked a little scared in the face of this sudden change. I think you are a very far-sighted person. We are very similar to this. The officer said that he helped the old man to sort out the messy clothes, but the sound without the slightest feelings made people feel cold. We don't like it at all. Although the heart is flustered, the old man is not afraid to give in. Is it? But other people see it as a superstitious thing, but you and I both think it is science. The officer looked at the old man's eyes. The things you are looking for don't exist. The old man's voice was a little trembling. Why would it be too much to hide? It seemed that I was impatient. The officer took off his hat and handed it to his men and walked to the stone. Pushing the hands on the lids and pushing them hard, the former soldiers used all their strength and could not move the stones. The stone was easily pushed open by the officers. As the heavy cover fell to the ground, all the things inside were revealed. Chapter 6. Red Dragonfly. In the stone sarcophagus is a decaying tibia. It has a long sword on its body and a transparent crystal cube in its hand. Suddenly, the officer's eyes suddenly shrank, and in addition to these, the stone was filled with explosives. The officer had just pushed the stone scorpion, and the body was lying on the sarcophagus. It was too late to react, and the explosive exploded. Boom! A loud noise. The entire church violently swayed, and strong fire and smoke spewed out of the church. Despite trying to avoid it, it was blown up, and the stone smashed in an instant. The flame of the explosion instantly swallowed him, and the stiff face shattered under the tongue, revealing the red skin below, followed by a powerful shock wave. When the dragonfly flew out, the mask was completely shredded, and a blood-red face was completely revealed. It is the biggest villain in the movie, the mysterious organization of Hydra's leader, Red Dragonfly, John Schmidt. The red dragonfly fell heavily on the ground, and the power of the explosion carried the fragments of the stone sarcophagus, which drowned a piece of his body. The blood rushed out of the wound and quickly gathered into a pool of blood under his body. The fire had just dissipated, and a figure suddenly fell from the top of the church. There were 2 sounds, sa, sight, and the silver flashes between the 2, and the 2 flying knives were shot at the eyes and throat of Hung Hom. Originally blown off by the explosion, the red dragonfly lying on the ground suddenly tumbling to escape the deadly attack, but perhaps it was too heavy in the explosion. Although it escaped the key, it was shot by a flying knife. The neck, bloody, came out. The red dragonfly that was barely supported only felt the brain dizzy, even more powerful. The large amount of blood loss and the strong vertigo and weakness caused by the explosion made him unable to stand up. His hands supported him on the ground, a face. Looking at the figure standing in front of me, this person set a trap, wants to put himself to death, and it will succeed. At this glance, Hung Ham was shocked. In front of him, he was wearing the same clothes as himself. The black military uniform, windbreaker, and high boots were the most terrible. Even the face was exactly the same as before. The red dragonfly immediately reacted, and the person in front of him wanted to kill himself and replace it. It is a pity that even if he understands it, it will not help. Chun Mozong, who disguised himself as a red dragonfly, shot 2 flying knives. Chun Mo has been planning for this for a long time. How could he give him a chance to turn over? The red dragonfly is already the end of the strong scorpion. In the face of the rapid flying knives, I want to avoid it. There is a strong stun in the brain. Under the lag of motion, the 2 flying knives are instantly shot into the eyelids, 20 centimeters long. The flying knife fell into the brain and penetrated directly into the brain. The world's biggest villain boss has just appeared. Before he said a few words, Chun Mo was so easily killed. In fact, it is not that the red dragonfly is too weak, but that Chun Mo is familiar with the plot, and he is determined to be indifferent. The trap of killing. Schmidt couldn't expect it anyway. In the remote church that he had tried his best to hide the universe, he actually set up a bomb trap for him. That's it. He didn't kill him directly. Or Chin Majin, he was seriously injured and tried his best. He used 2 rounds of flying knives to solve him. With deep unwillingness and resentment, the body of Hung Ham fell to the ground and stirred up a dust. The generation of Xiong ended here. In the future, Chun Mo will write for him. As Chun Mo discovered, when the image of Howard Stark in the newspaper was exactly the same as in the movie, he boldly speculated that other major characters should be the same. Chun Mo, who clearly understood the plot, came up with this bold idea and directly killed the Red. Replace it. Chun Mo made full preparations for this. According to the memory, he sketched the specially designed clothing, learned German, imitated the sound, made masks, and even if the appearance was different, Chun Mo could wear the newly prepared red dragonfly mask. In just a short time, Chun Mo hid in the upstairs and quietly observed that he had mastered the voice and tone of Schmidt. Who can think that the leader who worshipped like God would be killed and replaced in such a short period of time? In comparison, they are more willing to believe in his face. The body of Hung Ham was taken into space, and Chun Mo checked it again. Everyone in the church had died. No one would know what had just happened. The smoke of the explosion gradually dissipated, and a group of Hydra soldiers quickly rushed in. Seeing Chun Mo standing in the field, one by one immediately saluted. No one asked what had happened. Hung Ham is very important in the Hyper. He does not say that no one dares to ask. They only need to execute orders. Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction, and Schmidt adjusted the Hydra well, saving him a lot of things. Without paying attention to these soldiers, Chun Mo turned and looked at the church. The violent explosion made the church messy and the murals on the walls cracked. I was afraid of the red sputum that had been intensified by the immortal Sarah. Chun Mo put all the explosives stolen from the nearby German military camps into the sarcophagus a few days ago. It turns out that Chun Mo's caution is not wrong. Such a violent explosion only blows him up. Seriously injured, but also to avoid Chun Mo's flying knife, have to say, the serum is really very strong on the body. Chun Mo is more expecting the serum. Before coming to the murals of the Tree of the World, Chun Mo found the giant snake net hog, who was entrenched in the roots of the tree, and pressed his eyes. He slammed, and a wooden box popped out. Chun Mo slowly opened the box, and a dazzling blue light shot from the box. There is a blue cube in the box. This dazzling light is emitted from it. There is a flaw in the cube. It seems that there are endless stars and stars, beautiful and gorgeous, and it seems to contain endless mystery. People are deeply involved, cannot bear to remove the line of sight. This is the cosmic cube with endless energy and space. Chun Mo has recovered from the shock. Really seeing it is far more shocking than the movie. It is the treasure of the legendary gods. Put away the box. Chun Mo turned and walked outwards. Suddenly, a silver light flashed through the corners of his eyes. Chun Mo turned his head and saw it. At the corner of the corner, A silver-colored long sword was deeply inserted into the stone pillar. The tip of the sword passed through the stone pillar and emerged from the back, reflecting the silver light under the fire. Going to the stone pillar, Chunimo took the hilt and pumped it hard. The brush sound pulled the sword out of the stone pillar, and the sword body screamed in the air, crisp and long. If the sword Chunimo did not remember correctly, it should be the king of the stone burial in the stone plaque www.untilnovel.com, just the original rusted appearance of the detachment in the explosion, revealing the true inside, is actually a bright and sharp sword. This is a two-handed wide sword with a blade length of nearly 1 meter, a handle length of more than 20 centimeters, a crossguard, a round carved weight, and a thick and sharp blade. I don't know what material was used to make it. It is a lot heavier, but it is very easy for Chunimo. Chunimo's single handheld sword cut to the stone pillar. Silver, shiny long sword blade from the gray stone pillar easily cut it off. It seems that this king's saber is not an ordinary funerary. It should have an extraordinary origin, and it will take time to study it. Successfully replaced the red dragonfly, and also got the universe Rubik's Cube, and there was an unexpected harvest. Chun Mashin was satisfied with the walk out of the messy church. Looking at the huge war tanks in front of the Iron Fortress, Chunimo had to admire that the technology level of Hydra is really beyond this era. In many respects, modern is also difficult to achieve, but now all this will belong to me. The previous Chunmo's all energy was placed on the improvement of his own ability, ignoring the role of power, until Chun Jingda seriously injured Chun Matsai wake up. The power of one's own strength is fundamental, and this is true, but when it is not powerful enough to be able to do whatever it pleases, it can better help him achieve this goal. If Chun Mo had a certain power at the beginning, how could Zhou Tianhao dare to do so? Therefore, the idea of forming his own power has long been rooted in Chun Mashin's heart. This is the main reason why Chun Mo can think of the idea of replacing Hung Hom. Controlling the Hydra, whether it is for the next plan or the formation of its own forces after returning to the real world, will be of great help. Chapter 7-9 Snake Base. Retrieving his thoughts, Chun Mo came to the front of Hung Hom's car. This is a 6-wheeled cross-country sports car built by Hydra's top black technology. The dark appearance is heavy and domineering. The slender streamlined body contains the power and amazing speed. The enhanced chassis and 6-wheel drive make it both vulgar off-road ability. Opening the door, Chun Mo took the wooden box and the long sword with the universe cube and sat in the back seat. You, soldier, will you drive? Chun Mo asked a soldier who was next to the police. The selected soldier looked at Chun Mo's eyes full of fanaticism. It was also a poor pity that was brainwashed by Hung Hom. He heard Chun Mo's inquiry and shouted excitedly, "Yes, Chief." Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction. "Good, then you drive and return to the base." Chun Mo, who did not know the road, sat in the back seat leisurely. The Hydra soldier drove back to the Norwegian base of Hydra. The Norwegian base of Hydra is located in the southeastern part of the Scandinavian mountains. It is dangerous and difficult to defend. After entering the mountains, the car returned to the base through a hidden road hidden in the jungle. The car stopped in front of the base building, and Chun Mo handed the wooden box in his hand to the soldier and took the sword and got off the car. "Send to my office." Following the lead-headed Hydra soldiers, Chun Mo returned to the office of Hung Hom Schmidt and signaled the soldiers to place the box on the table. Chun Mo looked at the Hydra soldier who drove his own way. This is a typical Germanic youth, blonde, tall and strong, young face full of reverence and fanaticism, close contact with the admired leader, Red Dragonfly, obeying his instructions to serve him, making him feel very incomparable honor and pride. "Tell me your name, soldier," Chun Mo asked with a low voice. "John Wolf, Chief," the young soldier replied excitedly, and was able to be asked by the leader about his name. This is the biggest affirmation of himself. "Very good, John, you will be my guard in the future." Chun Mo does not know about it here. It is much more convenient for someone to drive the road. According to Chun Mo's observation, the soldier John is a pure soldier and only knows obey orders. And the enthusiasm for Hung Hom, even if there are some abnormal moves, will not be suspected. Sending away the excited soldier John, Chun Mo began to read the documents in the Schmidt office one by one. After a period of understanding and careful temptation, especially with the unreserved trust and assistance of the soldier John, Shin Mo has basically mastered the situation of the base. It is no longer a black eye, and the true strength of the Hydra is complete. Shown in front of Shin Mo. As a secret research organization of the Nazis, in the hands of the ambitious Red Dragon Schmidt, after many years of development, the Hydra has been more than just a scientific research organization, except for the core research departments and distribution in European countries. The secret base, Hydra also has a huge intelligence system and a strong mechanized army. The interior of the Hydra is actually more like a religion. All the things are decided by Hung Hom. No one dares to disagree. Each base is mainly used as a production and R&D base for war weapons such as armored vehicles, tanks and aircraft, and a large number of mechanized units are deployed. The weapons made by Hydra are far more technologically advanced than the United States. Soldiers are also determined to be firm and fearless, so the combat power of the Hydra troops is also very strong. Despite this, according to the original plot, the Hydra's many bases in Europe are still completely destroyed under the attack of the Roaring Commando led by the U.S. captain. It can also be seen that the super soldier's serum is strong and will personally override the army. Above, and even if there is no Captain America, the Allies can't let go of the Hydra. The difference is just the price paid. Shin Mo does not intend to lead the Hydra to fight the world. He is not a red dragonfly, nor Hitler, has no ambition to rule the world, and the power of the Hydra is not enough to fight the whole world. Shin Mok is not mad. Try to blow up the cities of the world like Hung Hom. Here he is just a passerby. All he does is to strengthen his strength, to cope with the crisis of the real world, and to build his own power in the real world. Under the union of many world powers, Hitler's failure was a matter of time. The Hydra could not escape the fate that was hidden after being hit hard. Since Chun Mo did not intend to fight hard, naturally there are other plans. At the base control center, Chun Mo looked carefully at the map of Norway hanging on the wall. Norway is located at the northernmost tip of Europe, west of Scandinavia, narrow in the north and south, and the coastline is long and tortuous. The geographical strength of Norway is weak, the domestic situation is simple, and the population is less than 3 million. With the strength of Hydra, it is easy to control the entire country in secret. The Scandinavian mountains run through Norway, the Atlantic Ocean to the west, and the Arctic Ocean to the north. The mountains are steep, some areas are covered by glaciers, the western mountains are steep, and the coast is straight, and there are many fjords connecting the Atlantic Ocean, concealed. Hard to find, is a good place to build a base. Chun Mo, the existing base of Hydra, is ready to give up more than half of the contraction, retaining only the 3 most hidden and strategically located bases, including the Alpine headquarters, and re-establishing a more subtle and larger, connected Atlantic underground base. With the defeat of Germany, the Hydra's many bases in Europe are not guaranteed sooner or later. Instead of being destroyed by the Allies, it is better to give up and save strength. Although the Norwegian base is built on the mountain, it is close to the southeast and does not face the sea. It does not have sufficient strategic depth and is not concealed. After dispatching personnel to conduct a field investigation, Chun Mo chose a steep mountain peak of more than 1,800 meters above sea level near the west coast of the mountain. In the east, there are snow-covered mountains, the cliffs in the west are towering, and the fjords are deep. The base will be built entirely in the depths of the mountain, using hundreds of meters of mountain to hide and protect the base. In addition to the submarine channel below the cliff in the fjord and the aircraft passage hidden in the mountain wall, there will be several deep. A secret passage of tens of meters underground is connected to a hidden location in the distance for personnel to enter and exit. This top-secret base will serve as the new Hydra headquarters, which will accommodate the major core departments of the Hydra organization and most of the military forces. The scale will be much larger than other bases, and the entire project will be very large. The location was selected, a large number of resources and equipment began to be mobilized, and a large number of elite personnel were selected and secretly went to the depths of the northern mountains. www.onplanovel.com. The construction of the top-secret base is in full swing. At this time, Chun Mo met with Dr. Zola from the Alpine headquarters at the Base Control Center, the chief scientist of Hydra, a bio and mechanical expert, and the right-hand man of Hung Hom Schmidt. Of course, Chun Mo's men are now. Is the equipment all shipped? Dr. Zola. Chun Mo, who was sitting behind the desk, asked coldly. The equipment for studying the Rubik's Cube has arrived, and the others will be sent soon. Dr. Zola stood in the field, and some of them were at a loss. He felt that he had not seen it for a while, and the Schmidt that came out to find the universe's cube seemed to become more elusive. Then start your research. I hope to see the results as soon as possible. Don't let me wait too long. Chun Mo's low and cold voice passed into Dr. Zola's ear, making him shudder. Yes, I will go right away. Dr. Zola said that he was ready to turn around. You forgot this. Chun Mo pushed the box on the table forward, and the cold said, but the heart was a little helpless. He was not a bit pretending. Dr. Zola is his most important scientific researcher. The courage is not big. It is not good to be frightened. Chun Mo tried to put the universe cube into the space, but found that it could not be taken in. It may be because it itself contains a very powerful space force, beyond the carrying capacity of space. Further research can only allow Dr. Zola to come. In the original plot, he successfully transformed the energy of the universe and developed an energy weapon. After Dr. Zola walked out with the box, Chun Mo picked up a document on the table with the cover, Super Soldier Plan. This is Chun Mo's current concern, which is related to the safety of Chun Mo after returning to the real world. Chapter 8 Chinese Martial Arts Museum in Brooklyn. During this time, Chun Mo used the equipment of the base to test his own abilities. After the potential of the last crash, Chun Mo's physical fitness improved again, which is close to the limit of human beings. The power is 500 kilograms, the speed is 100 meters and 9.1 seconds, and it can keep running at this speed for a long time. The ultimate speed of short-term explosion can reach 19 meters per second. It can jump 3 meters high and 6 meters away without help. Strength and recovery speed are 4 times that of ordinary people. In terms of reaction speed, Chun Mo can even see the bullet's trajectory. Although the body can't completely avoid the bullets, it can still be done to avoid the key. Although Chun Mo's ability does not exceed the human limit, but the ability to reach the human limit, the comprehensive strength demonstrated is amazing. With powerful power and rapid speed, Chun Mo's explosive power is far beyond imagination. Super strong the bones and strength of the body also ensure that Chun Mo can play at full capacity without worrying about the body being unable to withstand it. Chun Mo's current strength is slightly weaker than the squad-enhanced U.S. captain. It is reasonable to say that it should be enough to deal with the general crash. In the movie, the captain of the United States survived the crash of the Arctic glaciers. However, Chun Mo was still very dissatisfied. The crash in the movie was a forced landing in the snow. The entire aircraft body was complete, but the situation that Chun Mo had to face was much more dangerous. The aircraft was shredded by the sea and had completely disintegrated. And at the high-speed impact of the sea, Chun Mo needs more powerful strength to ensure that he can survive in even worse conditions. So Super Soldier Serum is what Chun Mo needs most now. According to the original plot, the Hydra's high-level agents lurking in the United States were intercepted by the newly enhanced Captain America when they fled with the serum. The action failed to bring back the serum, and killed the serum inventor Abraham S. After Dr. King, the serum could not be manufactured anymore, and the Captain of the United States became the only super soldier. After this period of organizational adjustment and personnel transfer, the Hydra has been basically controlled by Chun Mo, and all construction and research have been on the right track. In order to get the vital super soldier serum, and for the next longer plan, Chun Mo decided to go out in person. However, this time of departure will not be too short. In order to prevent the Hydra from happening here, Chun Mo spent several months strengthening the control of the Hydra. Many people who are restless are secretly disposed of, and those who are not determined are also the bases that were sent to all parts of Europe to give up. Of course, except Chun Mo, no one knows that these bases throughout Europe will be abandoned. Those who stayed in Norway were loyal to the crazy worship of Red Dragonfly. When Chun Mo tested his own abilities, the guarded soldiers witnessed Chun Mo's superhuman ability. Chun Mo could feel that after that, A group of Hydra the soldiers looked more mad at him, and Chun Mo sometimes had a feeling of ridiculousness that he was God. At this point, under the cleansing and rectification of Chun Mo, the Hydra was completely in the hands of the whole, and the power of the entire Hydra was really used by Chun Mo. During this time, Chun Mo himself was not idle. There were many weapons in the Hydra base. Chun Mo used his free time to practice the shooting method. The pistol, the assault rifle, and the sniper gun Chun Mo both practiced to learn the ability of Chun Mo. With the ability to sense and control, the progress of learning gunfire is very fast. After a period of practice, I quickly mastered the mastery, and the shooting method was not weaker than the sharpshooter in the army. Chun Mo focused on pistols, in close range, complex battles, and Chun Mo's favorite sneak attack. The pistol is more flexible and practical. There is space. Changing the clip is only a moment. The firepower is almost infinite. The M1911 pistol Chun Mo from the New York gang is very easy to use, powerful, and stable in performance. With Chun Mo's shooting method, the moving target within 50 meters of effective range can accurately hit the key. Therefore, in addition to the flying knife, Chun Mo's space has a pile of firearms and arms. The flying knife Chun Mo did not let go. On the silent assassination, the flying knife can be used much better than the pistol, and not only the flying knife, the knife and fork, the chopsticks, the pen, the coin, or even the branch can become a murder in the hands of Chun Mo's sharp weapon. With the improvement of strength, the original flying knife was too light for Chun Mo. After the space expansion, there was no need to consider the size. Chun Mo made a batch of new flying knives made of special alloy, which was 25 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide. The thickness of 5 millimeters, weight 200 grams, whether it is throwing or used as a dagger, is more convenient than the original flying knife. The power is much larger. Chun Mo, who is very satisfied with the new flying knife, has made hundreds of people and put them in the space together with the arms. Chun Mo, a long sword in Shiji, also sent people to investigate. The intelligence department has inquired a large amount of historical data. After comparing the research, it is concluded that this sword is likely to be the legendary Arthur's sword, the sword of the king, because of its front. Bladed iron as mud, also known as broken steel sword, is a symbol of the power of heroes, representing and destruction. Legend has it that King Arthur's Shurjong sword was broken during the battle. Later, with the help of Master Merlin, the sword was obtained from the goddess of the lake. Before King Arthur died, he ordered the Round Table Knight Bedwell to put the sword into the lake. Bedwell was not willing to throw it, and he lied that he had thrown the sword. After the third order of King Arthur, he again reported that he had thrown it into the lake. In the middle, King Arthur closed his eyes and died. This sword is very consistent with the descriptions in the history books in terms of style, pattern, and characteristics. It is very likely that Bedwell did not put it into the lake at that time, or someone later took it out of the lake and eventually turned it around. It fell into the hands of the Norwegian royal family. Now this legendary sword of the king has fallen into the hands of Chun Mo. It must be said that this sword is not the legendary holy sword. It is not too much to describe with iron and mud. The steel pillar with thick thighs, Chun Mo, it was easily cut off with a wave of force, and the blade was unscathed and innocent. Dr. Zola studied its material, not any existing elements on the earth. It is probably a meteorite falling into the lake and forged by Merlin Master. www.mtlnovel.com. This meteorite material is very powerful. The hardness and toughness of the sword are very high, far exceeding all the current alloys. Chun Mo speculates that this is likely to be a special metal similar to Xinjiang and Eidman alloys, and possibly even stronger. In short, Chun Mo liked the sword of the king of the unexpected harvest. It was very easy to use, and it was very easy to use. In addition to the flying knife, Chun Mo's weapon library had another cold weapon. September 1942. Brooklyn, New York. Pedestrians on the streets in the morning suddenly found that there was no more Chinese martial arts in the buildings on the roadside. New York's Chinatown in Manhattan, China's martial arts are also all in Manhattan. Brooklyn, a newly opened martial arts hall, attracted many people's attention, curious, doubtful, malicious, and greedy. This is a single-family 3-story building with a large area and close to the street. It is worth a lot of money. Now the whole building has been transformed into a martial arts hall, which shows that the owner has a strong financial strength. While in Brooklyn, one has the Chinese with a lot of wealth is undoubtedly the fat sheep in the eyes of many people. Why do Chinese people like to stay in Chinatown? Not because of American discrimination and suppression of Chinese people. As the worst in New York, Brooklyn, this situation will undoubtedly become more serious. Many people are secretly eyeing here. At this time in the martial arts hall, Chen Mo is practicing in the practice room, and several brawny men wearing shabby cloaks. The skills of several people are obviously much stronger than Chen Mo, but they have been pressed by Chen Mo. The gap in power makes them unable to open. As Chen Mo blocked the opponent's punch into his abdomen, he punched him to the ground before the opponent retired. In addition to Chen Mo, no one can stand in the field at this time. Chapter 9 Old Housekeeper. Your kung fu is not bad. You can stay in the martial arts hall. Chen Mo sorted out some messy clothes and said to a few people lying on the ground, "A listener can stay, and a few people can't help but be happy. I don't care what you used to be in China. From now on, you are the teaching of this martial art. In my place, I must keep my rules." When it comes to this, Chen Mo looks at them seriously. "Shen Sheng, I don't want a one day. Who will I drive out?" These people are all boxers who have sneaked into the United States to escape the war. They don't speak English. They don't have any skills except kung fu. They can only rely on the doc to do their hard work. In order to improve his fighting skills, Chen Mo specially recruited a group of boxers who had just arrived in the United States to make a living and selected the best 4 of them. After all, after that, he was his own hand. Chen Mo still left his position. Several people soon stood up and bowed to Chen Mo, and he was full of respect and gratitude to his eyes. "Thank you for the owner of the museum." The owner is relieved. "I will not let the owner down." Several people's answers were heard. These boxers are also considered to be local figures in the country, and they are somewhat proud. However, the time of coming to the United States has already let them put down their arrogance and pride. In this war-torn world, they can live and fill themselves and their families. The stomach, they are already content. Chen Mo can take them in their most difficult and helpless time. That is, their benefactors, the most affair of the martial arts, the grace of dripping, will be reported by the spring. Several people are grateful to Chen Moment. Hate cannot be powdered to report. Moreover, the Wu people are respected by Wu. Chen Mo is so young and his strength is far above them. Although the skills are slightly rough, it will only become a little stronger in a little time, to the extent that they can only look up. How can they be dissatisfied with reverence? Looking at the look of several boxers, Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. All of them are true temperament men, but it is useless. The martial arts hall has 3 floors. The 3rd floor is Chen Mo's private area, and others can't just go up. The 1st floor serves as an open area, including a hall, a practice room, a balcony, a dressing room, and a rest area. Several boxers are arranged in several rooms on the 2nd floor. It's much better than the dirty and slums where they live. Some of the boxers looked at the spacious and comfortable room in front of them, and there was an inexplicable warmth in their hearts. They felt hot in their hearts, and the smoked eyes had some eyes. Redness. Chen Mo is no longer a black household in the opening of the martial arts hall in New York. The problem of identity is actually solved very well. Hydra has many spies in the world, many of whom are in high positions. Before leaving Norway, Chen Mo sent his true photos and fabricated identities. He had already arranged a new identity for him, and the U.S. government could not find any problems. At the same time, within the Hydra, Chen Mo also arranged a new identity for himself. Hung Ham's new assistant, a kung fu master from China, will cooperate with Hung Ham to complete secret missions in the United States. Of course, his identity is strictly confidential. After coming to New York, Chen Mo became a Chinese rich man who came to the United States to escape the war. He bought a whole building at Brooklyn and opened a martial art hall. The red dragonfly temporarily disappeared into the vision of the Hydra. The affairs of the Hydra were temporarily taken over by his assistant Chen Mo for remote control. The base was under the responsibility of Dr. Zola and the new guard Captain John. The worship and awe of Hung Ham have long been deep into the bones of the Hydra, and no one has any objections to his orders. Their mission is to follow the will of the leader, Hung Ham, and complete the mission of Hung Hom. After the cleaning, the short-term disappearance of Hung Hom did not cause any confusion in the Hydra. The construction of the base and various studies were carried out step by step. Dr. Zola's research on the Rubik's Cube has also progressed. Out of the practice room, Chinemo went to the sofa by the window and sat down, took the towel handed by the old butler standing by. "Eddie, is it still used to living here?" Chinemo wiped his hand and handed the towel to the butler. While standing in front of Chinemo, wearing a fitted dark gray suit, a white hair combed neatly, the old man with a gentle and kind face on his face was a professor of Chinmo's German and painting Eddie Albert in Liverpool. "It's good here. The bed in the room is very comfortable," old Albert said in his gentle voice. Before Chin Molai came to the United States, he remembered the old Albert who stayed in Liverpool. As the only person in the world who could count on Chinemo still had some concerns. Before going there, he went to Liverpool and found still in the square, man painting old Albert. Despite the $10,000 that Chinemo gave, Albert's life has not changed much. In addition to renting a cheap house and having a safe place, he also helped some hard-working compatriots. "Every day, I still go to the square to help people draw pictures. But life is guaranteed, and the body is much better. I often think of the young man who helped him and gave him hope." When Chinemo appeared in front of him again, the old Albert was shaking his hand and almost couldn't shake it. Looking at the young man who smiled and looked at himself in front of him, the old Albert who had never smiled could not help but smile. "Sir, do you want to be a portrait?" Old Albert asked with a smile. "Why not?" Staying with the old Albert, Chinemo feels that the whole person has relaxed, do not have to consider any camouflage defense, plan calculations, can temporarily relax, enjoy life, feel the old times of Europe cultural customs. This is the feeling of trust. Although the time spent together is not long, Chinemo knows that Albert is a man. He is serious and rigorous, optimistic and open-minded, kind and honest. He is a worthy old man who has experienced too much. The tribulations made him look down on life and death, calmness and calmness. Chinemo only saw him dying, or Chinemo disguised himself as his own. When he remembered the old-fashioned expression of old Albert, Chinmo's mouth could not help but curl up. When the old Albert completed his work, he began to paint Chinmo. "Eddie, www.novel.com, I am going to go to New York. Do you want to go with me?" Chinemo sat on a wooden chair and kept his position. Old Albert was holding a brush on the drawing board, and he couldn't help but pause. He said it after sinking. "Do you eat and live?" Chinemo is always teased by the little humor of Eddie from time to time. On weekdays, he is a joke, and he occasionally makes a joke. No matter how good or bad, Chinmojuan can't help. When the old Albert was here, Chinemo was paid a daily salary. 10 yuan package to eat and live the treatment of employment. Of course, the daily salary is 10 yuan, including food and shelter. Chinemo replied with a smile. "So congratulations, from today on, you have a good housekeeper." Old Albert put down his brush and stood up, gracefully bending over and praying. It turned out that old Albert was born in an aristocratic family in the East Prussian region of Germany. He received aristocratic education from an early age and was very talented in painting. After World War I, Albert, who was in the family, had to make his own way, from a noble aristocrat become a steward of the big nobility. Until the nobleman died, Albert, who was nearly 40 years old, decided to leave the castle and bravely pursue his dreams as an artist. Even he himself did not expect that. After a circle, he eventually returned to the old business and became a housekeeper. However, he can't think of anything else that can help Chinemo. He has basically learned his own skills. Now this is the strength. He can help Chinemo take care of his logistics and take care of his daily life. However, my life is also wonderful. I have enjoyed the luxury life of the nobility, experienced the vicissitudes of the world, bravely pursued my dreams, and experienced the hardships of the wind and food. Perhaps Chinemo will bring him a more exciting second half of life. Chapter 10 Mafia. After the opening of the martial arts hall, no one came to learn martial arts for many days. Chinemo was not in a hurry. He learned and discussed with several boxers every day. Chinmo did not have this condition. The real martial arts people in modern society are few, and few fighters put in modern times, it can be called a master. It is not easy to find one, let alone to give him a sparring. With the rich experience of combat and the accumulation of fighting skills, Chunmo's fighting ability has been rapidly improved, and the fighting power exerted has become more and more powerful. Several boxers have become more respectful in their eyes. According to the strength of his own strength, Chunmo combines various fighting techniques and draws on the strengths of the family. He gradually forms his own fighting style and creates a set of fighting techniques that suit him best. The martial arts of several boxers are good at single-handedly fighting. They are weak and strong, and they are exquisitely crafted. However, many of them are not suitable for Chunmo, and the efficiency of killing enemies is relatively low. Quickly kill a large number of enemies. Chunmo's physical strength is far stronger than ordinary people. In many cases, he does not need too many skills. It is simple and straightforward. It is more suitable for him. However, Chunmo still learned a lot from the boxers, the attacks on the human body, the techniques of attacking, exerting power, dodging, fast-moving, and other techniques that are very useful to him. Chunmo has abandoned some complicated and ingenious moves, making it simple, with rapid moves and direct attack. With Chunmo's powerful power and transcending the speed of ordinary people, it is amazingly powerful. After his own set of fighting skills was basically mature, Chunmo also learned some skills such as fighting, grabbing, and unloading that he had temporarily given up. Although Chunmo's physical fitness is hard to beat in this world, he basically can't use these skills. However, if he is not sure, he will encounter even more powerful opponents. Moreover, with the constant learning and discussion of the boxers, Chunmo can calmly deal with the enemies who are good at skills and will not be weakened by them. This evening, Chunmo did not continue training after dinner, but returned to the study on the third floor. Picking up a piece of information on the desk, Chunmo looked down. This is the information of Steve Rogers, who was investigated by Chunmo, including his files, his resume, his family and friends, his recent experiences, and his usual habits. Places, etc., are recorded in detail in the data. Steve Rogers was born in Brooklyn, New York on July 4, 1918. His father was a soldier of the 107 Infantry Regiment. He died of mustard in the First Battle. His mother was a nurse in the tuberculosis ward. He was unfortunately infected and died in 1926. After the mother's death, Rogers moved into the orphanage, where he met his only friend, James Barnes. When he was an adult, Rogers left the orphanage and became an ordinary worker. He was always bullied by his good character, but his body was thin. In the face of bullying, Rogers never bowed his head and always bravely counterattacked, even though he was beaten every time. Injury, but he still insists on himself and never flees. Closing the information, Chunmo leaned back in the chair and recalled some of the situations mentioned in the information and contrasted with the movie plot in memory. At this time, the door of the study was lightly ringed. "Come in, Eddie." On the third floor, except for himself, there was only Eddie. The door was slowly pushed open, and the old Albert walked in with a tray and poured a cup of coffee into Chunmo. The fragrant coffee aroma is lingering at the tip of the nose, so that Chunmo's spirit is one of the loose, gently taste a bit. Only the mellow aroma, smooth and delicate taste. "Thank you, Eddie, the coffee is very good." Chunmo sincerely praised. "I am happy to help you." Chunmo's praise made old Eddie very satisfied, bent a little, and left the study. Chunmo shook his head helplessly. Since entering the role of the housekeeper, old Albert took out the set of the former nobles. He was meticulous in etiquette and made Chunmo somewhat unaccustomed. At first, he even had to go every morning, ironing the newspaper once again with the iron, and then giving it to Chunmo, and Chunmo said that he finally stopped. Steve is now working at a factory in Brooklyn, where several bullies often bully him, and Steve, who has never been defeated, often suffers injuries. The factory is not far from the martial arts hall. Rogers will go through the front door of the martial arts hall every morning and evening. Every time he passes by, he will curiously look up at this small Chinese martial art museum. He didn't know the Chinese characters on the plaque. "I heard that this is a place to teach people, but they can't afford to learn." This martial art is a very mysterious place in Steve's eyes. Once he accidentally saw that a physically thin Asian was robbed by two white brawny men. His body was not strong and his actions were fierce and quick. Steve was preparing to help, and he had not yet ran 2 steps. 2 white men had been knocked down to the ground by him. A few days later, he met this magical Asian again, and at that time, he was coming out of the martial art. This added a mysterious color to the martial arts hall, and Steve couldn't help but be more curious about it. That night, Steve passed by again after work. Today's martial arts hall is a bit unusual. A strange atmosphere is over here, and Steve can't help but slow down. In the martial arts hall, Shinemo sat on the sofa and sipped coffee. The old butler, Albert, still stood in a suit, and the 4 boxers stood quietly. I finally couldn't help it, but it was a few days later than I expected. Shinemo put down the cup and looked through the window to the shadow of the opposite alley, where many unscrupulous eyes were flashing in the darkness. The owner is the mad dog Johnny, and the 2 guys who were taught by me last time are also there. The slim jaundice said. Give them a step, they can't wait to jump out. A group of idiots blinded by greed. Aunt, go to open the door. Shinemo smiled disdainfully. It has long been known that someone is peeking in the dark. Shinemo will count on the plan, send Huang Wei to fight the grass, and start a snake, and deliberately played a good show in front of Steve. Shinmo's voice just fell. The gate of the martial arts hall was slammed heavily, and Huang Wei stepped forward to open the door. A dozen white brawny men took the stick and sneaked into it. www.untilnovel.com. A short, white man in a suit, a hat, and a madman walked in slowly. It is one of Brooklyn's mafia leaders, the Mad Dog Johnny. I glanced at the audience and found that there were only a few Asians who were not strong and a white old man who was not too young. I consciously took control of the overall Johnny to the sofa and prepared to sit down. I let you sit. Shinemo, who has been sitting on the sofa from the beginning to the end, suddenly said. Johnny's figure was a stagnation. As a mafia leader, one of the governors of Brooklyn's underground order, Johnny, who was accustomed to it, felt his dignity was provocative. The sullen anger of Nya looked fiercely at Chun Emo on the sofa. Kid, it doesn't seem to give you any lesson. You don't know who is here to say it. Give it to me. As you wish. Chun Emo waved his hand, and the 4 of them met the mafia thugs who waved their sticks. Just like a tiger into the flock, under the fierce fists of the 4 men, there was no enemy. More than a dozen thugs lay on the ground for a moment. Suddenly quiet in the field. Only a lot of thugs of the thugs. This time the face of Johnny is even worse. You said who is here to say? Shinemo looked at Johnny's eyes. His voice asked in a low voice. Haha, haha. Chinese Kung Fu. It is really amazing. Unfortunately, this is the United States. Here, we use it to decide who. Say, count. The expression on Johnny's face suddenly changed. Laughing and throwing a pistol, pointing to Chun Ma-yin said. In the gang of hands lying on the ground, several people took out their pistols and pointed at the 4 scorpions, and slowly stood up. The situation seems to be in the hands of the Johnny. Chapter 11. Apprentice Steve. Is it a gun? I also have it. Chun Mo's voice fell, and the 2 pistols appeared in their hands in an instant. A few people had not had time to react. Chun Mo's double guns opened. Hey, 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 hey. A series of fierce gunshots sounded closely and briefly, and all the gunmen on the Johnny side were kneeling with their arms in pain, and all the guns in their hands fell to the ground. In just one moment, the situation in the field was reversed again. The pistol, which still had a white smoke at the muzzle, was randomly placed on the coffee table in front of him. Chun Imo glanced at the Johnny holding his arm and his forehead covered with cold sweat. It seems that I still have the final say here. What do you think? Chun Imo asked. Yes, yes. Johnny felt that his back had been soaked in cold sweat. There was obviously a martial arts. How was the gunshot method so abnormal? I just didn't see it clearly, and all of my own people were shot. Yu Guang swept the pistol on the coffee table, and Johnny, who was completely stunned by Chen Majin, did not dare to die again. Then you can go, don't send it. Chen Imo waved. It didn't seem that Chen Imo had let go of himself so easily. When Johnny took a look, he reacted and quickly greeted his hand and fled. The owner just let them go? When I was pointed at by the gun, a few people in Huang Wei also had a cold sweat, but they did not back down. Chen Imo was satisfied with their performance. Chun Imo knows what Huang Wei means, and he is afraid that they will come back for revenge. It is not the time. Chen Imo picked up the coffee that Albert had just poured and took a light drink. Old Albert was the most calm except for Chen Imo. In addition to the gun, he tried to stop in front of Chen Imo and was stopped by Chen Imo. He quietly stood behind the coffee pot and stood behind Chen Imo. Outside the martial arts hall, Steve watched a group of gangsters rush into the martial arts hall, worried about the safety of the people inside, and was preparing for the police. After a noisy fight, the inside was calm. Steve was a little overwhelmed, and a burst of intensive and short-shot gunshots made Steve's face change, thinking that the gang had shot and killed. Soon a group of people retired and quickly left here. Steve hurried to the martial arts hall and, with a sly mood, put his hand on the door that had been mysterious in his heart. The hidden door was easily promoted. It seems that they were very anxious to leave, and even forgot to close the door of the crime scene. Steve's bad feelings became stronger. Steve in the heart, imagining all kinds of possible scenes. Steve stunned at the moment when the door was completely open. There was no corpse, no blood flowed into the river, and the people in the room were intact around the sofa, talking about something. Hearing the sound of his opening the door, a few people turned around and brushed his head and looked at him with strange eyes. Looking at the scattered blood on the ground at the door, Steve reacted. I am afraid that I had an oolong. The mafia were not eager to leave the crime scene, but were fleeing by the people in front of them. I want to understand Steve's face under the eyes of Chen Mo's eyes. That I just saw. The door is not closed. Steve knows how to explain, rushing into other people's homes. Can't say that he thought they were all killed, and the expression on his face was very exciting. Come in. Chen Imo looked at the thin figure at the door. His face looked a little embarrassed, but he still couldn't cover the kindness and integrity in his bones. If others had long since escaped, they would never come. Tong, this beach is drowning. You saw the gang coming in and heard the gunshots. Afraid that we have an accident? Chen Imo told Steve the truth. Yes, sir. Steve felt relieved and glanced at Chen Imo. Come and sit down. Eddie, help him get a cup. Chen Imo invited. Steve didn't go, so he just came in. At this time, he had the opportunity to take a good look at this mysterious martial arts hall. The independent practice room was covered with thick floor mats. There was a small platform in the corner of the hall. The spacious hall was covered with solid wood flooring and neatly placed against the wall. There are several weapons racks on the ground, which are filled with various lengths and weapons, and most Steve have never seen them. Only a set of sofa coffee tables was placed in the window, and the layout of the entire martial arts hall was very simple and clean, and there was no grandeur that Steve imagined. Steve tempered for a long time before he sat down in front of Chen Imo. The old butler of the white hair poured him a cup of coffee and then withdrew several other people to clean up the hall that was messed up by the mafia. Chen Imo, Huaxia, the owner of this martial arts hall. Chen Imo raised his glass to indicate Steve also tasted. Steve Rogers, from Brooklyn, an ordinary worker. Steve did not feel inferior because of his own worker's identity. Took a deep breath, let go of the embarrassment just now. Steve calmed down, not humble. After introducing myself, I took a sip of the coffee in front of me, and the whole person relaxed. This is like the Captain America in me. You are not like an ordinary worker. Chen Imo said with a smile. I just don't know how to be afraid. Steve thought of his thin body, some self-deprecating. We have an old saying in China, and the narrow road meets the brave. Chen Mo's language is as warm as a long-awaited elder. There are a lot of powerful people, but there are very few people who really have the courage. It is the most important thing for a strong person. Those people you saw outside, do you think they are strong? Chen Imo asked, raising his finger. Steve recalled what the mafia looked like. They are very strong, and there are so many people. But they are defeated, and they are more powerful than them. www.mtlnovel.com. There is no courage to resist, and they run away like cowards, so they are all weak. And you have a brave heart. So in my opinion, you are stronger than them. Chen said by default, Steve said. But my body. In fact, Steve is not willing to admit that he is a weak person, so he fights again and again. Chen Imo waved his hand. The body is external and can be strengthened through exercise. What is important is that you have the courage to fight against your own powerful enemy. You can live without fear and die in the face of desperation. Steve's eyes are bright. Isn't that just saying himself? It seems that he is not nothing. Steve's inner desire to become stronger could not help but be stronger. So, can I learn from you? With courage, Steve asked Chin Mo, a little embarrassed. Chin Mo nodded affirmatively. Of course, you are very talented. But I don't have money, Steve said with some loss. I still have an apprentice here. In addition to studying martial arts, I am also responsible for hygiene and chores. I don't have much salary, $50 a month. What do you think? Chun Mo did not give him a high salary at once. Accepting him can be said to be paying attention to his talents. Excessive giving will only make people feel doubtful. Really? Thank you. I will work hard, Steve said excitedly. The salary here is much more than he used to work in the factory, but he can also learn to become a strong man. Steve feels that his life has a brand new beginning. He is grateful to Chun Mo and secretly vows to work and study. Don't live up to Chun Mo's trust. After Steve left, Chun Mo finished the last bit of coffee in the cup and got up from the sofa. Eddie, let me go out. Chapter 12 World Peace. The next day, Steve resigned from the original factory and moved into the martial arts to start his apprenticeship. What no one noticed was that there was such a news in many newspapers on this day. Brooklyn Mafia leader Mad Dog, Johnny, and his more than 10 men were killed in his base camp last night. Chin Mo did not personally teach Steve, but let him first learn a few basic skills such as the horse step standing with Huang Wei. Chun Mo's fighting technique is based on his own body quality far beyond the ordinary people. He is the leader of the family and combines it with simple, direct, and fierce actions. Because his own strength is mainly in the growth of several potential bursts, Chun Mo is not very good at basic training. And this is what several boxers are good at. They can all be trained from weak to strong. So Steve first followed several boxers to exercise basic skills, make up for the body's deficit, and lay a good foundation. Although his body is very poor, he has the perseverance of being far superior to ordinary people. Even if his muscles are painful and his body is crumbling, he will still stick his teeth until he completes the training task. These basic skills are countless predecessors. After years of continuous accumulation and improvement, a systematic and reasonable exercise method is summarized, which not only can exercise muscle strength, but also enhance the ability of internal organs and comprehensively improve physical fitness. Even people with poor physical fitness can gradually improve their physical fitness and gradually become stronger. They will not be like a lot of fighting genres. They only pursue strong powers. It is easy to squeeze people's potential through a lot of high-intensity training. Train people to waste and leave a dark wound. A few months later, Steve's body was obviously stronger, but of course he was a little short and thin compared to the previous one. It's just that I'm not going to pant in 2 steps, as I used to, and the muscles on my thin body are starting to look like. What, father? When did you start teaching me martial arts? Steve looked at Chun Mo, who easily defeated the 4 boxers, and asked for adoration and an eye-catching desire. Since the last time a group of Johnny was easily defeated by Huang Chi and 4 people, the reputation of the Martial Arts Museum spread in Brooklyn. Although Johnny and others were killed by the night, there were still people who had escaped from the base camp that night and told the story of the day. According to the survivors, in addition to the 4 highly capable masters in the martial arts hall, the Lord of the Martial Arts Hall is even more like a god, a blink of an eye, and even a few shots. All the people on the Johnny side who have guns. Injury. The discerning eye knows that the death of Johnny and others in the night is likely to be done by the martial arts, and the other 2 mafia families in Brooklyn can be sure that this massacre is what Chun Mo and others do. Because of the wealth of the Martial Arts Museum, they have always sent people to secretly observe. After the death and defeat of Johnny and others, it was all night in the dark. According to the eyeliner, in the middle of the night, a figure jumped out from the 3rd floor, and several jumps disappeared at the top of the building. Time is very consistent with the time when Johnny and others were killed. Moreover, their surveillance is likely to be discovered long ago. Before the figure left, the layer looked at the place where they were hiding. The people who were watching at that time only felt cold and vertical. Into the hail. This is a warning. The powers of the 2 major families will cancel the plan for the martial arts and strictly prevent the people in the martial arts. As the old rival of Johnny, no one knows more about the strength of Johnny than them. Although it is the weakest of the 3 forces, the nickname of Mad Dog is not white. Johnny is more crazy and hot than all of them. and there is a fox-like shack under his maddening appearance. He is also a group of desperate people, and they dare to fight and fight. Under the leadership of Nepal, there have been many major cases, and the combat effectiveness is much stronger than their men. And although they are small, they always stay together and spend the night in their base camp at night, very cautious, not giving them a chance to break through. If you want to completely solve these madmen, you have to pay a lot of money. This is why they are not as good as the other two mafia families, but they can occupy a place in Brooklyn. Nowadays, the most powerful Mad Dog Johnny and his elites were first defeated by several people, and they were sneaked into the base camp by themselves, all assassinated. The remaining two forces had to face up to this as being used by them. A piece of fat Huaxiao martial arts. With the spread of the reputation of the martial arts, some people began to come here. After learning the strength of several boxers, they were willing to pay tuition. Therefore, Steve has several more teachers. Watching the younger brothers begin to learn martial arts with their respective teachers, Steve can only walk in the corner of the hall. Steve could not help but be anxious. Listening to a foreigner called himself Wet Father, Chun Machine is a bit awkward, but thinking that this is the future superhero captain of the United States, in fact, it is still acceptable. What are you worried about to learn martial arts? Chun Mo took up the shelf of master. In order to become stronger, I can go to join the army. Steve said that when he joined the army, he looked fascinated. This is his long-cherished dream. Unfortunately, the weak body allowed him to be eliminated again and again. Will the army go to kill the Nazis? Chinimo asked Steve's eyes. No, I don't want to kill anyone. I just want to protect my country. Steve shook his head. Is your country and my country fighting? Aggression? I don't think I will go, Steve said gravely. Your motherland ordered you to go? Seeing Steve being asked, Chin Mo patted him on the shoulder. I just want to tell you, don't be used by politicians, and don't limit your eyes to a country. I hope that you can be like me. A great ideal. Wet Father, what is your ideal? Steve was very curious about this. My ideal is world peace. Looking at the admirer who looked at himself and gradually fell into meditation, Chunimo smiled and turned and sat down on the sofa, waiting for the old Eddie to brew coffee for him. The next day, Steve also officially began to follow Chun Mo to learn fighting techniques. www.novel.com. I have to say that Steve is really talented in fighting. Under the careful guidance of Chun Mo's self-confidence, fighting the ability to progress is fast, although the strength is weaker than other teachers, but each time you learn, you will always get the final victory. Fighting skills are on the one hand, and more importantly, Steve has a kind of ambition to be brave and fearless, and the weather will overwhelm the opponent. Even if the strength is not good, and you are struggling, you can always insist that the opponent fall first. Even if he is knocked down, he will always climb up quickly until he defeats his opponent. Slowly, the younger brothers are no longer willing to compare with him. He has to fight with a few boxers. Of course, the result is always miserable, but the strength is leaps and bounds, and Steve is also very good at it. In a blink of an eye, April 1943, Chinimo has been in the world for more than a year. Winter is coming to spring, and it is a new beginning. Chunimo was wearing a light and soft sweater, sitting comfortably on the sofa in front of the window, looking at the cold streets outside the window, holding a cup of old Eddie's freshly brewed coffee, and taking a sip from time to time. The comfort is very comfortable. Where is Steve's kid going? Just cheering him a few words and starting to be lazy. Chinimo and old Albert joke. You have been reluctant to let him sign up for the army. Today, Huang's student Jack passed the conscription examination and was officially enlisted. Steve was quite lost. I let him go out to watch the movie. Old Albert smiled. Said, his face could not help but reveal a kind of love. He also likes Steve, a simple and kind young man. I am also good for him, not before. Chun Mo shook his head and continued to lean on the sofa, enjoying the peace at the moment. But it's very fast. Chapter 13. Steve beats people. At this time, Steve was kneeling in the alley behind the cinema, facing a tall, strong man. The patriotic propaganda film just before the movie made Steve watch the blood, and he could not join the army immediately and went to the European battlefield, but a young man in front of him yelled impatiently. Who cares about this? Let's put the movie on. Oh, let's respect it. Steve was very uncomfortable with his behavior, and he stopped speaking. When the promo broadcasted to the overseas battlefield, the brave soldiers were seriously injured and lying on the stretcher. Many people on the scene were red, and some women even left tears. And the young man began to scream again. Get it? Don't let this go. Let's put the movie. Steve was really angry this time. You shut me up. The youth in front of the news stood up, and it was more than a whole head than Steve. It was very burly and robust. Then the two came to the back alley and prepared to solve the contradiction by man. Of course, the brawny is also watching Steve seem to be a good bully, want a bully. The brawny looked down at Steve in front of him. He was so short and thin, and he dared to provoke himself. He really didn't know how to live and die. He must give him some color. Steve also looked up at the strong man in front of him. The master said that when a person makes a mistake and speech education is useless, he will slap him. This will help him remember the lesson and correct the mistake. Steve himself often swears at Chun Mo's embarrassment, and he has a deep understanding of it. It is really a long-term memory. Seeing the weak guy in front of him even dared to swear by himself, the brawny screamed, and the angry punch hit the past. If the previous Steve estimate was directly knocked down to the ground, and in the current Steve, the brawny's fist is only brute force, and the speed is very slow. Steve easily walked sideways and slammed his fists in the shackles of the brawny's exposure. The brave man who had just been stunned had only experienced a sharp pain, and the whole arm lost consciousness and hanged weakly. Come down. The strong man still refused to accept the loss. He turned and used another hand to call Steve. One arm couldn't move and could not maintain balance. This made the body of the brawny somewhat unstable. Steve seems to be a little threatening. Steve squatted forward and shunned the other side of the attack. At the same time, he hit another punch under the rib of the other side. The fragile liver was shocked. An unprecedented pain spread throughout the body, and the face of the strong man suddenly changed. It was so white that he couldn't help but hit the place where he was hit. The whole upper body bent down. At the same time, Steve turned to him and kicked his leg in his leg. The strong man had a numb knee and his legs were soft. The whole man fell to his knees with his stomach. This time the brawny is really powerless to resist, lying on the ground. Only feeling that the body is very painful, a finger cannot move. Steve once again lifted his foot to the face of the brawny, and in his horrified eyes, he could stop his feet in front of his eyes. When you are bullying, you have to be prepared to be bullied by others. Steve said slowly and recovered his foot. The soldiers fight for us on the battlefield, but you are bullying the weak at the rear with your own strength. Steve took out Chun Mo's style when he taught him, and said with a serious face, only the strong man on the ground some are speechless. I want to bully and weak, but where are you weak? The person who is being bullied is me, right? The power used in the right place is the respected hero. In the wrong place, it is the bully that everyone hates. Do you want to be despised forever? Steve said, turned and left, leaving the brawny who fell into meditation continued to lie on the ground. This is the first time Steve wins when he is bullied. The whole person feels refreshed, and his body and mind seem to have been liberated and sublimated. It feels good to have power. Steve can't help but think of Chun Mo, the man who gave himself strength and changed his life. Master, Steve muttered to himself. Just out of the alley, Steve saw his good friend, James Barnes. Hey, Baki! Steve shouted happily. At this time, he especially wanted to share his happiness with his friends. Steve, you guy? Just say watching a movie together. I will come here later. How can you run this? Bucky walked quickly to Steve, groaning in his mouth. When Baki approached, Steve found out that he was wearing a military uniform. Are you receiving an order? Steve looked up and down and asked. The 107 Infantry Regiment, Sergeant James Barnes, sailed to England tomorrow morning, Bucky said proudly. Steve heard the silence for a while. I should go with it. Steve's tone is somewhat low. Although several times before signing up for the military, he was eliminated because of his poor constitution, but he is confident that he will use his current strength. As long as the registration can definitely pass, but Master can never say www. Calm to Chun Mo, Steve is still very respectful and grateful. If he said that as long as it does not violate the principle, Steve is willing to listen. So although Stewart is still eager to join the army, Steve still did not sign up. Although he knew that Steve was an apprentice in a martial arts hall, he also heard him say how many times he is now. The gang of martial arts is not his opponent. But Baki, who grew up with him since childhood, knows his physical condition very well. He only thinks that his so-called teachers are a group of children, just bragging in front of themselves. So see Steve's mood is low. Baki only thought that he was unable to pass the recruitment assessment and quickly moved the topic. Come on, buddy. The last night before I joined the army, I will help you change your body, Bucky said, walking forward with Steve's shoulder. Why, where are we going? Steve tidied up and asked as he walked. The future. Baki handed Steve a newspaper with a full-page print of Tomorrow World Expo. Wait, I have to go back to the martial arts first. Steve suddenly paused. What? Baki asked in confusion. Master said that there is something to say to me in the afternoon, Steve said as he walked quickly toward the martial arts hall. Baki shook his head helplessly and quickly followed up, not knowing Steve's master. What is the point? Let Steve care so much about him. Master, I am back. Steve returned to the martial arts hall with Baki and shouted to Chun Mo, who was practicing flying knives in the hall. Chun Majin shot the flying knife in his hand. The flying knife cut the air at a very fast speed and instantly hit the center of the target 20 meters away. It was nearly halfway, and at this time the target was already densely inserted with more than a dozen flying knives. Chapter 14, Tomorrow's World Expo. After picking up the towel from the old butler, he wiped his hand, and Chunimo looked at Steve too at the door. How come back? Master, I met a bully today. Steve, like a child who showed off his candy, sold it proudly. And then? Chunimo asked helplessly. I followed Master's teaching. I learned a lesson from him and educated him. I believe that he will be rehabilitated and rehuman. Looking at Steve's face, Chunmo's mouth couldn't help but pumping. Then he asked in confusion, when did I teach you this? When you teach me the kung fu, I have somewhere to make mistakes. You will yell at me, tell me what is wrong. Then I will remember it very clearly, and I will correct it immediately. Chun-Mo is very speechless to Steve's learning and using. The apprentice is too smart. Master is also very worried. This is a good thing, but in this way, Chun-Mo does not know what the future captain of the United States will be taught. Then when I saw Bucky behind Steve, I quickly opened the subject and asked, is this? Master, this is my best friend, Baki. We grew up together in an orphanage. Steve pulled over Baki. Baki, this is my master. Steve introduced the pride of Chun-Mo's face. Steve has always been very proud of being an apprentice who can become Chun-Mo. Not only is his own master very powerful, he easily defeated a large group of mafia. The speed of his strength is far beyond the scope of ordinary people. He also makes himself a thin and ordinary person who can easily defeat a tall and strong man. It was all unimaginable to Steve. In Steve's eyes, Chun-Mo is a legendary figure, and he is a disciple of legendary characters. How can he not be proud? Baki looked at the young man who was not much older than himself. If he had just seen the power, speed, and superb precision he had when he threw the flying knife, it was really difficult to admire him and Steve. The very powerful master is linked. Bucky can't dare to look down on the young people in front of him. If the flying knife just plugged into him, he would definitely have his own life. Hello, sir. I am honored to meet you. The strength is very strong, and Steve's teacher, Baki, could not help but use honorific words. Chun-Mo smiled and raised his hand and said, Welcome to the martial arts hall. Don't stand at the door. Come in and sit. Several people sat down on the couch, and the old housekeeper, Albert, poured coffee on several people. Master, Baki will go to Europe with the troops tomorrow. We are going to the Tomorrow World Expo tonight to have fun. Steve said that when he saw the troops, he couldn't help but look at Chun-Mo. It seems that Chun-Mo is not allowed to him. The matter of joining the army is still awkward. Well, young people should go out and play more. Chun-Mo nodded and agreed. Steve and others didn't feel that something was wrong. The Baki next to him was secretly in the bottom of his heart. You are also a young man. Master, you said something to say to me in the afternoon. What is it? Steve asked. You have already played the basics now. I have mastered your fighting skills well. The rest is the accumulation of actual combat experience. Chun-Mo looked at Steve slowly. Steve hasn't responded to Chun-Mo's meaning, thinking that Chun-Mo is boasting of him, and happily grins and said, It is still good to teach the master. Without paying attention to Steve's flattering, Chun-Mo went on to say, So, it is time for you to leave the martial arts. What? Master, are you going to drive me away? Steve's face brushed pale. Chun Mabai took a look at Steve and said slowly, if you don't want to join the army, you can choose to stay. Join the army? Join the army, Steve responded. The excited Chun Momo asked, Master, you mean I can join the army? Before you are not allowed to go, because your foundation has not been laid, then it is not conducive to your strength growth. Now the time is ripe. You also have some self-protection ability. You can also go to the battlefield to hone yourself. Chun Mo looked at the excited Steve and explained with a smile. Thank you, Master. Steve knows that Chun Mo has never let him sign up for the army. It is actually for him. He wants him to lay the foundation. With self-protection ability, Steve is moved to thank Chun Mo. I thought that I used to complain about Chun Mo, and said with shame, Sorry, Master. I used to complain about you. Well, Master didn't blame you. Aren't you going to the fair? Let's go, just go together. Chun Mo stood up and said. Steve asked strangely, You have to go to the Master? I am also a young man. Chun Mabai took a look at Steve. The old butler drove the 4 people to the venue of the fair. You play with you. I am going around with Eddie. Chun Mo said, and turned away with old Albert. Steve and Baki looked at each other and shrugged helplessly. Let's go. Master can't guess anyone's thoughts. The 2 found 2 girls from Bakio, and the 4 strolled around the venue. Chun Mo went straight to the modern Miracle Pavilion with the old butler. There were many sci-fi booths in the venue, and the bright red car on the booth attracted Chun Mo's attention. This should be the anti-gravity car invented by Howard Stark. Although the technology is still immature, there is a lot of room for future development. I strolled around with old Albert www.untilnovel.com. Soon the exhibition of the anti-gravity car booth began, and Chun Mo saw that Steve and Bucky also stood with the 2 girls. Ladies and gentlemen, have Mr. Howard Stark. Under the crowd of a group of young girls, handsome Howard boarded the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, if I tell you that in just a few years, your car will never touch the ground again. Howard's voice just fell, and several girls took the car's tires together and revealed a mysterious device mounted behind the wheel. Yes, as long as there is Stark's anti-gravity technology, all this will be possible. As Howard slowly pushed the joystick, the entire car slowly floated up, and everyone in the audience exclaimed, Oh God, it's incredible. Oh my God. Unfortunately, before the crowd was excited, the anti-gravity device suddenly burst into a spark, and the car was heavily on the stage. I said it will be a few more years, right? Howard explained, a little embarrassed. The people in the audience still gave a good applause to him. After all, they have never seen such high-tech things. Steve at the stage seems to be not very interested in these things. The girl around me is gathering at the handsome Howard's technology show on the stage. He is silently handing a pack of snacks in exchange for the girl's big eyes. Steve didn't know how to get along with the girl. He was stunned and looked around again. He suddenly found a poster on the wall behind him with an arrow pointing to a passage. I want you. Chapter 15. Dr. Abraham Erskine. Steve suddenly remembered that Master had agreed to join the army. The low mood was soaring. Steve didn't bother to look at the exhibition anymore, and did not say hello to Baki, leaving the pavilion directly in the direction of the arrow. After a while, Baki discovered that Mrs. Steedy had disappeared and looked around. Soon he also found a poster for conscription. He knew very well to Steve, and he immediately thought that Steve must have signed up for the army. In the distance, Chun Mo watched the 2 leave and also followed Albert. When Chun Mo arrived at the conscription, Steve and Baki were arguing at the passage. Do you really want to try again? This is a carnival anyway, just when I try my luck. Where is this? Ohio. In the face of Chun Machian, Steve had already tried to lie for several times. It is illegal to forge the conscription data. They will catch you. If they recruit you, that's worse. I know you don't think I can, but I am no longer the weak one. I can beat them. Steve is confident in his current strength. But Baki was very worried about him. Although he didn't know how much Steve had strengthened under the mysterious and powerful Chun Mo's teaching, in his mind, Steve was still a good brother who had been protected by him since childhood. On the battlefield, the artillery fires and the bullets flew. It can be said that it is a crisis. It is enough for him to go. He does not want Steve to take risks. This is not a fight, Steve. I know that Mr. Chun is very powerful. He makes you better. It used to be a lot stronger, but it was a fight. I know this is a war. So I got the strength. The strength was strong, and Master agreed, and Steve couldn't wait to go to the battlefield to serve the motherland. Then go find something else to do. Baki still hopes that Steve can stay behind the safe. What? Make cans for the soldiers? I don't want to sit in the factory, Baki. Steve said excitedly. I don't. Baki didn't finish. Steve interrupted him. Baki, please. Everyone is desperate on the battlefield. I can't hide behind. You don't understand. I don't want to prove anything. It's strange. You just want to prove yourself. Bucky knows Steve very well. He knows why Steve always wants to join the army. In addition to serving the country and proving himself on the battlefield, the weak body does not let him. Self-defeating, because his heart has a strong and unyielding soul. The two silently looked at each other, who would not give in. At this time, Baki's female partner came over and shouted in the distance. Sorry, are we still dancing? Of course. Bucky turned and promised. Turning around, Bucky looked helplessly at Steve and walked and said, Don't be stupid. Wait for me to come back. Be careful. Wait until I get there and win the war again. Looking at the two people to say goodbye, Chun Imo knows that the next time they meet will be a long time later. Chun Imo looked at the middle of the corner, wearing a refined middle-aged man with glasses. When Steve just spoke, he just stood by and listened to the conversation between the two. He is the creator of the super soldier's serum, Dr. Abraham Erskine, and Chun Mo's goal this time. Watching Baki take the girls away, Steve was about to leave, and Chun Imo called him up. Dr. Erskine, who has been betting on Steve, has also turned his attention to Chun Imo. He is looking for a suitable candidate for the first serum intensive experiment. The person in his mind should be a person who is caring, pity, and will not abuse his power. The American soldiers prepared by Colonel Phillips obviously cannot satisfy him. At this time, Steve, who suddenly appeared in his sight, caught his attention. Although he was thin, he still paid attention to the country. His eyes were pure and peaceful, which was in line with Dr. Erskine's request. Steve. Chun Imo came over with Albert. Master, how come you are here? Are you planning to join the army? Steve said in a joking tone. Of course, my apprentices are on the battlefield. How can my master fall behind? Chun Mo's answer was somewhat out of Steve's expectation. And, your strength is too weak now, and one person is still a little stubborn on the battlefield. I will go with you, and I can take care of you by the way. Master. Steve's eyes were a little red. Always so flicking Steve, Chun Imo is a little embarrassed. Steve is kind and very clever. That is, the temper is too straight, and he does not know how to adapt, but he is a qualified good apprentice. He has always respected Chun Imo and is very convinced that Chun Imo really treats him as an apprentice. There is Chun Imo. His ending is definitely not as tragic as in the original plot, at least his lifelong events. Chun Imo, the master is in the heart, will not let him have the regret that the thing is human. Putting down the feeling of ignoring the simple apprentice, Chun Imo patted Steve's shoulder. Go. This time, if you can't pass, I can only go by myself, and you will stay in the martial arts hall and continue to sweep the floor. As soon as I heard that I had to stay in the martial arts to sweep the floor, Steve shook his head. Master, under your training, I am already very good. I will definitely pass this time. Hope so. Looking at the two men walking together to the conscription, Dr. Erskine smiled with interest and followed the past. Unsurprisingly, Dr. Erskine appeared during the medical examination. Joining the Super Soldiers program is the best way to get serum. Otherwise, you can only use the spy to capture the serum like the original plot, but without Stark's life ray, Chun Imo is not sure what the consequences will be after direct injection of serum. Moreover, Chun Moke not only wants to get a serum, but also www.novel.com. Do you want to go abroad to kill the devil? Dr. Erskine, who came in, turned over the information in his hand and said to himself. Seeing Chun Imo looking at himself in confusion, the doctor introduced himself. Dr. Abraham Erskine, Strategic Science Reserve. Chun Imo, where are you from? Dr. Erskine looked at Chun Mo's eyes and asked. Chun Mo's identity in the United States is a rich man from China's immigration. There is no problem with this identity. Chun Mo's just tell the truth is good. China, there is a fight, and in order to avoid the war, I came to the United States. Now, I don't want to escape. I am going to the battlefield. Go to kill. Erskine asked again. He is a peace-loving person. If Chunmo's answer is not to satisfy him, he will not let Chunmo join. No, go to end the war. The dead should not be soldiers, whether it is the Allies or the Germans, but the ambitious people who started the war. This answer is somewhat contrary to the doctor's expectation. As a German, Chunmo's words let him be touched. Yes, the soldiers were instigated and controlled by the ambitions. If Hitler and his party were eliminated, then his compatriots would not have to be sent to the front line and the war might have ended. The super soldier's serum in his hand can help him achieve this goal. Think of it. Dr. Erskine sees Chunmo's eyes become different. Maybe he will be a good candidate. However, it is still necessary to take a good look. I can give you a chance, just an opportunity. Dr. Erskine pulled out the curtain and went out. I will grasp it. Chunmo followed Doctor out of the medical examination room, and his heart was relieved. The first step was a success. Chapter 16 Strategic Science Reserve. On the playground of the military camp, a row of soldiers stood in the field. Chunmo and Steve are among them. New recruits, stand upright. Along with a clear female voice, a heroic and cool female officer came to the soldiers. Reddish-brown wavy hair, red lips, and hot body reveals a strong wildness. Gentlemen, I am Carter. Seeing the soldiers standing upright, Peggy Carter said, I am responsible for overseeing all aspects of the department. Chunmo carefully looked at the heroine. According to Chunmo's aesthetic, it's not really beautiful. It's just sexy. Then look at Steve. Although he is standing upright, the eyes that are secretly smashed from time to time are still exposed. His mind. Chunmo's heart smiled. And there was a master who would let you hold the beauty in the morning and evening. It may have been fascinated by the charm of Carter's work. A soldier made a speech and was knocked down to the ground by her. Carter. At this time, an old officer in leather jacket and Dr. Erskine walked down from the jeep. Colonel Phillips. Carter quickly turned to salute. The colonel looked at the soldiers on the ground and joked. It seems that you and our recruits are in one piece. It's not bad. Then I looked at the soldiers on the ground and said harshly, take your off the ground, then return to the team and stand until someone stops you. The soldier with the nosebleed stood up and sucked his nose and replied, yes, sir. General Patton once said. After a pause, Colonel Phillips said loudly, war depends on weapons, and victory depends on soldiers. We will win this battle because we have the best soldiers. The colonel said that he saw a short, thin, and striking Steve in the team. His voice could not help but fall. Turning his head and seeing Dr. Erskine silently, the doctor looked at the front and did not see it. Colonel Phillips glanced at Steve with helplessness and continued. And they will get better and better. It's much better. The Strategic Science Reserve team is composed of national alliances and brings together the elites of the free world. Our goal is to build the best army in history, and all the troops have a pioneer. After this week, we will choose that person. He will be the first, our new generation of super warriors. The super soldiers plan is to build super soldiers and build super army. Now that the serum has been developed, they will select one of the selected outstanding soldiers 1 week later for the first intensive experiment. At this time, Chunmo's physical fitness has already surpassed that of ordinary people, and it is close to the limit of human beings. The super soldier's serum will help him break through this limit and reach an unprecedented height. Relying on the intelligence and physical quality of ordinary people, even if there is reservation, Chunmo's performance in training is still very eye-catching. Almost every project is the first. Physical training, overcoming obstacles, 100 meters sprint, 10 kilometers off-road. All kinds of rigorous training subjects in Chunmo's view is simply like a child's house, can be easily done without much effort. Colonel Phillips is very satisfied with Chunmo's outstanding performance, which is the best soldier he has ever seen. If Chunmo, who is tall and healthy, is acceptable, then Steve's performance is somewhat unexpected. Almost everyone thought that this short, thin, and small man couldn't finish the training at all. As a result, everyone was stunned. Although not as strong as Chunmo, most of them were only moderate or even backward. But for each training project he completed, it is no less inferior to other people. This is greatly unexpected to everyone, and it has also successfully caught the attention of Carter. Steve's physical fitness is actually only under the system of reasonable exercise, slightly stronger than the average person compared with other elite players. It is still a lot worse, and he can perform well in the training assessment, mainly relying on some of the skills taught by Chun Mo and their own strong willpower. In order to complete the training and have the best performance, Steve will try his best every time. Every time he finishes training, he will be exhausted and exhausted. He will be soft and weak, and his physical strength will be completely overdraft. Steve has paid more than anyone else. In the training interval, Chun Mo still took time to train Steve, and the people in the reserve team knew that the two were actually teachers and students. Although the strange and powerful Chun Mo will receive Steve's so thin students, but Steve's extraordinary performance can be accepted. Whoever has such a powerful teacher, the performance will not be too bad. It is Dr. Erskine who has long known the relationship between the two and also let Carter investigate the situation of the two. After learning that Steve had encountered tremendous changes before and after Chun Mo, and Chun Mo repelled the specific process of the mafia organization, Dr. Erskine had a strong interest in Chun Mo's strength, often looking for Chun Mo to conduct some tests and experiments alone. www.novel.com in front of him. Chun Mo did not hide his strength and fully revealed his physical fitness close to the limits of humanity. Of course, for the source of strength, Chun Mo explained that the ancient Chinese secret martial arts need to carry out long and difficult training in a special way from a young age and have extremely demanding requirements for talent, can reach his strength, no one in it. Under Chun Meng's ignorance, internal force, acupoints, meridians, and other mysterious nouns, after a doctor's study failed, he had to regret to give up the study of this new way of strengthening. But his powerful body itself is a good research material. Dr. Erskine began to study his powerful body, and the theory of super soldier serum verifies that the serum is optimized and improved. It is important to know that the previous research of the PhD was based on theoretical and animal experiments. The only one-time human strengthening, namely Hung Ham Schmidt, also had great sequelae after strengthening, and the doctor did not have a chance. Research on this failure. So the doctor is not satisfied with the current finished super soldier serum, but he has no way to go any further. At this time, Chun Mo's appearance made him see hope. A perfect body that has not been strengthened, and he has been calculated and serum fortified, is no doubt that his serum has a further possibility. The experiment that was scheduled to take place 1 week later was postponed, and Dr. Erskine was once again involved in the study of serum. The training time of the reserve team has also been extended, but Chun Mo, who was originally trained with them, rarely appears on the training ground, but often stays with Dr. Erskine. Chun Mo's harvest during this time is also quite rich. Chapter 17, Dr. Erskine's new assistant. Chun Mo is not going to Steve's chance. Steve needs this opportunity very much. This is an important turning point in changing his life. Chun Mo, the master, will naturally not be destroyed. Moreover, Chun Mo has a better and bigger plan than the direct replacement of Steve's intensive experiment. The extraordinary intelligence brought by the extraordinary mental power makes Chun Mo see the problem more clearly and thoroughly. He wants the next big game. At that time, he will get more than just a serum enhancement. What he has to do now is to let Steve accept the reinforcements according to the original plot, and at the same time, gain the trust of Colonel Phillips, Dr. Oggins, and Carter. The three of them, as the core of the Strategic Science Reserve team, are a very important part of Chun Mo's entire plan. It is not easy to gain their trust, but Chun Mo is not alone. Behind him is a very large organization, Hydra, whose strength is far above the Strategic Science Reserve. The high-ranking officials of the Hydra-controlled allies and the huge and rigorous intelligence organization have made a good cover for Chun Mo's identity. No matter how they investigate, they can't find any flaws, but Chun Mo knows them well. Chun Mo's background was ascertained. The doctor was very reassured by him. With Chin's strength, it's impossible to be a spy sent by the Hydra. If the Hydra can create a spy of Chun Mo's strength, it means they have mastered it. There is no way to strengthen the Sarah of the super soldiers. There is absolutely no need to let Chun Mo steal the serum and send someone to kill him. More critically, Dr. Chun believes that he is not a bad person. He can feel his goodwill and openness from Chun Mo. Actually, it's not how good Chun Mo's acting is. Although he joined the Strategic Science Reserve team, he has his own purpose, but he has no slightest malice against Doctor and Carter. He has to do more than just himself, rewriting their original tragedy. So Chun-Mo does not feel embarrassed about them, naturally open-minded. The endings of several people in the movie were not good. Dr. Erskine was killed by the Hydra spy in the laboratory after the success of the serum-intensive experiment. Howard was also controlled by the Hydra brainwashing after many years. Winter Soldier Bucky killed. Although Steve and Carter were not killed, they actually suffered more pain. They finally found true love, but they were ruthlessly separated by fate. A full 70 years. One person who was frozen at the bottom of the sea did not know that one was waiting for the old man to hang down. When he met again, it was already a matter of fact. In the end, Steve personally carried it and sent away the lover who had walked through his life alone. All these tragedies will be rewritten by Chun-Mo. In contrast, Chun-Mo's somewhat concealment is what it is. Because he often cooperated with the doctor's research, Chun-Mo became a frequent visitor to the laboratory. After completing his task, the doctor would not hurry to chase him away. He walked in the laboratory without any worries. He was optimistic about Chun-Mo's. Dr. Saikin did not have much precautions against him. Therefore, when the experiment was carried out, the doctor did not deliberately avoid him. When Chun-Mo was interested, he would carefully explain it. With Chun-Mo's superb ability in learning and memory, he quickly mastered these biological knowledge and could give us some of my own ideas. Shocked by Chun-Mo's genius-like learning ability, the doctor couldn't help but criticize Chun-Mo's talents and began to deliberately teach Chun-Mo's biological knowledge. Of course, the core formula of super soldier serum is not known to anyone except Doctor, who was controlled by Hydra in his early years and was forced to strengthen the red mites, so he has been deeply jealous of Hydra. He also worried that the formula leaked and was used by the Hydra, so in the movie, no one could make the serum again after his death. In fact, Chun-Mo, who has a good memory, has already read books in various subjects in the school library as early as in college. He has in-depth understanding of basic subjects such as biology and physics, many of which are ideas and knowledge. It is beyond the world a lot. However, many of the cutting-edge technology theories involved in the doctor's intensive serum are not available in modern knowledge systems. With Chun-Mo's more and more understanding of the super soldier's serum, many of the ideas put forward cannot help but admire Dr. Erskine. Later, the doctor simply asked the colonel to transfer Chun-Mo to the laboratory. The current core task of the Strategic Science Reserve team is to develop super soldier Sarah. The selected elite soldiers themselves serve the experiment as a target for serum experiments. Although the colonel did not want to be the most optimistic soldier, he changed his career to be a researcher, but he still had to agree to the doctor's request and transferred Chun-Mo to the laboratory. Chun-Mo's identity also officially became Dr. Erskine's assistant. In terms of serum-related matters, the doctor has more say than the colonel. In the movie, the colonel is not optimistic about the thin Steve. He is more inclined to train the outstanding soldier Gilmer Hodge, but he only can recommend www.untilnovel.com. Finally, Steve, who is a doctoral, accepted the reinforcement. In the early morning, Steve set out early and went to the field to practice. In the military camp, it was also rare to clean down. Chun-Mo came to the playground early at this time. He found a tall and straight red maple tree as a target on the side of the field and trained a flying knife that had not been practiced for many days. With a belt full of flying knives around his waist, Chun-Mo stood 20 meters away from the big tree. A silver flash of light flashed through, with the flying knives of the doido into the wood. The trunk is in the middle, and the place where the person is high from the ground is densely packed with flying knives. Here, Chun-Mo did not dare to use the space at the risk of exposure. Fortunately, before he joined the army, Chun-Mo thought about this problem. He prepared the belt to cover the ears in advance and came to the military camp with more than 20 flying knives. After shooting the flying knife with his body, Chun-Mo walked to the front of the maple tree and began to pull down one by one. Although Chun-Mo did not use all his strength, the flying knife also had 2 or 3 centimeters into the wood. It was easier to shoot on people. It is a life. Chun-Mo finished the flying knife and prepared to go farther away to continue practicing. A voice stopped him. Chun-Mo, what is your kid doing? Chun-Mo looked back and turned out to be Colonel Phillips. Early, Colonel. Chun-Imo said hello. I am practicing flying knives. Chun-Imo shook his flying knife and replied. Colonel Phillips took the flying knife in the hands of Chun-Imo and looked at it, disdainfully said, the knife is used for fighting. It is a waste of time to practice this. With this effort, you might as well practice guns. The power of flying knives is much more than yours. The colonel took a shot of the M1911 pistol at the waist and said proudly, Chapter 18 Flying Knife versus Pistol. As an old soldier who touched the gun for decades, the colonel has always believed that the gun in his hand is the best partner. He thinks that the flying knife is like a child's toy, no matter the lethality, compared with the pistol. Accuracy or firepower persistence is completely incomparable. Colonel, I don't think so. Chun-Imo shook his head and did not agree with the colonel. It's good. The power of the flying knife is not weaker than the pistol. Seeing Chun-Imo is still not convinced, Colonel Phillips's temper is also coming up. Oh, if that's the case, then let's try it. Look at whether your flying knife is powerful or my pistol is stronger. Colonel Phillips, who thought he was a sharpshooter, intended to use facts to prove that what he said was right, completely eliminating Chun-Mo's unrealistic thoughts. Looking at the confident colonel, Chun-Imo smiled proudly. Since you are looking for abuse yourself, then I am not welcome. Shooting range. Mix the target area. The two stood in their respective targets, each side from the near to the far. Each placed a steel target at 30 meters, 50 meters, 80 meters. Carter, who was temporarily found to be the referee, stood on the side and looked helplessly at the two people who were more energetic. The colonel held the gun in both hands, and the 2 feet stood apart. The chest was collapsed and the arm was stretched horizontally. The gaze was firmly locked to the bullseye through the crosshairs. The textbook-like standard frontal hands were based on the gun posture. Chun-Imo seems to stand casually, his fingers on the flying knife at the waist, ready to pull out. Start. With the order of Carter, Chun-Imo quickly took the knife and his arm shot at the target. The flying knife crossed a straight silver line and was in the center of the bull. Oh! After a burst of steel, the 3 thick steel plate was torn open by the blade, and half of the blade was worn in the past. The entire flying knife was firmly stuck on the steel plate. At the same time, the gun in the colonel's hand rang, accompanied by a burst of smoke from the muzzle, the bullet shot from the gun, and the high-speed shot at the target. When the bullet hit the bull's eye and hit the steel plate with a depression, but failed to penetrate it. Hey! The two kept in the hands and quickly completed 5 shots per target, for a total of 15 shots. The 2 men who finished the shooting stood in the same place and waited quietly for Carter's inspection results. Carter first looked at the results of the 30-meter target. On Chun-Mo's target, 5 flying knives penetrated the steel plate and were neatly inserted in the bull's eye. Carter couldn't help but look at the distant face and relaxed Chun-Imo. The huge power of the flying knife in Chun-Mo's hands made her feel scared. After cleaning up the mood, Carter announced the goal of the colonel and announced loudly, 30M target. Chun-Imo, 50 ring. Colonel, 50 ring. The two heard that there was no accident. Although the mouth was full of disdain, the colonel knew that Chun-Imo had a certain strength since he dared to fight, so he was not surprised by Chun-Mo's achievements. The key is to look at the back. Carter went to the 50-meter target area. Driven by curiosity, Carter first saw Chun-Mo's target. The flying knife still penetrated the steel plate. All hit the bullseye, but with the increase of the distance, the power decreased. The 25 cm long flying knife only shot about 10 centimeters, but the power was enough to easily penetrate the human body. 50M target. Chun-Imo, 50 ring. Colonel, 50 ring. Colonel Phillips heard the news and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he played well today, or else he would be shameful. Usually, he is not able to play the ring every time. At the same time, the colonel couldn't help but look at Chun-Mo's eyes. He couldn't help but secretly surprise. He didn't expect Chun-Mo's hand-cranked flying knife to hit the bull's eye accurately at 50 meters. This precision made him have to marvel and secretly looking forward to the results of the 80-meter target. I don't know what the final result will be. Carter also walked to the 80-meter target at this time. The 5 flying knives on the bullseye clearly told her the results of Chun-Imo, piercing the blade of the 6-centimeter blade behind the back, and also indicating that the flying knife was at 80 meters. The distance is still easy to kill. On the Colonel's target, only 5 scattered shallow dents were left. With amazement at Chun Mo's extraordinary flying knife, Carter turned and shouted, "80M target. Chun Mo 50 ring. Colonel, 32 ring." When I heard Chun Mo's results, the Colonel could not remain calm. What? How can it be? At a distance of 80 meters, the flying knife that was thrown out by hand could be all in the middle. Colonel Phillips looked at Chun Mo with a look at the monster. "Colonel, I think you should come and see for yourself." Carter did not intend to let the Colonel go. What else is good looking? Can I admit defeat? In the field where he is best at, he was crushed in a way that he couldn't look down. The Colonel could not help but blush. Seeing Carter standing next to the target did not move. Looking at himself seriously, the Colonel had to go. "Do you want me to see how badly I have lost?" The Colonel laughed as he walked. But as the distance got closer, the Colonel also saw the flying knife inserted on the target, and the look could not be changed. The Colonel did not think of it anyway. The flying knife in Chun Mo's hand had such a great power, let alone a pistol, which is not much worse than a rifle. The results of the test are obvious. The Colonel using the pistol was tortured by Chun Mo with a flying knife. The flying knife in Chun Mo's hand is much stronger than the M1911 in the hands of the Colonel, regardless of its power, range, precision, and sustainability. www.mtlnovel.com. The speed of the flying knife is slightly lower than that of the pistol, but whenever the Colonel changes the clip, it will be overtaken by Chun Mo, and the only advantage is lost. The 30-meter target, the 50-meter target, and the 80-meter target were all defeated. The Colonel had to admit that the flying knife was in the hands of Chun Mo, and the power was not weaker than the gun. In fact, this is normal. After training, ordinary people can use the flying knife to kill the human body within a distance of 10 meters. The power and speed of Chun Mo Yuan's extraordinary number of times is undoubtedly terrifying. The Colonel couldn't help but sigh. And then the unremarkable things in the hands of Chun Mo, who has powerful power, can exert the power beyond imagination. However, the reluctant Colonel was still unwilling to fail. He glanced at the flying knife on the target and said with disappointment, "Kid, I admit that I had a small knife in your hand. But how many things can you bring with you when you fight? 10 or 20? The real battle still depends on the gun." Around a large circle, the Colonel finally said his purpose. "Kid, dare not compare me with a pistol?" The Colonel finished talking and looked at Chun Mo provocatively. Carter on the side grabbed his forehead silently. Chun Mo looked at the Colonel in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel funny. People are not looking for abuse. You can't promise not to do it. What should I do? Of course it is to fulfill him. I didn't practice the gun for a long time, Chun Mo said slowly. The Colonel heard that he was looking for an excuse and didn't want to compare. He just wanted to run a run and forced him to fight. Chun Mo's words were almost mad at him. But the shooting method should be unmatched. Chapter 19. Howard Stark. The Colonel was directly stunned. "Good boy. Let me try if you are really unbeatable." Carter shook his head helplessly. These two people, who are usually quite steady, are taking the wrong medicine today. A new round of trials began, and it was over in an instant. The Colonel had just opened 2 shots, and he heard the intensive gunshots of a submachine gun next to him, and soon returned to calm. The strange Colonel turned to look at it and found that Chun Mo had put down the gun, and Carter was a red lips, his eyes were wide open, and he saw a ghost expression. What happened? The Colonel was a little confused, and the situation in front of him made him unable to understand. Good, so fast. Hearing the question from the Colonel, Carter came back to God, and some stuttered. Regardless of the conversation between the two, Chun Mo returned the gun to Carter and left. "Hey, you kid, we are not finished yet," the Colonel yelled angrily. "Complete, Colonel." Carter looked at Chun Mo's back and said to the Colonel. "Complete?" asked the Colonel. The kid didn't shoot at all. And who did the submachine gun just open? There is no submachine gun, you see. Carter handed the gun to the Colonel. Colonel Phillips took the pistol and quit the magazine. The original 7 bullets were now only 6. He shot a shot. The Colonel wondered. There is that. Carter pointed to the place where Chun Mo had just stood. The Colonel turned and looked at it. He saw 2 clips lying on the ground. The Colonel picked it up and saw that the 2 clips had been emptied. Is it? The colonel had a terrible guess in his heart. He just fired 15 shots in such a short time and changed the clip twice. Do you think I will believe it? The colonel said incredible to Carter. This is a fact. Carter nodded solemnly. Didn't go to see the results on the target again. Carter turned to the colonel and turned away, leaving the colonel alone to hold the clip to doubt life. Staring at the magazine for a while, the colonel suddenly remembered something and looked up towards Chun-Mo's target. The reality once again gave him a heavy blow. The clear bullet marks on the bullseye told H. The second round of the trial ended. The colonel was abused again, even worse than just now. Obviously the same gun, but Chun-Mo's rate of fire is faster than him. The accuracy is higher than him. Even the change of the clip is faster than him. And it's a lot faster. It's incredible. In fact, it is not surprising that although the colonel has a good shooting method, he always needs to adjust the muzzle and retarget before each shooting. The powerful strength of Chun-Mo makes him better control of the pistol. The muzzle is almost no beat, which can achieve fast, continuous firing. Not to mention Chun-Mo's own reaction and agility, so the failure of the colonel has already been doomed. The colonel couldn't help but regret it. He was idle and nothing to do with Chun-Mo's abnormal non-humanity. At the same time, the heart also secretly warned himself, the next time you see Chun-Mogan, do not go to find abuse. Even if he took out a sword and said to be charged with a machine gun, but also believe that he can smash bullets and hack all enemies. A few days later, Chun-Mo once again saw Howard Stark in the laboratory. This talented inventor is also an important member of the Strategic Science Reserve team. He is responsible for physical and mechanical aspects. All equipment for the super soldiers' reinforcement includes life ray, experimental cabin, etc. He made it by himself. Howard is also very curious about this sudden emergence of Dr. Erskine's new assistant. Dr. Erskine is very satisfied with him. He simply praised him for a day and praised him as a rare encounter. Super genius, learning everything will be learned, and can be inferior. This makes him always proud of himself, and Howard, who is a genius, is very convinced, and he must be taller than him. So in the days to come, in addition to being able to learn biological knowledge with Dr. Erskine, Howard also always took some physical and mechanical problems. He wanted to see if Chun-Mo was not as genius as the doctor said. To what extent? Chun-Mo is also happy. The sponge generally absorbs all kinds of knowledge and enriches himself. At the beginning, faced with the various problems brought by Howard, although there are many modern advanced scientific concepts, Chun-Mo still needs a little time to study. With the continuous enrichment of Chun-Mo's knowledge reserves, the speed of solving problems is getting faster and faster. Howard has to constantly improve the difficulty, and even took out some of the cutting-edge technologies he is studying. Unfortunately, the results are still desperate. Howard has some powerless feelings of playing the dog, and he has to admit that Chun-Mo is indeed a super genius who is more abnormal than himself. Chun-Mo, who is superpowered, is more bully than the genius of ordinary people. Although he did not win Chun-Mo in his own proud field, Howard's mouth was not allowed to lose, and he always looked for opportunities to provoke Chun-Mo. In the face of Howard's provocation from time to time, Chun-Mo is also unceremonious, directly violently roaring back, often made Howard wolf. Compared with the brain, but the mouth said, but the hands are even more crushed. Howard is met with a nemesis, always made no temper, once again vowed never to provoke Chun-Mo, turned his head, but could not help looking forward to the abuse. It can be said that it is never tired. In the eyes of everyone, these two people are completely a pair of friends, saying that they have a good relationship. They both quarreled and started to look at each other. They said that the relationship is poor. The two geniuses always love to work together to study black technology. A lot of results have been achieved. The colonel and the doctor also felt very weak about the two guys who were usually mature, smart, and wise, and became a living treasure. After several persuasion, there was no problem. Just don't delay the business. Let them go. Come on. Hurry up. The reserve team soldiers were doing long-distance zippers. Steve ran in the last one without any accident. After all, his physical fitness was still a little worse, but he still clung his teeth and didn't fall behind. Standing. Halfway through, I saw that not far from the front, Carter was sitting in the jeep waiting for them. The instructor ordered the team to stop. pointing to the flagpoles set up by the road and shouting at the players. This flag shows that you only ran halfway. The first person to take the flag can go back to the camp with Carter. Go! The soldiers heard the words and rushed up to the spot www.novel.com, but the flagpole was too thin and too slippery. Do you have this ability? This unit is over. Go, climb up. The instructor set aside the cool words and looked at their jokes with great interest. No one can get the flag for 17 years. Okay, come back. Come back in line. Seeing enough jokes, the instructor is ready to continue to practice. The people had no choice but to give up, and they went back to the side of the road and lined up. Steve, who had just slowed down, went up. Rogers, I said back to the team. The instructor watched Steve not listen to the order and went to the flagpole and sternly angered. Steve ignored the instructor's roar and looked up at the flagpole. Even if he bent down and pulled off the fixed pin at the bottom of the flagpole began to tilt. Dang dang. Under the gaze of the crowd, the flagpole crashed to the ground. Steve stepped forward and took the flag easily. Carter looked at Steve and smiled with a smile on his face. Steve walked past the soldiers who looked at him in a foolish way. Thank you, sir. The flag was tied to the instructor of the hairpin, and Steve took himself to the back seat of the Jeep. Carter couldn't help but smile, and he didn't laugh when he resisted. When he got on the bus, Carter turned his head and sat down, and Steve nodded. The Jeep was carrying 2 people and went away, leaving a group of arrogant soldiers standing in the wind to eat ash. The instructor watched the back of Steve's car and left, and looked down at the flag held by his hand, only to feel a mess in his heart. Steve once again emerged to show his wisdom, and at the same time, he also won the favor of Carter. Chapter 20 Carter Workers vs. Captain America. On the evening of the same day, Chinemo came out of the lab and was preparing to go to the cafeteria for dinner. He happened to meet Colonel Phillips, who was on the way. Is it another time for the doctor to be a white mouse? The colonel looked up and down Chinemo. Hey you. My best soldier is almost turned into a nerd like him by this old guy. After some complaints, Colonel Phillips looked at Chinemo and asked with suspicion. How? Can you still get a gun now? Chinemo looked down at the white coat and a few thick biological books in his hand, and smiled helplessly at the poisonous tongue of the colonel. Colonel Phillips is a pure soldier, and the most important thing for the military is strength. Chinmo's outstanding performance has always been valued by him. His strong physical quality, keen insight, and intelligent mind, fighting and shooting are more than the imagination is powerful. This is simply the perfect super warrior in his mind. As a result, such a fighting genius was pulled into the laboratory by the doctor. When the white mouse did not say it, he even transferred him directly to the laboratory to give him an assistant. Colonel Phillips had a dark-eyed, sacred, heart-wrenching heartache. And unwilling, every time I see Chinemo, I can't help but complain. Await your test at any time, Colonel. Would you like it again? I feel that I have really regressed a lot recently. Chinemo looked at Colonel Phillips sincerely. The colonel's face was slightly red and immediately slammed his face. Hurry up and roll me. Immediately disappear from me. The last test made the colonel deeply attacked. Since then, he has never mentioned anything more than a gun. Just because he was not careful, Chinemo pulled the words away. In fact, the colonel is still very satisfied with Chinemo. No strong soldier will like it. He usually takes care of him. The premise is that he does not mention the gun. This is the pain of the colonel forever. So the colonel, your best soldier, is going to do a very important thing now. Colonel Chin Ma Chao waved his hand and turned to hold the book and strode away. The colonel looked at Chun Mo's back, and his face could not help but reveal a smile. This stinky boy. Saying goodbye to the colonel, Chun Mo came to the restaurant. As for the very important thing in his mouth, of course, fill his stomach. After taking a meal and sitting down, I just ate too, and a beautiful figure suddenly sat down opposite Chinemo. I just heard the roar of the colonel, and you provoked him again? The Carter in military uniform still looks so heroic and beautiful. I reminded him of some unfortunate past events. Chinemo shook his head and replied while eating. Carter couldn't help but hear the words. When the two were more than guns, she was on the sidelines as a referee. The whole process witnessed the whole process of the colonel being tortured by Chun. There were very few opportunities to see the colonel eating. Is it still practiced today? Carter is also very interested in flying knives. To Steve's supplement tonight. I heard that he has been lazy recently. Today's zipper, halfway through, throws the instructor and teammates back in your car. Listening to Chun Mo mentioning this, Carter remembered the infamous expression of the instructor at that time, could not help but laugh. He is very smart. Too stupid can't be my apprentice. If Steve is smart, talented, and a superhero that Chun Mo prefers, he won't bother to teach. Steve's training ended late, and he hurriedly took 2 meals and went to the playground to find Chun Mo. Master, I am late, Steve yelled as he ran. Waiting for him to run close to see Carter's work in the field, suddenly shut his mouth. I am embarrassed. Carter, you are here too. Carter saw Steve and smiled friendly. Chun Mo and Steve both gave Carter a good impression. As a sexy, beautiful, and independent woman, Carter was very tired of the men around me who looked down on her beauty but despised her ability. They always felt that a woman should stay at home to see a child, do housework, and serve a man, which she cannot accept. But she can feel that Chun Mo's eyes are very clear, there is no desire, only appreciation, and she is also respectful to her. And she does not despise her because she is a woman, which makes Carter feel respect and identify, stay with them. She feels very comfortable. However, the difference is that she can feel that Chun Mo is simply admiring her, not affecting the feelings of men and women, is to treat her as a friend. Steve is a little shy in front of her. She often scrutinizes her like other soldiers during training, but unlike those who look at it, Steve's eyes have an ignorant love. Carter doesn't feel annoyed about it. Chun Mo began to teach Steve in the open space next to the military camp, and Carter also stood by and looked at it with gusto. When punching, the power is to be sent from the soles of the feet, kicking, twisting, sending shoulders, power passing through the spine to the arm, and finally bursting out at the moment of hitting the opponent. On the battlefield, not a street fight, there is no time for you to slowly defeat the opponent. The enemy will not surrender because you are knocked down on the ground. So remember, you must attack the enemy's key. A trick to use the enemy. You solve the enemy at the fastest speed. Don't give the opponent a chance to fight back. When Chun Mo pointed out Steve, he let him practice and turned to Carter. When he explained to Steve, Chun Mo found that she was more serious than Steve and seemed to be very interested. Seeing Chun Mo Zhao looked at her, Carter suddenly looked straight into Chun Mo's eyes and said, I want to challenge you. As a senior agent, Carter has received very formal training, is proficient in close combat techniques, and is proficient in using various weapons, knives, and other weapons to fight. I heard what Chun Mo had told Steve. Some of them can understand, but many of them don't understand. She is very curious. How strong is Chun Mo's fighting ability? Carter is very confident about his skills. She wants to be personal. Verify it. Chun Moan could not help but swear, then smiled and nodded. Yes, but before that, you have to beat Steve first. Carter turned to Steve, who looked at the intensive practice. He didn't notice what Chun Mo had just said. www.intelnovel.com still practicing and digesting what Chun Mo had just taught. Carter thinks about this, Chun Mo's abnormal physical quality. Even if he stands still, he can't win him. He just paid attention to fighting skills. He almost forgot this point. He hurriedly nodded. The steps are down. Okay, then I will play with Steve first. Turning around and looking at Steve. Still immersed in his own world, Steve suddenly felt a hot gaze on his body, and when he came back to see it, his own goddess Carter was looking at himself with full of war. What's wrong? Steve asked, a little heartbeat under Carter's gaze, weakly asked. Play with me, Carter said directly. This. Steve was at a loss, and suddenly let him start with the goddess in his mind. This taught him that he didn't know what to do for a while, and couldn't help but look at Chun Mo. Quartet wants to talk to you. Don't keep it. Take out all your strength. Chun Mo explained. In the eyes of Chun Mo's encouragement, Steve nodded his scalp. Well, Carter, let's get there. Steve said that he had a serious gift to Carter, and that Carter was somewhat inexplicable. This was the habit that Steve developed when he was studying with the boxers in the martial arts hall. Every time he and his brothers had to learn from each other, they had to hold a fist. Carter took off his military jacket, and the shirt he wore was tightly attached to his body. Handing the jacket to Chun Mo, Carter walked to Steve and stood up and nodded to him to start. Steve sneaked at Carter's figure and immediately blushes his eyes. Chapter 21 Experimental Candidate. I want to shoot. Carter gave Steve a glance, and with a light drink, he grabbed his front, waved his white fist, and hit a straight fist to Steve's chest. Some of Steve's disappointing time was too late to dodge, and Carter was in a boxing chest, and he stepped back 2 steps involuntarily. With some painful chest, Steve immediately put away his thoughts, became serious, and looked up at Carter cautiously. Seeing Steve enter the state, Carter nodded with satisfaction and punched Steve again. Steve earnestly, the fighting technique is not weaker than Carter, and the strength of the two is also in the middle of the game. Steve raised his hand and stuck with Carter's punch. Before her hand was retracted, she took her wrist with her backhand. Pull hard and want to destroy her balance. Carter also received professional combat training. The actual combat experience was even richer than Steve. He immediately noticed his intentions. Following Steve's pull, he turned directly and turned his elbows to Steve's abdomen. Steve still clasped Carter's wrist in one hand, and the other hand quickly pressed down to remove Carter's elbow. The fighting ability of the two is quite the same, and the power is similar. When you come to me, the sound is very good and evenly matched. Looking at the two people who were playing in front of each other, Chunimo smiled comfortably. Steve, Master can only help you here. In the end, the two men's test ended with Carter's successful shoulder trip and stumbled Steve. Carter wisely did not mention anything more than Chunmobi, and asked Chunimo to teach Steve every time. On her. For the lifelong happiness of the apprentice, Chunimo readily agreed under the eyes of Steve. So, Steve has another small sister who dreams of. Chunimo found that Carter's talent in fighting is not weaker than Steve. After a period of training, the two men have always lost more than Steve. However, Carter did not despise Steve. She knew exactly what Steve had before. She also knew how hard he was. He only had approval and recognition for Steve, but he did not have the slightest contempt. She believed that he would be stronger in the future. But I will not be easily overtaken by you. Carter secretly inspired himself. With the day-to-day research, Chunmo's understanding of the super soldier's serum is increasing, and Dr. Erskine's help is getting bigger and bigger. Finally, the optimized and improved new generation of serum has finally been successfully developed, and the number has been postponed. The human test of the month is finally about to begin. The question of the experiment candidate was once again placed in front of a few people. Colonel Phillips is not satisfied with the thin Steve. Although he is not as thin as he seems, in the eyes of the colonel, the real warrior should be as tall, strong, powerful as Chunimo. Dr. Erskine still hesitated between the two. He is very optimistic about Steve. His kindness has touched him, but Chunmo's performance is also very good. Unlike Colonel Phillips, the doctor valued the inner quality. Chunimo did a good job, and he was very thoughtful. His views on the war also made the doctor agree, so he still hesitated. Can't make a decision. On this day, the two men argued because of this issue. The colonel who persuaded the fruitless decision decided to prove by fact that his thoughts were correct. Hiccups are based on guts, Colonel Phillips said, and threw a fake grenade into the crowd. There are grenades, the colonel shouted. Hearing a grenade, a group of soldiers dispersed in disarray, each looking for a bunker, and Steve rushed to the ground and pressed the grenade firmly with his body. Just then, one arm suddenly reached. Pulling away Steve, Chunimo quickly picked up the grenade from the ground and tried his best to throw it into the open space more than 100 meters away. After a slow shot, Carter stopped and looked at the two people who couldn't take care of themselves. The cold face could not help but show a smile. The soldiers around looked at the grenade that had disappeared in the distance, looked at each other, and felt a little speechless. Chunimo was a metamorphosis, and it was too far away. There was no explosion of sound for a long time, and everyone reacted. It turned out to be a drill for hand drills. Colonel Phillips and Dr. Erskine looked at each other. Both of them were gratified, but they were helpless. The problem remained unresolved. That night, Chunimo came to Dr. Erskine's room. Chunimo, how come you? What's the matter? Opening the door and seeing Chunimo, the doctor was a little surprised. Advanced is coming. After Chunimo entered the house and sat down, the doctor asked, "What about the experiment?" "Yes, doctor," Chunimo said straightforwardly. "I hope you can choose Steve." This answer is somewhat contrary to the doctor's expectations. Why? The doctor looked at his assistant inexplicably. Steve needs this opportunity more than me. It has always been his dream to go to the battlefield. This is his only chance, and I can wait for the next time. After Chun Mo finished, the doctor saw his eyes become more and more gentle. He originally appreciated Chun Mo, and Chun Mo's remarks made the doctor's goodwill grow up again, and his heart was more recognized. Actually, I have been hesitating. You two really make it difficult for me to choose. The doctor got up and took a bottle of wine from the cupboard and poured a cup for both. Since you decided, so okay. Tomorrow, you still take the test as my assistant. I think Steve needs yours too. Encourage. Thank you, doctor. Chun Mo toast. No, it should be said that thank you is me. And finally, I don't have to choose who to choose. You two are too good. The doctor also raised the glass. The two men drank wine and talked about Dr. Erskine, who had more trust in Chun Mo. Dr. Erskine was a German. Hitler heard about his research and took him to the research department at Hydra's headquarters to make him a super soldier for the Nazis. The current leader of the Hydra, Schmidt, is ambitious and obsessed with superpowers and myths like Hitler. He wants to be a Superman and gain the power of God. Therefore, after Schmidt discovered the ability of serum, he forced the doctor to strengthen him. However, the serum at that time was not mature, and the side effects disfigured Schmidt into red. And serum can enhance all aspects of people, good and bad, worse than www.untilnovel.com. So, Schmidt has become more evil, and his ambition is getting bigger and bigger. He wants to rule the world. The doctor finally said a little heavy. Do you know that Schmidt is here? Chun Mo asked. The following conversation is very important. The doctor held the hand of the wine glass. It is very possible to use the intelligence of the Hydra. So, doctor, I think tomorrow's experiment is likely to be dangerous. Chun Mo warned. Schmidt can't watch us make a lot of super warriors. You are right. But the doctor's words were not finished, and Chun Mo was interrupted. And even if the experiment goes well, then what? Then give the formula to the politicians, let them create a super army, and then? Will the formula leak? Let Schmidt and other ambitions get. Without waiting for the doctor to deny, Chun Mo continued. Well, even if the formula is not leaked, the politicians have mastered this powerful force and won the war. After that, they will be willing to hand over the power to subvert the world or simply dismiss it. A group of iron soldiers with superhuman strength, what will it bring to the world? Chun Mo's words made the doctor stunned. He did not expect that his research would bring these consequences. He always hoped that his research would end the war and maintain peace. His previous fear was that the serum was stolen by Hydra, but he never thought about the reaction of the top leaders. He imagined the terrible consequences of the abuse of serum, and the doctor could not help but sweat. What should we do? The doctor, who came back to God, eagerly looked at Chun Mo, expecting Chun Mo to give him an answer. Chun Mo sank a bit. Maybe we should talk to the Colonel and Carter. Chapter 22 Serum Intensification Experiment. That night, the four people talked about late at night. The next day, Steve followed Carter to the secret lab. Lying in the large, intensive cabin, Steve's thin body uneasily writhed. Comfortable? Chun Mo asked by Steve. Slightly big, master. After seeing Chun Mo, Steve obviously relaxed a lot. You will feel small soon. Chun Mo smiled mysteriously. Remember, no matter what, you must hold on. Chun Mo said seriously. After improvement, the effect of serum became stronger, but the pain caused by strengthening will be even greater. I will, master. Steve nodded firmly, and he managed to get this opportunity. He would never give up. After clearing the unrelated person, the doctor picked up the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, today is the first step in our journey to peace. First, we are doing a series of minimally invasive injections. Injecting serum into muscle groups. After serum injection, it will cause rapid changes in cells. It will stimulate growth later, following the body through the life ray. With the explanation of Dr. Erskine, the experiment began. After the serum injection, the strengthening chamber was closed and the life ray was started. Strong white light was emitted from the window of the enhanced cabin. As the ray intensity grew, Steve began to be uncontrollable and shouted in pain. Carter hurriedly shouted, "Call off!" Steve, Dr. Erskine shouted in the enhanced cabin and saw Steve not responding. The doctor hurriedly shouted, "Go back, Mr. Stark, turn it off." Howard was about to turn off the ray, and Steve suddenly shouted, "Do not. Don't shut. I can't live." Howard heard the news and looked at Dr. Erskine, while the doctor turned his attention to Chin-Mo. Chin-Mo nodded affirmatively. "He can do it." The doctor heard that Howard nodded. Howard saw this and slowly turned the switch to the maximum. As the white light from the window became brighter and more glaring, everyone could not help but lower their heads and raise their hands to block their eyes. Soon, a piece of electric sparks and white smoke appeared on the experimental equipment, and eventually all stopped. The glare gradually dispersed, and the strengthened cabin stood there quietly, without any movement. "Mr. Stark." The doctor signaled Howard to open the enhanced cabin. Under the gaze of everyone, the strengthening cabin slowly opened, and a tall figure with strong muscles slowly emerged. The experiment was successful. Steve succeeded from a thin little man into a tall and strong super soldier. "I did it, Master," Steve said a little weakly. The tremendous pain he had just strengthened made him almost unable to hold on. "We have succeeded." Steve was helped out of the enhanced cabin. Chin-Mo's heart was inevitably a little excited. The new intensive serum was completed with his own help. Steve was taller and stronger than the movie, indicating the new serum is stronger than the original, which is undoubtedly your credit. "Yes, we have succeeded." Dr. Erskine was calmer than he thought, but Howard was a little excited. "You really succeeded." Peggy Carter stepped forward and looked at Steve's naked upper body in front of him. The explosive muscles reflected in the light, and Carter, who had a good impression on Steve, couldn't help but panic. "How do you feel?" Carter asked with a deep breath. "It's growing taller." Steve was still a little weak and responsive. At that time, Carter, who was very popular, was a little woman. Looking at the developed chest muscles in front of him, he couldn't help but reach out and touch it. "It looks like it is high." When everyone was immersed in the excitement of success, the spy that the Hydra had lurked suddenly detonated the bomb, robbed the remaining super soldier Sarah, and shot Dr. Erskine. Steve, who had just got the power of Superman, washed his own hand. Dr. Erskine, who was shot and died. He got angry and got up. The Hydra spy rushed out all the way. After killing several guards and the female owner of the antique shop guarded outside the secret lab, he fled by car in the collusion. The Carter, who was first chased out, shot the driver with a precise shot, and the car hit the road and stopped. The Hydra spy quickly got out of the car and grabbed a taxi parked next to him and slammed it directly toward Carter. Carter was in danger, calmly shooting with a gun, and saw that the car was about to hit Carter. At this time, Steve rushed over quickly, holding Carter and rushing out, avoiding the impact of the car. "I aim at him," Carter yelled angrily. If Steve had thrown her down, she would definitely hit the spy in the last shot. Of course, she would inevitably be hit by a car. "Sorry." Steve didn't have time to say more and got up and chased the spy. After chasing the battle, the curtain fell on the dock. Driving the hidden Hyundai submarine to escape the Hydra spy, was captured by the U.S. captain to break the hatch and threw it on the shore. "I know that I have escaped the hopeless Hydra spy," and shouted, "Long live the Hydra." Looking at the broken serum in the corner of the eye, Chun-Mo, who was hidden in the dark, quietly left. With the death of Dr. Erskine, without serum, the super soldier plans to stagnate and eventually be sealed. The pursuit of espionage incidents in New York boarded the newspaper and made Steve famous. Senator Brad took this point and used his power to take Steve out of the lab. They packaged Steve into American heroes, helped them sell defense bonds, filmed promotional films, and toured around the United States, so that the captain's name quickly resounded throughout the country. At the same time, on the other hand, in a secret base of the Strategic Science Reserve team, the Dr. Erskine sat safely at the conference table, except for Colonel Phillips, Carter, and Chun-Mo. Howard S. Tucker also appeared here. "Do we really tell Steve?" Lucy Carter asked some unwillingly. "He will know, but not now." Chun-Mo shook his head helplessly. "Well, let's talk about business." On the night before the experiment, after the explanation of Dr. Chun-Mo and Erskine www.novel.com Colonel and Carter also realized for the first time the hidden dangers caused by the super soldiers program. Once the experiment is successful, many big people will want to get this crazy. The power may even include the president, and by that time, it will be difficult to keep the serum with the power of Colonel Phillips. Once the serum falls into the hands of the ambition, the consequences will be devastating. In the face of the invincible super soldier army, the whole world will be shaken. If the object of reinforcement is not subjected to rigorous tests, bullies, criminals, and terrorists are strengthened. At that time, a group of uncontrolled superfighters will bring enormous chaos and destruction to the world, and countless civilians may die. Therefore, serum can never be handed over. This powerful force that can change the world must be controlled by the people of justice. In the end, they decided to follow Dr. Erskine's suggestion to let Dr. Erskine die in the experiment to end the super soldier plan. In order to prevent accidents, Colonel Phillips even arranged a spy himself. If the Hydra did not act, the spy would replace the Hydra to complete their plan. As a genius inventor, Howard Stark has undoubted ability, and as an important member of the Strategic Science Reserve team, he can trust him. So before the experiment, Carter talked to him, and he also agreed with everyone. Ideas, willing to join in. As for Steve, Chun-Mo knows this simple child, he cannot hide it. It is easy to be seen as a flaw. Simply let him be in the dark to confuse those politicians. Anyway, a few months later, he will join the Strategic Science Reserve team again when he earns his prestige. By then, everything will be logical and will not be doubtful. So, after the storm passed, the 5 people gathered together again. Chapter 23 SHIELD was established. Under the guidance of Chun-Mo, after a careful deliberation and heated discussion, a new organization was secretly established here. This organization is not under the control of any country or power. The 5 people present as the core members of the organization jointly lead the mission of safeguarding world peace, protecting the planet, and dealing with various special events that threaten human security. They will use the super soldier Sarah to strengthen the internal members who can be absolutely trusted through a rigorous test, while the current internal members are only Steve, who is unaware of it, and he will join at the appropriate time. In addition to the core members and internal members, a group of peripheral members are required to provide information and logistics support. At present, the organization will be temporarily hidden in the Strategic Science Reserve team, and based on it, gradually develop a group of independent peripheral members. Now, only a few of the Colonel's confession can be fully trusted. Is it a bit exaggerated to protect the Earth? Howard looked at Chun-Mo, and these more advanced suggestions were all proposed by him. Or else, protect the United States? Leaning at him, Chun-Mo raised his hand and made a circle. The doctor is German, Carter is British, and I am Chinese. Or do we just call the British-American Protection Agency? Can the vision be far away? Can the mind be broad? The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, the more you understand. The casual complaints were captured by Chun-Mo. Howard was not too angry, but he could not find a reason for rebuttal. After a long time, he blushes and grumbles. That should also be called the U.S. British Protection Bureau. What do you say? Big voice, I didn't hear it. Chun-Mo asked with a fist. The hero did not eat before the loss. Howard wisely chose to transfer the topic. Which name is it? In the end, under the proposal of Chun-Mo, the name of the organization was officially confirmed as Shenzhen Bureau. Chun-Mo became one of the 5 founders of the Shenzhen Shield and was responsible for foreign fighting matters, and will then lead the troops to attack the Hydra. Colonel Phillips is responsible for logistics, command, and ties with the United States, and as the first director of SHIELD, manages the operation and development of the entire organization. As an elite agent, Carter will be responsible for the formation and intelligence gathering of the Intelligence. Dr. Erskine and Howard are responsible for providing technical support, including serum fortification, combat equipment, defense facilities, etc., as well as an interpretation of the captured Hydra technology. From the captured Hydra single submarine, the Hydra the level of technology is at least 30 years ahead of the world. Of course, when there is no task, Chun-Mo will join in. Dr. Erskine is very resentful about letting Chun-Mo be responsible for the battle, and he is a waste of talent. The first thing after the establishment of the shield was to strengthen Chun-Mo. The whole process of strengthening was very smooth. With the strong spirit and willpower of Chun-Mo, although the pain of strengthening was strong, it was still affordable. The original serum in the film has a strengthening effect of about 4 times. After Chun Mo's intervention, the enhanced serum has 5 times the strengthening effect on ordinary people. Chun Mo does not know that he has 4 times the body strength of ordinary people. The strengthening effect will be how? When the strengthening cabin was opened, Chun Mo, who was naked on the upper body, came out. The tall and straight figure became taller and heavier, but his muscles were bulging, but they did not look bloated and bulky. Instead, they showed a perfect streamlined shape. The whole body was slender and strong. It seems to contain the ultimate speed and explosive power. Chun Mo carefully felt the changes in the body. Serum does enhance the ability of all aspects of human beings, and even the mental power has improved. The space is expanded to a side length of 2 meters, and the volume is 8 cubes. The brain domain is developed again, and it can be done without deliberate memory. What happened before, no matter how small, Chun Mo can clearly recall. Thinking and learning ability has once again greatly improved, and now it is no exaggeration to say that he is a peerless genius. The physical quality that was already close to the limits of humanity has finally broken through. After testing, the bench press force reached 815 kilograms. The height of the in-situ jump is 4 meters, and the distance is 8 meters. The sprint jump is much more than the maximum speed of 25 meters per second. The bone strength and recovery rate are about 6 times that of ordinary people. The results of the previous Steve test were bench press 680 kilograms, jump height 3 m, distance 6 m, speed 22 m/s, ordinary people 5 times the bone strength and recovery speed, other endurance, reaction speed, anti-strike ability, etc. Chun Mo also has to go beyond Steve. At the same time, the internal organs have also been strengthened, and the strength and function of the body have been greatly improved and can withstand greater impact. The heart becomes more powerful, and the usual beating speed is very slow. When needed, it can instantly erupt a powerful power, and the blood is quickly transported to the whole body to support the huge consumption of high-intensity exercise. The liver's detoxification ability and lungs' ability to breathe have also become very powerful. After the intensification of success, Chun Mo returned to the martial arts to arrange a flight, and then took the opportunity to fly to London with Colonel, Carter, and Howard. The Colonel has received a new order, and the Strategic Science Reserve will be responsible for the elimination of the Hydra. Dr. Erkins, who has already died, stayed at the secret base in New York to continue research on intensive serum, minimizing the pain of strengthening, reducing the excessive demand for willpower, and increasing the success rate. In fact, long before the experiment, Chun Mo had hesitated to send a Hydra spy to cooperate with the performance. Dr. Erkins's understanding of the Hydra had not been thought of before, and since Chun Mo reminded him that he thought of this, the Hydra would cause their doubts if they did not. Moreover, if the Colonel's people do it, it is easy to leave flaws. Under some trade-offs, www.untilnovel.com Chun Mo decided to sacrifice several spies to let the script play as it was. On the surface, everything seems to be no different from the original story, but behind it, there have been earth-shaking changes. After arriving in London, the people of the Strategic Science Reserve team settled in the underground base prepared by the British. Carter immediately began to contact MI6 to get the latest information. The Colonel also got in touch with the Allies, and Howard plunged into the lab. When Chun Mo saw that he had nothing to do with himself, he went to the bathroom alone. Closing the door of the innermost compartment, Chun Mo looked around. The bathroom was cleaned, and in the inconspicuous corner of the wall, Chun Mo found a very light, special mark that looked like ordinary stains. Chun Mo groped for a specific way to open a very hidden secret, from which a paper roll was taken. Open the paper roll with the latest information recorded by the special code. After several years of infiltration and expansion, the information system of Hydra has already penetrated into important departments of various countries. From top to bottom, it can be said to be pervasive. Its scale is large, its organization is tight, and its strength is extremely strong. Terror. There are always Hydra people around Chun Mo who help to pass on the information and the orders issued by Chun Mo. Of course, they don't know who is opening the secret. Their duty is to pass on the information. Too many of them will only be cleaned up. So no. Moreover, places such as public toilets are not arranged in advance, and it is difficult to lock Chun Mo's identity. With Chun Mo's keen sense, the surrounding environment is always in his grasp, and any turmoil can't escape his perception. Therefore, Chun Mo is not worried about identity exposure. Chapter 24-9 Snake Base Rebel. According to intelligence, the head of state Hitler will send people to the Alpine headquarters to inspect. Chun said that Hitler had been dissatisfied with Hung Ham for a long time. He had given the Hydra to Schmidt to provide him with a new powerful weapon for the German army. But after Schmidt took over, the Hydra began to expand, but the weapon nothing was provided. This time, Chun Mo's arrangement made Hitler suspicious, and it was not surprising to send a confession to investigate. In addition, another piece of information is to let Chun Mo's eyes condense. Hydra has many bases to rebel. Before leaving Norway, Chun Mo had ordered that the European bases contract their troops and do their best to carry out scientific and technological research and development, and not to intervene in the battle between the Nazis and Allies. However, at present, several bases in Europe, in addition to the 3 bases that Chun Mo intends to keep, including the Alpine headquarters, are completely in accordance with Chun Mo's orders, and they are hiding all the way to carry out scientific and technological research and development. Other bases are still in the dark, and now it is directly in violation of Chun Mo's order. He joined Hitler's offensive action against the Allies. I can't help it anymore. After reading the information, Chun Mo could not help but sneer. In fact, the rebellion of several bases is in the expectation of Chun Mo, and it can even be said that Chun Mo deliberately indulged and contributed to it. In the process of controlling the Hydra, Chun Mo has discovered that although Hung Ham has a good control of the Hydra, most of the people in the organization regard the Hung Ham as a god, and he will not hesitate to all his orders. Strictly follow the implementation. However, some people are still loyal to Hitler, or Hitler's backhand in the Hydra. After all, the Hydra was originally handed over to Hung Ham by Hitler, but was slowly controlled by the ambitious Red Dragonfly. Out of Hitler's control, now Chun Mo has transferred all the people who are loyal to himself. Only these Hitler's death loyalty controls the base. They are naturally restless. After the Red Dragonfly disappeared for such a long time, it began to have an action. The paper that records the information is taken into the space, and a similar special paper is taken out from it, and the command is written in the code, and the dark space is put back. The paper on which the information is recorded is specially made. Once the way of opening the dark grid is wrong, the paper will spontaneously ignite spontaneously, and the ash will not leave a point. In fact, Chun Mo can also choose to use the radio. Chun Mo's space is equipped with a radio made by Hydra, but it is easy to be intercepted when used in the base. Although it can't be deciphered, it still causes unnecessary doubt, so most of the time, Chun Mo still uses this ancient but secret way to convey information. As for the inspectors sent by Hitler, Chun Mo directly ordered that all of them be killed, and the rebel base continued to monitor, and Chun Mo Perso. At this time, Dr. Zola's research on the Rubik's Cube has already produced results. The energy in the Rubik's Cube can be converted and utilized. Many of Zola's previous ideas have become reality with the support of energy. New weapons have been developed. Come out. Its power is very huge, but it takes a long time to charge and a large volume. Chun Mo has already ordered Dr. Zola to continue to research and optimize, not to equip the troops, so the rebellious Hydra troops are not equipped with energy weapons. From the temporary headquarters of London to the front line, Chun Mo will lead an elite combat squad of the Strategic Science Reserve Team to start attacks on these rebellious Hydra bases. Chun Mo will personally clean up these tumors and use this to make the Hydra completely disappear from the eyes of the world. Before leaving, Howard called Chun Mo to his lab. Due to time constraints, Howard had no time to tailor the combat equipment to Chun Mo, so Chun Mo directly picked himself from his inventory. Chun Mo is also welcome, ignoring a bunch of weapons and equipment that are currently considered high-tech and directly flipping out the shield in the movie. In Chun Mo's view, this is the most valuable thing. The silver-white metal shield was in the hand and did not look so heavy. No, that's not finished yet. Howard quickly waved his hand to stop. What kind of material is this? Chun Mo ignored and asked while looking up. This shield in the movie is very powerful, not only indestructible, but any attack can be offset by it, and it will not cause a little damage to the person behind the shield. In the double link, Steve uses it to hardly pick up the power of Quake. A shot was safe and sound, which gave him a strong interest in the material of the shield. Sound-absorbing steel, the performance is stronger than steel, and its weight is only 1/3. Howard reluctantly replied, "The most important thing is that it can invalidate the attack. The shield is round and about 70 centimeters in diameter. It can be held in front of the body to block the entire upper body. With a little bend, you can protect it with your head. You have this shield on the battlefield, survivability and fighting power will be greatly improved. Moreover, its material is extremely hard, it can be attacked and defended, and with the tremendous strength of Chun Mo, it can exert a powerful attacking power." In the movie, Steve can invincible on the battlefield and destroy all the bases of Hydra novel. This shield plays a vital role. Then why not mass production with the entire army? Chun Mo put the shield on the left arm and waved it. It was very smooth and nodded very satisfied. This kind of material is very rare on Earth. You are the only one in your hand. Howard watched Chun Mo take this beloved collection as his own, and wanted to oppose it, but did not dare to speak. He knows that once a good thing arrives in the hands of Chun Mo, it is impossible to come out again. He has no choice but to accept his life. If he knows that his eyes are so sharp, he should first hide the shield. "Is it made by you?" Chun Mo asked, looking at his unwilling, painful Howard. Hearing, Howard is a little blushing. It is Dr. Myron Mackline, a very powerful materialist. In an experiment, he inadvertently mixed gold, iron, and some unknown substance out of this shield. But after that, he can't copy the process again. After Howard finished, some regrets shook his head. Jinjin Chun Mo knows that it is a special metal contained in a meteorite falling on the Earth. It is extremely hard, but its quantity is rare and extremely precious. Dr. Myron Mackline, mentioned by Howard, has aroused Chun Mo's interest. Where is Dr. Makalele now? New York, he is trying to make this super alloy again. But Jinjin is extremely rare, limited by experimental materials, and there has been no progress. Howard and Dr. Mark Rain are very familiar, and the two often cooperate, and his situation is also know it well. Nodded, Chun Mo did not continue to ask, let Howard help the shield to black, then took the shield and left the lab in Howard's reluctant eyes. Chapter 25 Strong Combat Power. At this time in the European battlefield, the Nazis occupied an absolute advantage. Most of the entire European continent was under the control of Hitler. The Allied forces were unable to break through the Nazi defensive circle, and the appearance of the Hydra troops was greatly delayed by the Allied attack, causing great casualties. Although Chun Mo did not equip the energy weapons, they were still the mechanized troops of the Hydra. But with the heavy armor weapons such as giant tanks and armored vehicles that surpassed the current level of the Allied forces, and the elite Hydra soldiers who were determined to be steadfast and fearless, they still maintained absolute restraint against the Allies in local battles. Fortunately, the powerful Hydra forces have a limited number of units, and they control several bases on Hitler's side. Each base has fewer than 500 troops and cannot change the overall situation. However, the elite Hydra troops still have an impact on the local war situation. Every time they encounter them, the Allied forces will suffer heavy casualties. After Chun Mo led the team, the situation changed again. In the movie, Steve led the Roaring Commando team to easily eliminate the Hydra base. The biggest reliance is Steve's own powerful power. With the strong strength of Chun Mo and Super Steve, these bases that he gave up are even more fragile and can be wiped out. The first time he actually went to kill the enemy, Chun Mo felt that he was full of blood, and he enjoyed it very much during the whole battle. For the first time, he was able to completely release all the restraints and exert his full strength, and he felt that he was so hardy. Every bullet hit the shield, which made him feel the heartbeat speed, bringing inexhaustive excitement and excitement. In the fierce battle, Chun Mo's mind is constantly being tempered, and the temperament of the whole person has undergone tremendous changes. With the constant killing, Chun Mo is getting more and more murderous. His eyes are sharper and his face is more and more cold, but Chun Mo is not lost in the killing. His mind is very calm in the battle. Every time he kills one person, his heart will be more and more quiet, clear. Under the quenching of the battlefield, Chunmo's spiritual strength has once again begun to grow. It is really a hero in troubled times. Only on the battlefield can the mind be best honed and the spirit can be improved. In the age of peace, special abilities are hard to wake up. Even if Chunmo is just a chance to awaken the ability, it is difficult to have a big improvement, because only the battle between life and death is the best way to improve ability. Chunmo's longing for the battle. Chunmo will immediately lead the team to the scene after the discovery of the Hydra troops. The camps and strongholds of the Hydra will be eliminated by Chunmo. In this battle, Chunmo's actual combat experience has been accumulating, and a fighting skill has been smashed in the battle. The moves are constantly refined under the actual tempering. The fighting is more and more fierce and violent, and the lethality is amazing. However, Chunmo will not blindly fight hard. He still likes to sneak into the assassination, sneak into the damage, and then put the battle into battle after eliminating the threat. If it is not necessary, it will not directly attack the front. In fact, for him, in addition to personal preferences, it does not matter how to knock down. The frontal storm is only a little troublesome. There are shields in hand. He is not afraid of the enemy's bullets. However, although the soldiers of his special team are elite, they are still ordinary people. The attack is too easy to cause casualties. Therefore, Chunmo usually tears the enemy's defense alone and then allows the special team to support. Months of time passed quickly in the battle. Time came to October 1943, and Chunmo has been in the world for almost 2 years. In the towering jungle of trees, there is a huge, heavily guarded base. The tall, solid walls will protect the entire base, and the gates of heavy guards are the only access to the base. Suddenly, a tall and strong figure rushed out of the jungle. Chunmo was wearing an all-black combat uniform, holding a gun in one hand and holding a shield, attacking the base of the Hydra. The guns in the hands fired one after another, and the Hydra soldiers who were unprepared at the base of the base fell down one by one with gunshots, and each shot was the key to a soldier. Other Hydra soldiers also discovered the sudden appearance of Chunmo and immediately launched a fierce counterattack. Lifting the shield to block the bullet from the front, Chunmo inserted the pistol back into the holster next to the thigh, took a grenade from the waist, pulled the pull ring, and directly threw it into the Hydra soldier 100 meters away. Boom! With a violent explosion, the doorway was instantly cleared of a large open space, and the bullets fired were also slowed down. Howard's kid didn't brag, and the high-powered grenade was really big enough. Taking advantage of the gap between the firepower of the other party, Chunmo immediately put down the shield, and the speed broke out at full speed. The distance of more than 100 meters, with the speed of Chunmo limit, only took a few seconds to rush into the gate of the base. The nearby Hydra soldiers had just gathered, and Chunmo had already rushed to them. Before they fired, Chunmo's Huang held the shield and slammed into the crowd. Chunmo is like a chariot. All the Hydra soldiers in front of him are knocked out and thrown in the air. The chest is sunken, the internal organs are broken, and they have died before they land. Because in the previous battle, Chunmo especially liked to sneak into the assassination and destruction, so that the Hydra soldiers were all grassy, and the defense during the day and night was very strict. Chunmo had no choice but to give up the sneak attack and take a positive attack. However, in the face of absolute strength, strong defense will be easily torn. Taking advantage of the firepower created by the explosion, Chunmo rushed into the soldiers. Without a pistol, Chunmo's backhand reached behind and pulled out the long sword. It was the sword of Chunmo who was unexpectedly obtained in the Norwegian church. Chunmo left with a shield and waved. Flew a few people on the side of the body. The cold light flashed in his eyes. The right-hand long sword slid out. The silver-colored sword blade drawn a long arc. Directly to the number of Hydra, the soldiers even took 2 shots with their guns. Sun Cold's Jingguang dances www.mtlnovel.com spilled blood splashes in the air, reflecting Chun Moore's murderous cold face, which makes people feel chilly. The sharp sword of the king is even more indestructible under the power of Chunmo. It is like a broken bamboo, and everything that is encountered will be easily cut off. Nothing can resist Chunmo's sword. Most of the bullets fired by the Hydra soldiers were blocked by Chunmo's. Even if they were covered by fire, they could not be taken care of, and they could not bring harm to Chunmo. The bullets fell on Chunmo, and all of them were directly flew, leaving only a small hole in the clothes, revealing a silver smear below. Although the body armor technology was not developed at this time, there were still bulletproof steel plates. These special bulletproof steel plates, which were originally used in armored vehicles and helicopters, were made into a full set of bulletproof vests and worn in battle suits. The bulletproof steel plate is not light in weight, but with the strength and endurance of Chunmo, this weight does not affect his battle at all. Chunmo only needs to pay attention to shields to block the bullets and anti-aircraft guns that shoot at the head and other powerful attacks. In fact, Chunmo's reaction and agility at this time can already avoid bullets. It's just that the firepower on the battlefield is too dense, and it's too time-consuming to dodge. So when the frontal storm is over, Chunmo simply relies on shields and bulletproof armor to resist. Anyway, with the strength of the body, the impact of the bullet cannot even make him feel pain, completely unable to affect his actions. Chunmo, who is immersed in the battle, has a cold face and a long sword waving. Every time, he will bring a light and take away a few lives. In a blink of an eye, he will kill the Hydra soldiers around him, broken limbs and broken firearms. Scattered in a place, the blood of the throwing red dyed the entire land of the weak. Suddenly, Chunmo suddenly turned his head and his sharp eyes swept forward. Chapter 26 Martial Arts Crisis. Chunmo's keen perception found a dangerous signal ahead of time. I saw a tank in the distance turning the turret. I wanted to aim the muzzle at him. Chunmo saw it, and the figure suddenly started, rushing toward the tank. A sprint of speed. When a dozen meters away from the tank, Chunmo jumped high and drawn a perfect arc in the air, falling toward the tank turret. The gunner in the tank was still aiming, but suddenly found that the target had been lost in the field of vision. Steadily falling on the turret, Chunmo smashed the barrel of the tank with a sword and lifted the shield with his left hand. He hit the drop heavily and directly opened the hatch. After a high-explosive grenade blows up the tank, Chunmo once again finds the next target, jumps on an armored vehicle in a few steps, and easily kills it in the same way. Avoiding the bullets of the Hydra soldiers, Chunmo quickly solved all the most threatening weapons, and the remaining hundreds of soldiers were completely unable to pose a threat. There are not many troops in the base, and there are less than 500 people in total. They have sent most of the mechanized forces to fight outside. The defense force of the base is actually not strong. The troops fighting outside the Allied forces have long been wiped out by Chunmo. The Hydra power in this region is now only the base. After destroying the biggest threats, Chunmo sent a signal of full attack, and the elite soldiers who had been waiting for hundreds of special teams immediately rushed in. They were the same black battle suits as Chunmo, inside which is a lighter and weaker version of bulletproof armor. Although the weight of a few pounds will affect their flexibility, they don't need it after Chunmo has wiped out most of the heavy firepower. Too many dodge. This clumsy bulletproof vests actually greatly enhance their viability. The Hydra troops in the base were killed by Chunmo. The addition of this new force accelerated their demise. At this time, it can be said that the overall situation has been decided. Chunmo inserted the sword back into the scabbard behind him and pulled it out. The pistol also joined the battle again. With the addition of the special forces, the Hydra soldiers were busy dealing with the fierce attacks of hundreds of special sports players. They had already been overwhelmed. The bullets that were shot at Chunmo were not as dense as before. Chunmo did not raise the shield again. It is the use of his keen sense and Superman's reaction speed, while avoiding bullets, while shooting back, taking the opportunity to exercise their ability to react and avoid bullets. As a result, the speed of killing the enemy is naturally much slower. The bullet is not finished until Chunmo hits the bullet of the third clip. Commander, the first team leader of the special team, went forward to report the results to Chunmo. All the enemies are cleared. We have completely occupied the entire base. The Hydra base was broken, and this is already the second Hydra base destroyed by Chunmo. As the real behind-the-scenes big boss of Hydra, Chunmo did not have any discomfort for destroying his own base. After breaking down, Not to mention that these bases are all loyal to Hitler's Hydra traitor. In the original plan of Chinemo, these bases are also to be abandoned. The Second World War will end in a few years, when these unseen bases will be discovered sooner or later, and it is not as good as waste. One can completely eliminate the internal rebellion and completely control the Hydra. The second can blind the power of various countries, and the gold shells are shelled and completely concealed. The third can enhance their status and prestige in the Allies, gain complete trust, and deepen the control of S.H.I.E.L.D. Who can think that Chun Mo, who destroyed the Hydra himself, is the true master of the Hydra? New York, Brooklyn. In the evening, at the beginning of the Huadang, the table of every household was filled with rich food. The family gathered around and had dinner together in laughter and laughter. At this time, the atmosphere in the martial arts hall was a bit heavy. A few minutes ago, a rush of footsteps sounded outside the door. The door was pushed open, and a fine figure rushed in with anxious eyes. But it was just the boxer Wang Kuan who had just left, but somehow he suddenly returned to the martial arts hall. No matter how surprised he looked at his martial arts, Wang Kuan hurried to the second floor. After a while, he went downstairs again. Without saying a word, he walked straight to the door. It was only the waist he had bulged, but he told everyone that he had just gone upstairs to do something. "What are you doing with the gun?" the old butler quickly asked. A few of Huang Wei also quickly stopped in front of him. "Wang Kuan, what happened in the end? What are you doing?" Looking at his impetuous appearance, it must have happened. Chun Mo had already got a bunch of long and short guns back after the mad dog, Tony, hit the door and asked everyone in the martial arts, including the old butler, Albert, to practice the shooting. After all, although the strength of several boxers is powerful, empty-handed players can't cope with firearms, and with their skills, superior agility, and reaction www.novel.com using guns to kill is very huge. As for the old Albert, Chun Mo feels that the self-protection ability is always good. He hopes that everyone around him can at least protect his own strength. Old Albert did not contradict this. On the contrary, he practiced more seriously than the other four, because he felt that if he had practiced the shooting method, he could help him when Chun Mo needed it. However, a few people in Huang Wei, although they practiced well at Chun Mo's request, but they still value their own efforts. They usually don't bring their guns on their bodies. They are all placed in the second floor room, only the guns. It was only taken out. "I'm gone." Wang Kuan's voice shook a little, his hands clenched tightly. "I just got home, my wife and children are gone." Wang Kuan looked at the old butler and looked excited. "There is only one note left in the house. Let me go to the dock tonight to get someone." Old Albert nodded solemnly. "The young master has been away for more than half a year. It seems that someone has put their ideas on us." Among the four boxers, the other three are either not married or their loved ones have already died in the war. Only Wang Kuan's wife and son are still around. After coming to the martial arts hall, life was guaranteed. Wang Kuan rented a house nearby, and the family of three had a very moist day. Every night, his wife will prepare for dinner early, waiting for him to go back, but when he rushed home today, he found that his family was in a mess, and his wife and children disappeared. Only left a note on the table: "Let him alone to the 6th number to redeem tonight, or else waiting for the wife and children to collect the body." "What should I do now?" Han Xing, the youngest, looked at a few people and asked. Chapter 27: Bulletproof Armor. "Of course, kill these grandchildren and save people." The tempered Luo Zhun shouted angrily. "The people who dare to move our martial arts halls, I think they are alive and tired." "How to save? Just rushing over? What if they directly rip the ticket?" asked the oldest Huang Wei. "And the dock is so big. Do you know where they are hiding?" That can't just wait for it. Who knows how they will make people? Wait until the evening is late." Luo Zhun hurriedly said. "Can't you really let Wang Kuan go alone?" Wang Kuan heard that the double fists were tighter, and a pair of red-eyed tigers wanted to choose people. "I can only go alone now. Anyway, I must save them." "No." Albert stopped the way. "You are going to die? These people are obviously coming to the martial arts hall. They want to break each other." Albert stopped the excited Wang Kuan and said on his shoulder, "The dock is definitely already set up an ambush. Just wait for you to vote for the net." "What should I do?" Wang Kuan asked some of the 6 gods without a lord. In fact, he didn't know if he was going to be fierce, but his family was in the hands of the other party. Besides, he could do anything but fight hard. If the owner is just fine. Han Xin couldn't help but think of Chun Mo. He must have a solution. A few people couldn't help but see the light, and then they went down. The owner was far away in Europe. Even if they knew it, they could not be reached for a while. The atmosphere was silent for a moment. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. I seem to hear, someone just said behind me. A few people quickly turned to look at the door, only to be pushed away by Wang Kuan. In front of the door that had not had time to close, a tall and sturdy figure stood quietly. Cold face, sharp eyes, and the thick body revealed the murderous murders all gave people a huge amount of pressure, but the martial arts people felt a deep peace of mind, as if the boat drifting in the wind and rain finally had a reliance. The owner. Young master, you are finally back. Chun Mo is so excited to see people. I can't help but be a little strange. Although I have been away for half a year, I don't need to think about me like this. What happened? Chun Mo asked as he walked in, revealing Howard behind him. Howard curiously looked around at the martial arts hall and followed Chun Mo to the sofa and sat down. When I saw the heart of the heart, the hearts of several people were also down. Old Albert told Chun Mo about the situation. Then several people looked forward to Chun Mo, waiting for him to take his idea. When Chun Mo listened to Albert, he couldn't help but see the murder. The few people around him only felt that the air seemed to suddenly cool down. Although far away in Europe, Chun Mo has been in control of the situation in New York through the Hydra. During this time, Brooklyn's mafia began to feel restless. According to the information of Hydra, as early as half a month ago, Brooklyn's two mafia families had already begun to take action. There was a lesson from the last Mad Dog, Tony, and the two did not dare to act rashly. But in the back, secretly inspiring other forces and shooting at the martial arts hall is one of the reasons why he came back this time. This time the kidnapping was to test the illusion of the martial arts. And by the way, we could take the opportunity to solve a powerful force. Chun Mo's heart is somewhat self-blaming. He is very clear about the mafia's change, but he only thought that the other party would start with the martial arts. For this, he had already arranged it. He did not say that there were a few people in the martial arts hall, but he was arranged in the martial arts hall. The surrounding Hydra agents are enough to destroy any enemies who commit crimes. Of course, these are the backhands, and they will not be easily exposed unless they are forced to do so. With Albert's calmness, the skill and gunwork of the four boxers, and the weapons and equipment left by Chun Mo, it is easy to deal with most situations. It's just that Chun Mo didn't think that the other party would start with Wang Kuan's family. This is what Chun Mo ignored. He is more from his own point of view, thinking that they will directly report to the martial arts, but they did not consider these bottom layers. The gang has no bottom line. This gave Chun Mo a wake-up call. The protection of the people around him must be nuanced and not let go of any place that might be attacked. At the same time, Chun Mo was also secretly glad that, fortunately, he came back early, without causing irreparable consequences. Thinking of this, Chun Mo looked up at the old butler and asked, Eddie, if I didn't come back, what are you going to do? Old Albert heard the button on his suit and put his hands under his arm and pulled out two pistols. When it is dark, sneak into the dock and save people first. With both guns in hand, Albert's temperament changed. Then kill them all. It's really close to Zhu's red. Old Albert and Chun Mo have been waiting for a long time. Under his influence, the whole person has changed a lot. From an old Wen Qing, who is engaged in art, to an elegant gentleman. The ace of the violence www.novel.com Chin Maoan could not help but carefully examine Albert. This is the first time he saw him such a tough side. I did not expect that Eddie also has a battle. Jean. Satisfied with a nod, Chun Mo got up from the sofa. What are you waiting for? Copy, guys. A few people in Huang Wei heard the words and quickly ran upstairs to take guns. They didn't love the guns like Albert, and they didn't leave the guns. When the people arrived, under the leadership of Chun Mo, a group of people walked toward the door. Just then, a weak voice sounded. That, can you bring me? Howard, who was ignored by the whole process, looked forward and asked, My shots are not bad. Although I have been doing research, in fact, Howard is also eager to fight, but the risk on the battlefield is too great. For his own sake, he rationally gave up to the battlefield to die. But just listening to Chun Mo's old housekeeper, they seem to be saving people from the gang. This kind of small-scale battle opportunity makes Howard eager to try. He knows that Chun Mo's is powerful and he has escorted him. There is definitely no problem. Just be free to fight yourself. Originally, I wanted Howard to wait in the martial arts hall, but I looked at his eager look and nodded. Well, wait a minute. Chun Mo said that he had turned to the floor. After a while, he took a bunch of things and walked down. Dang dang. Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object falling into the ground, Chun Mo threw the things in his hand to the ground, and everyone felt that the floor was shaking sharply twice. A few people curiously got together. Howard picked up a look and looked strangely and asked Chun Mo, "Isn't this your bulletproof armor?" Chapter 28 Dive into the pier. Didn't wait for Howard to continue to ask how there would be this in the martial arts hall. Chun Mo waved a few people and urged, "Hurry up and change, let's go." Although Albert and Huang Wei were wondering when there were so many strange clothes in the martial arts hall, they took one of them and smashed them up. These are the weakened version of bulletproof armor used by the special team. Chun Mo put a few pieces in the space, which was originally intended to be brought back to them. Originally, Chun Mo was going to take it out near the pier to let Huang Hao replace them. For Chun Mo's special means, they would not ask more, but since Howard also had to go, it can only be taken out now. A few tens of kilograms of weight is nothing to the 4 people of Huang Chi, that is, old Albert, although he is already over 60 years old. But because they often follow Chun Mo and Huang Chi, they exercise, the body is strong. The problem is not big, but the other it's Howard, who lacks exercise and can't afford this weight. Can I not wear it? Too heavy, it will affect my fighting. Howard holds a suit and looks at Chun Mo with his eyes. Yes, Chun Mo said, while helping the old butler to wear bulletproof armor. Then you are waiting at home. We will be back soon. Can I wear it? Howard said with a grudge. After a while, a few people put on the bulletproof armor, a black bulletproof fiber material tights, inlaid with a piece of angular, protruding armor, will protect almost all vital parts of the body up and down. Knee. There are a number of independent splicing armor at the joints such as the shoulder and elbow, which not only ensures strict protection, but also does not affect the flexibility of the activity. The mighty and domineering armor is worn on the body, and everyone looks pretentious and very eye-catching. At this time, Chun Mo did not know where to bring a bunch of black combat uniforms to let everyone wear outside, sneak into combat, or low-key point. When all the people were dressed, Chun Mo had already changed into a black combat uniform. The M1911 pistol was inserted in the holster next to the legs. The waist was filled with a flying knife. The ready-to-read people were glanced. Chun Mo handed it to Howard. A pistol turned and walked toward the door. Set off. Pier 6. The sky has already darkened, and the workers in the dock have already gotten home from work. The entire pier is only a few dimly lit lights. Chun Mo and his 7 men were hiding in a hidden corner opposite the pier. After carefully observing the situation near the dock, with a keen sense, Chun Mo found that some people at the entrance to the dock were hiding in the dark, and they should be the gang members they were looking for. After confirming that there was only one person at the door, Chun Mo was ready to act. You are waiting here first. After Chun Mo quickly walked away from the hiding place, quietly wrapped around the side of the door from the side, and the dark whistle that Chun Mo found was behind this wall. He listened to the ear and confirmed his position. Chun Mo jumped over the wall and turned in. After a moment, Chun Mo was poked out from the door and waved at them. Several people hurriedly ran away. Pier 6 is a small dock. There is no one at this time. Chun Mo listens to the ear. The whole pier is silent, and only the warehouse area in the distance is moving. To signal a few people to keep up, Chun Mo took the lead and rushed to the warehouse area. Although the terminal is not large, but the large and small warehouses in the warehouse area are still row upon row, Chun Mo took a few people to touch the position in the perception. Along the way, 2 gangsters who looked at the wind were discovered. Chun Mo was far away from the past with a flying knife. The other party was solved without discovering it. At a corner, Chun Mo stopped. Looking at the probe carefully, an old warehouse appeared in front of Chun Mo, and several gunmen guarded at the door indicated that they had found the right place. Chun Mo quietly touched the situation before exploring the warehouse. After returning, he whispered, This warehouse is an exit. You are here to watch. When you hear the gunshot, you will shoot. All the people who have come out will be killed. Do you understand? Understand. Everyone nodded. I was about to fight as soon as I heard it. Howard was full of excitement, but still had some doubts. What about you? I am going to save people. Chun Imo said quietly before, escaped the sight of the gunman at the door, climbed the roof of the warehouse from the side, and carefully watched the tiles under his feet. Chun Imo slowly moved to the top of the roof without any sound. Slowly crouching down, Chun Imo uncovered the tiles in front of him and looked at the warehouse. On the pillar in the middle of the warehouse, a woman and a child were tied, and their mouths were blocked. They were covered with tears. It was Wang Kuen's wife and children. Although the two were scared, but they did not seem to be hurt. See Chun Mo's heart finally relieved, but fortunately nothing, or he should feel guilty. The line of sight turned www.untilnovel.com. Chun Imo looked at the gangsters in the warehouse with a murderous look. Unsurprisingly, this is indeed a trap. In addition to Wang Kuen's abducted wife and children, only 2 people are kept next to the hostages. But in the corners of the warehouse, there are more than 20 gunmen hidden in the dark. If Wang Kunzin being alone, it must be fierce. Chun Imo could not help but be a little scared. Fortunately, he came back in time, and at the same time, he once again warned himself not to despise the enemy. He must destroy the threat in the bud. If I had known that the 2 families began to feel restless and encouraged other forces to start with the martial arts, they would all kill them and let their family members experience the crisis. Fortunately, it is not too late to kill now. In the eyes of Chun Imo, Li Guang flashed, and the 2 flying knives shot the 2 people standing in the field. They were together in a piece of people who didn't know what they were talking about. They only felt a pain in the brain, and they didn't know anything. Without waiting for the bodies of the 2 to fall to the ground, Chun Imo jumped down the roof and jumped. A piece of rope that tied the mother and the child was broken. Chun Imo picked up the 2 and rushed to a corner. One of the gunmen who was hiding here flew out, and the body of the chest was slammed to the wall, fell to the ground. The mother and the child were stunned by this sudden occurrence. Until the face of Chun Imo was seen, Wang Kuen's wife reacted. The owner seems to have met the savior in desperation, and the woman's voice is full of surprises. Well, take your child here and stay. When Chun Imo finished, he went out from the corner again. At this time, the other gunmen had just reacted. They rushed out from the hiding place and saw Chun Imo, who suddenly appeared. He pointed the gun at him. "Kid, who are you?" asked a sly man who seemed to be the leader. Chapter 29 Blood Wash Brooklyn. Facing the other side's questioning, Chun Imo smiled coldly and slowly pulled out the pistol inserted in the holster on both sides of the thigh. "The person who tied my martial arts even asked me who I am?" The lead man first had a puzzle, then reacted, and his face was astonished. "It's you. You. How come you?" Chun Mo's deeds have also been heard. The reason why they dared to start with the martial arts hall, apart from the secret encouragement of the 2 major families, is that Chun Mo's participation in the army is far away in Europe, and it is impossible to return in a short time. It also left Chun Mo's threat behind, and the Tao was rumored that Chun Mo's great wealth from China was hidden in the martial arts hall. Many forces have been eyeing here, but Chun Wei's Yue is still in the martial arts. The strength of the 4 King Kong is not to be underestimated, so most people are still waiting to see. When he learned that the family of one of the 4 boxers lived near the martial arts hall, he thought of this wonderful idea. He first used his family to lead out a setup, and he did not believe that more than 20 guns could not kill a master. After that, the martial arts hall will definitely be chaotic, and the opportunity will come when the time comes. But whoever thought they were the most taboo, and Chun Imo, who was afraid to do it, suddenly appeared in front of him. The leading man only felt the back of his back as cold, as if he had smelled the breath of death. How did the mad dog Tony? He is very clear. Do you have to follow his footsteps? He still doesn't want to die? The desire to survive makes him temporarily suppress the fear in his heart. If you are even more powerful, can you not be afraid of bullets? Thinking of this, the man's face couldn't help but flash a glimpse of it. "Give me a shot." A group of men quickly shot more than 20 bullets from different angles toward Chun Imo. Seeing that Chun Imo is going to die in his own hands, the leading man's mouth can't help but reveal a smile. Killing everyone's fear of Chun Imo, His position on the Tao will definitely rise, when Brooklyn will have 3 big families. He was thinking about his dreams, but suddenly found Chun Mo's figure flashing and disappeared instantly in the same place. The bullets all shot in the air, and even his clothes were not touched. How can it be? People can avoid bullets, which he can't imagine anyway. A group of people began to panic. What kind of enemy is this? The bullets cannot hit. Without giving them the opportunity to continue their horror, Chun Mo jumped away from the bullets, shot in both hands, and began to fight back. Since the other 20 people were distributed throughout the warehouse, Chun Mo could not kill all of them at one time, and he could only shoot while shooting. The first shot Chun Mo was aimed at the leading man, who made him most conspicuous. A bullet directly blasted his eye, shot into the brain, and broke through a big hole in the back of the brain. Red and white mixed brain, and the blood donation splashed the younger brother next to him. The battle had just begun, and the boss of his own side was killed by the headshot. A group of gunmen stunned and immediately began to shoot at Chun Mo's position. Chun Mo, while avoiding the bullets, named the gunmen who stood in the wild and fired. Seeing that the brothers around me fell down one by one, the enemy was unscathed under the suppression of their firepower. When the man was killed by Chun Mo, the remaining gunmen finally collapsed, and they couldn't beat it. The gunmen who completely collapsed completely gave up the attack and swarmed to the warehouse door. Chun Mo's gunshots continued to sound behind him. They only hoped that they could run faster and let the brothers behind them give themselves back. The gunmen who were originally scattered in all corners flocked to the gate. Chun Mo was more convenient. You don't have to avoid it. Just aim at the shooting. When 10 people rushed to the door, there was only one left. The fastest lucky man who ran away desperately rushed out of the warehouse door, but found several cold bodies lying on the ground at the door. The guarded brothers did not know when they had been killed. He looked up with cold sweat and saw that 6 people wearing black combat uniforms like Chun Mo were waiting for him. He was armed with a gun. Hey, hey, hey! A burst of gunfire rang, and there was another dead body on the ground. A few people suddenly attacked when the gunshots sounded in the warehouse. They shot and killed all the guards at the door. Then they listened to Chun Mo's instructions and stayed here. Who knows that the fierce gunshots sounded for a long time before they ran. Come out like this one. With the fall of this last person, the gunshots stopped completely. After a while, Chun Mo led the mother and son out. Not to mention the family and the comfort of Wang Kuan, Howard got in front of Chun Mo and asked, "Is this finished?" Otherwise, White gave Howard a look. Chun Mo did not say good. "Why don't you leave a few more for us? I fired 2 shots. Howard is ready to do a big job. www.mtlnovel.com. The result is only 2 shots at the door, and the battle is over. You will be content. This one is what I deliberately left for you." Looking at Howard's desire for dissatisfaction, Chun Mo seriously doubted whether he was a murderer. "Would you like to leave more for you in a while? How much do you want, 10 or 20? Howard heard a glimpse. For a while. Are we not saving people? The kidnappers have all been killed by you. And where are the 10-20? Chun Mo's eyes flashed coldly. These are just a bunch of idiots that have been used as guns. The real behind the scenes of this matter are the 2 mafia families. Tonight, I want to wash Brooklyn. Howard heard that not only was there no fear, but it was a look of excitement. Good. These should have been cleaned up long ago, but the government has been conniving. Let us use the shield to solve these harmful tumors. Kill them all tonight. Chun Mo's eyes looked at the excited Howard in a weird look. He can now be sure that under the appearance of Howard Sven, there is a cynical, radical, and militant heart. However, when he thought of Howard's other identity, Chun Mo was relieved. Don't forget that Howard is the largest arms dealer in the United States. His laboratory is full of all kinds of new weapons. He is a war. For the time being, just in peacetime, everyone was blinded by the appearance of his Sven and the identity of the inventor. How did I not find that your kid is so good? Chun Mo looked at Howard with a sigh of relief. Would you like to let you go first? I am also a young man, Howard said with great enthusiasm, and then a tone of voice. Again, this is not there for you? Huh. Chapter 30 Attack the Mafia Headquarters. You are the commander of our Aegis special team, the invincible super warrior. The Hydra is not your opponent, a few mafia organizations in the district. It is not handy for you. Howard touted Chun Mo, and finally said his true purpose. I am a scientist, Just bet on the back. Howard is very careful about his own life. There is Chun Mo, a powerful warrior, followed by playing the wind. He is very willing to have fun. Really let him rush to the front to fight. He still has self-knowledge. Chun Maoan nodded and added another sentence in his heart. A militant who is afraid of death. Didn't take care of Howard again. Chun Mo looked at Wang Kuen's comfort and said to him, Wang Kuen, you first send your wife and children back to the martial arts, and then let them move over and live. Yes, thank you, the owner. Wang Kuen was very happy to hear. After this incident, he dared not let his wife and children stay alone. I was thinking about what to do. Chun Mo's words completely solved his problem. Worried about it. Before I was too late to think about it. Let them move in, and there would be no such thing as today. Chun Mo said. The owner, don't say this. You are good enough for us. Wang Kuen said quickly. Chun Mo waved his hand. Well, you should go back to the martial arts first. The owner of the museum? Wang Kuen wondered. Let's go to Green Street. Green Street is one of the two mafia families, the site of the Lucian family. Tonight, I want to completely remove these threats. Wang Kuen heard the words and understood that Chun Mo was going to completely annihilate the two families. Some hesitant to look at his wife and children, Wang Kuen immediately made up his mind, turned his head, and said firmly to Chun Mo, The owner, I will go. Looking at Wang Kuen's firm eyes, Chun Mo nodded with satisfaction. Good. Then you will send them back first, and we will meet at Green Street later. Reassured, the martial arts hall is very safe. No one can hurt them. Chun Mo patted Wang Kuen's shoulder and silenced his voice. Around the martial arts hall, Chun Mo arranged for the elite Hydra agents to secretly guard. The general gangster forces could not break through their defenses, which was enough to ensure the safety of the people in the martial arts. Wang Kuen had a long-term understanding of his own master of the museum, and he had a kind of blind trust in Chun Mo. Seeing that he said so, he knew that Chun Mo must have any arrangement, and he completely let go of his heart and nodded with a heavy weight. The family first returned to the martial arts hall. Half an hour later, the group met at the intersection of Green Street. This time there was no threat of hostages. There was no need to worry about it. To deal with a small mafia family, Chun Mo decided to attack directly. Seeing that everyone was ready, Chun Mo nodded and took the lead to the door of the Lucian family headquarters. The crowd followed closely and strode forward, clenching the firearms in their hands one by one, and the eyes were murderous. The headquarters of the Lucian family is a large-scale luxury house. Inside the iron fence gate, the two guards discovered the impetuous and striding Chun Mo and his entourage through the dimly lit street lamps. The two just got ready to swear and scream, and they saw the tall figure walking in the front. They took two pistols at the very fast speed and pointed them at them. They didn't wait for them to react more, only to see the opposite muzzle instantly lit up to the road was ignited, and the two guards only felt that they were black in front of them, and they completely lost their consciousness. Chun Mo casually shot two guards at the door, and then walked to the front door, lifted his right leg, and slammed his foot on the iron gate. Dang dang! A violent, thunderous impact sounded. The whistling leg shadows carried thousands of powerful forces, and the sturdy iron gates flew directly into the yard. Chun Mo looked coldly into the headquarters of the Lucian family, and several people behind him praised Chun Mo's horror and force, and quickly followed. At this time, the people in the headquarters had been alarmed by Chun Mo's gunshots. Several guards who had just rushed in the yard looked silly at the two iron gates that fell on the grass, and could not help but swallow. When they looked up again, they were greeted with a gun pointing straight at them. Hey, hey, hey! A burst of gunfire rang, and several guards in the yard were instantly wiped out. After sweeping the empty courtyard, Chun Mo took a few people and walked straight into the open door on the first floor. The headquarters of the Lucian family is very luxurious. The ancient solemn oil paintings, the gorgeous European solid wood furniture, the smooth marble paved hall floor, the towering 8 tall Roman stone pillars, the huge exquisite crystal chandelier will be the first floor lobby shining, is like a white, magnificent. 2 gorgeous curved staircases sloping down from the 2 sides of the second floor, forming a large ornate staircase directly opposite the main entrance, extending to the floor of the hall, and the bright marble is illuminated by the chandeliers of the crystal chandelier. www.novel.com reflects the brilliance of Wei Li. At this time, several mafia members in the hall heard that the gunshots outside were just going out to sea, and the people who suddenly broke into Chun Mo immediately shot and wanted to shoot, but they had not waited for them to pull the trigger, reacting to them. A few people who are quicker, Chun Mo has already taken the first step to fire. Several people are suddenly shot in the body and can't afford to fall. Emptying the enemies in the hall at a very fast speed, Chun Mo did not rush to the upstairs, but let Howard find the cover on the spot and prepare to fight. Chun Mo was able to hear a burst of footsteps sounding above the stairs. Apparently more people were alarmed by gunshots and were coming to the lobby. According to Chun Mo's intelligence, there are more than 50 people in the headquarters of the Lucian family. In addition to a large number of pistols and a large number of shotguns and Thompson submachine guns, there are no heavy threats to Chun Mo weapons. The bulletproof armor of Howard's several people can easily resist the attack of these weapons. As long as they are not hit by the bullets, they will not be hurt. Several people each found a good cover, raised the muzzle and pointed it over the stairs. Howard followed closely behind Chun Mo. He knew that only Chun Mo was the safest. Thinking about Howard's care, Chun Mo's helplessness gave him a glance, and he ignored his fear of death. Not long after, a group of gun-bearing mafia ran down the stairs. Open fire. Chun Mo snorted. Several people who had already pointed at the guns pulled the trigger together. Hey, 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 hey. The mafia who had just rushed down were caught off guard. Several people were directly headshot, and the body that was still running was rolling down the stairs. Chapter 31 Hall Battle. The first batch of mafia rushed down, unprepared, had a hard bullet in front, and just lay down several times as soon as they saw it. The rest of the people quickly leaned over and hid behind the handrails of the stairs, and the gorgeous marble railings blocked some of them. However, from time to time, some people were hit by bullets that were injected between the gaps. The mafia were completely suppressed there, and they could not lift their heads for a moment and could not fight back. But soon, wave after wave of the mafia ran down from the second floor and attacked Chun Mo by the stairs. Although Howard's several people continue to kill the enemy who is heading, there are more and more gunmen gathered on the stairs. Several people hide behind the cover and start a fierce battle with the opposite mafia. Sue is the rise of the fight. Howard, who is afraid of death, has actually moved out from Chun Mo's body, standing on the field and shooting continuously on the stairs, his eyes flashing with excitement. Everyone was hiding behind the bunker, and Howard, who suddenly popped out, caught the attention of several mafia. A strong man with a double-barreled shotgun saw his movement and pointed his finger at Howard. Hey! A burst of fire in the muzzle. Dozens of lead shots filled in the 20th shotgun bomb spread into a small piece, just hit Howard's chest and abdomen. The huge impact force directly flew him go out. Howard, who fell to the ground, screamed and licked his mouth. The moment he was hit by a shot, it felt like he was hit with more than a dozen punches at the same time, which caused the bones to hurt. Not too late to sigh the strong defense of bulletproof armor, Howard tumbling several times, hiding behind a pile of sofas. Strong solid wood is enough to withstand the attack of these small caliber bullets. The strong man who hit Howard just squinted his eyes and looked at Howard, who had nothing to do with him. He wondered if he had just filled in the rubber bullets and waited for him to attack again. A bullet shot from the corner would penetrate his head. More and more gunmen rushed down on the second floor, and everyone in the martial arts hall was gradually suppressed. They could only hide behind the bunkers such as corners and pillars and slam their heads to recover from the weak fire. In fact, with the strength of Chun Mo, one can quickly kill all these gunmen, but he rarely hides in the corner of the hall. Most of Chun Mo's attention is on several people in Albert. When they poke out from the bunker and expose them to the firepower opposite, Chun Mo will pay close attention to the others' muzzle pointing when their heads are when aiming. Chun Mo's bullets will take the first step and kill the threatening gunman directly. As for Howard's shot, as long as it is not the attacking head, the non-fatal attack, Chun Mo does not care. He is not in a hurry to end the battle. It is rare for the martial arts people to have the opportunity to participate in actual combat. It is just that this opportunity can be used to exercise them. The real battle is the fastest way to grow. Chun Mo's secret of care, although several people were pressed against the opposite side. But there is no danger to life, and occasionally there are bullets on the body. Just feel like being beaten by a person, the place where the bullets are unscathed. And their shooting methods are not weak. Although they are suppressed by the oppositely contained bullets, the firepower of the attack has weakened a lot, but they are still killing the enemies upstairs. With the fierce gun battle, the large and magnificent stairs on the top, the body of the mafia member who was shot dead was gradually lying. There are fewer and fewer people rushing downstairs, and more people are being killed. The mafia gunmen face these enemies, although not many people, but they are powerful, even though they still occupy the number of people. The advantage, the momentum, is gradually weakened. In such a fierce gun battle, one side suffered heavy casualties, but the other party did not have any casualties. I felt that the companions around me were slowly decreasing, and the rest of the people could not help but feel fear, and the firepower was weakened. Huang Wei hid behind a large marble column and quickly replaced the magazine. Just a fierce battle. With his keen reaction and precise shooting, he killed at least 5 enemies. After replacing the clip, Huang Hao was keenly aware that the bullets on the marble column behind him were obviously sparse. There was no chance to waste it. The scorpion immediately came out, and the 2 guns aimed at the enemy on the opposite stairs and quickly pulled the trigger. The first bullet hit the marble handrail of the stairs, and the smooth and gorgeous marble cracked into a gap. The second bullet that followed immediately passed through the gap between the handrails and shot into the chest of a mafia hiding behind. 2 shots killed an enemy, and Huang Hao immediately flicked and once again hid behind the marble column. A dense bullet also followed, and the stone fragments hit by the stone column. Han Qing, Wang Kuan, and Luo Zhen were not idle. They also seized the opportunity of weakening the other side's firepower. They fired an enemy and killed each other. However, the performance of the old Albert is somewhat eye-catching. He originally hid in the corner of the wall on the side of the hall, leaning against the wall, holding a pistol in his hands and holding it on his ear. The calm face is a bit cold and murderous. Novel.com. With the weakening of the fire, he turned directly and flashed out, and his hands stretched out as the body turned. At the same time, under the impetus of the explosive gunpowder, the 2 bullets rushed out of the gun and rushed to the stairs at high speed. On the stairs, 2 mafia were standing in front of the armrests, carrying 2 Thompson submachine guns and pouring a bullet down in a twilight. Hey! 2 bullets sounded into the sound of the meat, and each of them had a splash on their chests, and they snorted and fell to the ground. Albert's hands with his gun kept swinging, constantly aiming and shooting, while his feet kept moving, quickly moving to the marble column on one side. Albert can be said to be the best of all the guns except Chenemo. With the 2 guns open, the opposite mafia fell one after another, and the opponent's counterattack hit him, but only made his figure slightly a stagnation. When he hid behind the stone pillar again, the bullet in the gun just shot. The sturdy figure and calmness make Chun Mo, who always pays attention to the battlefield, nod his head, and can't help but think of the old agent of Harry, who is a superb and elegant gentleman in Ace Special Agent. As for the warlike but fearful of death, Howard, hiding behind a pile of heavy solid wood sofas, shot through the gap. The place he chose was more smashing. The gunman on the opposite side of the stairs was difficult to aim him. He has been hiding there. The face is excited and constantly shooting. The enemy killed is not less than the old Albert. A mafia gunman on the stairs noticed Howard, who was hiding behind the sofa, and sneaked his gun at him. Howard, who thought he was hiding well, was unaware of this and was still shooting with the gun. Chapter 32, Fighting Madman Howard. The sight of the pistol firmly locked the head of Howard's exposed in the gap of the sofa. The finger rested on the trigger, and a sullen smile appeared on the gunman's face. He was confident that he could shoot with his own gun. Howard was killed on the spot through the obstacles. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a bullet suddenly shot from a corner of the downstairs hall, directly from his eyes, and brought a large splash of brain and blood in his back. There are not many people left in the mafia side. In this wave of attacks, several people have fallen. The number of people is getting smaller and smaller, and the firepower is completely neglected. When everyone in the martial arts hall saw it, it was simply a counterattack. They all stood out from the hiding place and directly used the intensive and precise firepower to lift the opposite mafia. The situation was completely reversed. The next step was the one-sided slaughter. After a series of gunshots, the mafia on the stairs were all killed. Dozens of bodies packed the stairs up and down. The red blood flowed down the steps and was smooth in the hall. The marble floor merges into a piece, like a bright red carpet. After killing all the enemies, everyone could not help but be loose, and a strong sense of exhaustion rushed up, one by one, sitting directly against the stone pillars and walls. Just a high-intensity, fierce battle. A few people's spirit is highly concentrated, coupled with the tens of kilograms of bulletproof armor. Continuous combat. Several people are too tired, almost collapse. Chunemo looked at a few people sitting on the ground and was quite satisfied with their performance, but they just slapped the enemy in front of them, which was fatal in the battle. "Give me up," Chunemo screamed. "The battle is not over yet. If there is another wave of enemies at this time, how many of you are going to be killed?" A few people were shocked and heard that they quickly stood up and secretly blamed themselves for just relaxing their vigilance. Chunemo sighed in the heart. In the end, is still a group of novices who have not been on the battlefield, seriously lacking practical experience. It seems that they must practice and practice them tonight. There are not many people left up. Are you resting here, or are you going with me? Chunemo looked at the exhausted few people, seemingly casually asked. "We can do it." Huang Wei, 4 people screamed. Although the physical exertion is very large, but the light in their eyes is a bit brighter than before. The momentum is more powerful and aggressive, full of aggressiveness. Old Albert wiped the sweat on his forehead, pulled out the pistol again, and looked at Chunemo with a strong look. Slowly nodded to the old housekeeper. Chunemo looked at Howard again. This kid still didn't know that he had just turned around in front of the ghost gate. It was still a look of excitement, although he was also tired of red face. The back is soaked with sweat. Seeing Chunemo looking at him, he said with excitement, "Look at what I am doing. I haven't played enough yet. It's really exciting. Go. I can fight another 100 games." He said that he took out his pistol, and his face was high-spirited. It is not too late to kill them. Chunemo feels that Howard is a little too excited. Before he was timid and afraid to die very much. The result was really hard to fight, and he had the potential of fighting Madman. After murder, there was no adverse reaction. As a person practicing martial arts, Huang Wei and Wang Kuan have had several lives in the chaotic world. Old Albert has experienced too much experience. He has already been obsessed with life and death, and his psychological quality is super strong. And Howard, the scientist who is in the laboratory, even after killing himself, facing the corpse of a place does not change color. Chunemo can only explain that this kid is a natural war madman. Seeing that several people are willing to continue fighting, Chunemo nodded with satisfaction and walked upstairs with a few people. The stairs were covered with the mafia bodies that they had killed. The blood that flowed out dyed the steps, and the whole stairs became slippery. Carefully stepped over the corpse on the steps and stepped up to the second floor. At this time, the second floor looked very quiet. I didn't see a figure. Chunmoing listened for a while and then walked upstairs with a few people. In a luxurious office on the 3rd floor, the leader of the Lucian family, who mastered the majority of Brooklyn's underground forces, was wearing a sleek suit sitting behind a large solid wood desk with white hair combed neatly into the brain. After that, a large Cuban cigar was held in his hand, but he did not ignite. The fierce gunfire downstairs continued for a while, but there was no sign of stopping. Frood couldn't help but feel uneasy. Who will score the headquarters of their Lucian family at this time? Who is capable of fighting with his dozens of elite gunners without falling into the wind? Fry family. Impossible. Brooklyn's 2 great families are quite powerful, and they are rushing into each other's headquarters. www.novel.com. The result will only be both losers and be cheapened by other forces. Government people? It's also impossible. The family spends a lot of money each year to get up and down. Those who are in power have been fed by them. It's impossible to have a message, and if the government really wants to do it, the people who can't stop it can't stop it. Rolling of national violence machines. Reminiscent of their movements during this time, a mysterious and powerful figure emerged in his mind. Is it him? Yes, it must be that he is back. Directly into the other party's headquarters late at night. This is exactly the same as when he last killed the mad dog, Tony, but last time he sneaked into the assassination alone. This time, he was carrying a helper with a heart attack. As far as he knows, in the martial arts hall several boxers are not weak. The more I thought about it, the more likely it was that Frood couldn't help but have a layer of fine sweat. How did he suddenly come back? How did he know our secret actions? Although they have been encouraging some small forces to work on the martial arts, they are good at collecting profits. But the whole process is very secretive. Afterwards, they are ready to kill all the forces, killing people, even if Chun Mo comes back later. I can't find them on my head. They thought that Chun Mo would not know their little movements. Indeed, if Chun Mo is really just a powerful individual, he may be left in the dark and come back to see that the martial arts hall was destroyed and revenge could not be found on their heads. However, it is a good calculation. It is a pity that the Hydra Intelligence Department under Chun Mo's grasp of their every move is very clear. Chun Mo also once again realized the benefits of the power. Personal strength is no longer strong and cannot be all-inclusive. There will always be places that cannot be considered, and the power brought by powerful forces will undoubtedly make up for this. Chapter 33 Yuxiong Road. The only thing that is missing is that no one thinks that the small forces secretly encouraged by the two families will suddenly start with Wang Kuen's family. In fact, they are also temporary. When the Hydra received the news, Chun Mo was on the plane and could not be contacted. After getting off the plane, he took Howard straight to the martial arts hall, and the intelligence personnel did not report it for the time being. The task received by the Hydra agents arranged around the martial arts hall is also to secretly protect the martial arts hall and eliminate the enemies of the accomplice. Without the orders of Chun Mo, they will not act rashly. All this can only be said to be a coincidence. If Chun Mo is in Europe, he can immediately receive intelligence and direct the Hydra agents to rescue the hostages and eliminate hidden dangers. Fortunately, Chun Mo came back in time and personally brought the team to the door to kill the door. After all, the Hydra agents could not use it, or they did not move, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. The gunshots downstairs finally stopped, but after a long time, but no one came in to pay back. Frood's bad feelings could not help but grow stronger. Reaching out and picking up the cigar cutter on the table, Frood's hand trembled slightly, and it took a while to cut the cigar. Just as he picked up the match and prepared it, a footstep sounded in the hallway, slowly approaching. Frood shook his heart and looked up at the door with a complicated look. The footsteps were outside the door, and the door of the office was pushed open. 7 figures wearing the same black combat uniform strode in. Really you? Seeing Chun Mo's moment, Frood's face changed. The cigar in his hand fell on the table, and the whole person sat in the boss's chair, and his face was gray. He knows that his family is finished, and he is finished. Chun Mo looked at the man sitting behind the luxury desk, slowly raised the gun in his hand. He did not like nonsense. At this moment, there is no need to say more. Frood closed his eyes in desperation, and there was a deep remorse in his heart. He knew the terrible strength of Chun Mo and why he had to be clever about the martial arts. Unfortunately, everything is late. Although there was a pistol hidden under the table, Frood, who had a deep understanding of Chun Mo's strength, knew very well that the other party would not give him a chance to hit the gun. Chun Mo looked coldly at the gun point to his forehead, looking at the dead end of the eyes. Chun Mo did not have any pity. The road was chosen by himself. Since he chose a wrong way, then go all the way. Let's go? Boom. That night, the headquarters of the 2 major mafia families in Brooklyn were swept by Chun Mo and his entourage. The core members of the 2 families were almost completely destroyed. The underground forces in Brooklyn were greatly shaken, and the entire underground pattern will face a reshuffle. At this time, the martial arts hall, Howard had a cigar on his mouth and excitedly followed Chun Mo's body and walked in. It's so exciting tonight. Haha, we are rich. While talking, I looked at the hands of a few people in Huang. Huang Wei and Han Xing are carrying a heavy suitcase and moving upstairs to the martial arts hall. The treasury of the 2 families was all packaged and moved back. The 2 controlled the entire underground force of Brooklyn for decades, and the accumulated wealth was completely astronomical. No, I am rich. Chun Mo's voice passed coldly from the sofa. Howard heard the words and ran to the sofa and sat down. He said with a look, "Don't be like this. I am also working tonight." Chun Mo nodded. and Howard's face immediately showed a touch of joy. Yes, you have the most shots and the strongest ability to attract firepower. More than half of the people I killed are aiming at your head. Howard heard a glimpse of his face and knew that he was really a little too excited tonight. If Chin-mo did not take it, he would not know how many times he was killed. Seeing that he was sitting on the sofa and not talking, Chin-mo whispered and asked, "You are short of money?" To know that Howard is the largest arms supplier in the United States, the Stark Group has a market capitalization of hundreds of millions of dollars. Although the wealth obtained from the two families is enough to be worth half a company, it does not make him so rude. The research on anti-gravity technology is too expensive, and the company's liquidity has already been spent by me. Howard looked up and looked at Chun-mo with a look of resentment. I am much poorer than you. After all, Howard is not a pure businessman. His interest is more in the research and development of new technologies. He is able to work hard in the laboratory for a few days without considering sleep. He will not consider the issue of money. These studies are the most expensive, and it is estimated that this time they will be confiscated, playing big, and the company will be screwed up. I know that your kid still has a lot of money, or else this mafia will stare at you. The doctor can tell me that his current experimental expenses are all out. You can say, really help or don't help. Howard said that he would lift the cigar from Fruit www.intelnovel.com, take a sip, and slowly spit it out. If you don't help, I can only sell shares. A group of troubled shareholders are lingering in my ears all day long. Imagine that picture. Howard's face was unwilling, and then looked at Chun-mo with all his eyes. Howard is a technology madman. The formation of the Stark Group is only to transform his experimental results, making money for him to continue research. All the shares of the entire group are in his own hands, so he can be willing to put the company's liquidity almost all spent, getting to the point of having to sell shares. Chun-mo suspected that the shareholders of the Stark Group were all like this. In Iron Man 1, Tony would be used by Opadilla to take advantage of the board of directors. It was entirely thanks to his father and gave him early digging. Under the pit. Looking at Howard, who knows nothing about his son's entanglement, Chun-mo leaned on the sofa. Then you still sell shares. The disappointment of Howard's face just emerged, and Chun-mo continued. I want 50%. Howard heard that his eyes were bright. He had intended to save money from Chun-mo, and he had a turnaround. But this is not a long-term solution. It is estimated that selling shares is a matter of time, compared to those investors who only have income in their eyes. The sale of the shares to Chun-mo is completely acceptable, even a good thing. He and Chun-mo did not study black technology together. With his understanding of Chun-mo, money was not in his eyes. His participation would not only affect the operation of the company, but also let him add a local gold. The Lord and other like-minded research partners. He does not believe that research will be carried out at a critical time. If the money is not enough, Chun-mo will not go out. Chapter 34 Entering the Stark Group. Good. This is what you said. The company now has a market value of more than $100 million. You can give me $50 million. Howard nodded his face with a smile and wanted to hold Chun-mo with a bite. This is rich, and the research on anti-gravity technology can continue. Chun-mo said with a light face. Yes, let Edie talk to you. Look at Chun-mo's fascinating look, as if he had just said that it was not a tens of millions of dollars in stock purchases, but in ordinary street shopping. Howard was curious about Chun-mo's financial resources, and the thief whispered in front of him and asked, to tell the truth, how much do you still have? Do you want to sell the company to you? Well, you send someone to talk to Eddie. Chun-mo said indifferently. As the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Hydra, money is just a figure for him. When the identity was first created, in order to be realistic, Chun-mo prepared dozens of boxes of gold and jewelry and took the all homes with great fanfare. He took a boat to the United States to take refuge. In the eyes of the U.S. government, he is an invisible big rich. Chun-mo himself is not very clear about his bank account. His finances have always been managed by the old butler Albert. Even if it is not enough, there are dozens of boxes of gold bars and jewelry in the upstairs vault. It's more than enough to buy Howard's company. If Howard really dare to sell, he doesn't mind buying it all. Don't. I just said that the company is going to leave it to my son in the future. Seeing Chun-mo refused, He couldn't find Chun Mo's bottom and almost lost his family business. Howard simply shameless. Direct remorse. Your wife is not there. Where is the son? Chun Mabai gave him a look and expressed disdain for his poor excuses. There will be. There will be. If you are the godfather of my son, your half-share will be a meeting for your future godson. Howard found that after shameless, the whole person was much easier, simply decided not to face to the end. Howard. Chinemo looked at him seriously. How come I didn't find you so shameless? Howard was stunned and turned a blind eye. Just looking at Chinmo's serious thoughts, he thought he had to make an important decision. He was happy for a long time. My son's godfather, I am now. As for the face-to-face ceremony, I will naturally prepare a best gift for him. I can't take the shot of your broken company. You still work for me honestly. Howard heard the doubts and looked at Chinemo. I changed my mind. Chinemo said solemnly. You can't repent, let's just say it. 50 million, 50% of the shares. Now the European battlefield is so fierce, the military's arms orders can't be finished, this time by the company's shares. You just have to wait for a fortune. Howard thought that Chinemo was sullen by his face, and he intended to go back and quickly advised. You also like to say remorse? Chinemo looked at him with a sneak peek. Howard did not care about it, as if the person who had just turned back was not him. I can make money, but not 50 million. Don't be so stingy, I will make a joke with you. If you meet me, you can just send them. Your sword, shield, anything. See, Howard's death is not changed, still in the mouth of flowers. Chin-Mo eyes a glimpse, a murderous gaze shot. Howard was a spurt, and quickly closed his mouth, pretending that nothing had happened. He was too familiar with this gaze. Before each smash, Chinemo would look at him with this kind of look. If he was not doing anything, continue. To die, wait for it to be a fat meal. Seeing Howard finally got honest, Chinemo regained his gaze and continued. I decided to buy a 60% stake in your Stark Industries group. Can you sell it? 60%? Then I didn't work for you? Don't do it. Don't do it. Howard shook his head again and again. Although he didn't care about the company, he was founded by his own name. He is really planning to leave it to his son in the future. 52% are still on average. If Chun-Mo accounts for 60%, then I am not lower than him. Absolutely not. Don't pull it down. Chun-Mo said indifferently. How many shares did not matter. He will not stay in this world. That is, by the way, Howard is busy, but just by his shameless look, it is not good to treat him. That, we can discuss it again. Seeing Chun-Mo directly picking up the pick, Howard is soft at once. He is really short of money. If Chun-Mo does not buy shares, he can only sell it to Wall Street. Profiteers. No need to discuss, sell not to sell, a word. Chun-Mo looked at Howard's face tangled and uncomfortable, and his heart finally settled. Seeing Chun-Mo's attitude is determined www.untilnovel.com Howard's heart is thinking, and on the other hand, he is a sinister businessman. On the other hand, he is the same as Chun, who loves black technology like money. He weighs the pros and cons. He finally bites. Grit your teeth. 60 is 60. But the company's name can't be changed. Howard's affectionate toy was taken away by the frustration of life, and Chun-Mo's mood was great. Yes, then what should you call me now? Chun-Mo nodded and looked at Howard with a look of play. Howard heard the words of Chun-Mo, squeezing a word from his teeth. Old. Bored. In my heart, I am constantly thinking about bandits. Robbers. The bully of the raging fire. Howard also secretly blamed himself. I just promised how good it was, 50 million to get it. All the problems have been solved. Now it is good. And there is a boss who is inexplicably out of the head. That is the company I founded. I was a boss just now, and now I am someone else. Howard's heart is bleeding. Chun-Mo nodded with satisfaction and looked at Howard's training. He gave him a sweet date. I don't intervene in the company's business. You can also take your research every year. Howard heard the words. And, if you really can have a son, although you can't take a break from the broken company, you can barely make do with it as a teacher who gives me the future. The boss is wise. Howard heard the words instantly change his face, and his face was respected and flattered. People doubted whether the person who had just wanted to eat Chun-Mo was not him. You can rest assured that I will give you a son, Howard promised. Get out of the way. Chun-Mo pulled out directly and kicked Howard to the ground. Chapter 35 Brooklyn Family Meeting. A few people moved a few times back and forth, and finally they moved the money box upstairs. Young master, I have a preliminary check, about 40 million US dollars. Old Albert did not care about rest after returning. First led Wang Kuan. They moved the spoils upstairs, and by the way, roughly counted a bit. Although he has been exercising for a long time, his body is tough, but after he is old, he still can't afford it. Tossing this night, his face is very unsightly. Eddie, you are very tired tonight. Go to rest first. These things will be said tomorrow. Looking at the old butler, tired, Chun Mo cares. The two families controlled the entire casinos, brothels, and wineries in Brooklyn. During the period when the prohibition was imposed, the profits from selling private liquor were an astronomical figure. The $40 million in assets did not make Chun Mo unexpected. It was Howard's eyes that glowed. He didn't expect it to be Brooklyn's two mafia families, but he could have such a huge amount of assets. The old butler is indeed tired and not too light, and they greeted them, and then went back to the room to rest. Looking at Howard, who was shocked by the wealth of the two families, Chun Mo could not help but sigh. And he and the mafia were really guilty. When he first came to the world, he was robbed by the gangsters, and he won the first bucket of gold in the world. Later, the road fee for implementing the first step plan was also contributed by the mafia, and finally successfully completed the plan and took control. The Hydra. This time, it was simply to kill the two families directly and use their huge wealth accumulated over the years to become a company's largest shareholder, the founder Howard Stark's new boss. The mafia has become his small treasury. Chun Majin does not know if he should thank them, but it does not matter. Anyway, he has already been killed by him. Maybe he is born to be their nemesis. Chun Mo turned to look at Howard, who was robbed by his family. He was showing a longing look at this time, and he thought about how the huge sum of money that Chun Mo should buy. Several old equipments in the laboratory were replaced with new ones. The latest experimental instruments and equipment that were not enough to buy before were bought, and the rare metals, precious metals, and other raw materials needed for the experiment were purchased. By 100 kilograms each? A little less, just come directly to a ton. It's only a few million, not expensive. Use it first, not enough to buy it. What should I do if the money is spent? Isn't there still Chun Mo, the super rich and the largest shareholder? It's a big deal to sell the company to him. Anyway, I finally returned to my son's hands, and Howard's small abacus rang. Howard never felt that he was so rich. Although his Stark industrial market value was hundreds of millions, most of them were fixed assets, and the liquidity that he could actually use for him was less than 10 million. Compared with his research on the huge consumption of black technology, such as anti-gravity technology, this money is nothing at all. If he is allowed to open up, it is simply spending money like water and losing his family business in minutes. This time, the experiment is just right. At the crucial time, anti-gravity technology finally made a breakthrough, and the confiscation of the hand was lost. Looking at Howard, who was drooling out, Chun Mo shook his head helplessly, this financial fan. The next day, all the underground forces in Brooklyn received a shocking news. The two mafia families in Brooklyn were baptized last night, and the entire headquarters was bloody. There was no living, and the two families that ruled the entire underground power of Brooklyn for decades had completely perished. Many people were unbelievable when they heard the news. They even thought they were wrong, and when they knew that the main culprit of the two families was the martial art, everyone was silent. They remembered the mad dog, Tony, remembered the legend of the mysterious martial arts master Chun Mo. How strong is this person? Is he still a person? When more detailed information was placed in front of them, everyone could not help but sweat out, and secretly glad that they did not provoke him. One night yesterday, more than 100 people were killed in the entire mafia member of Brooklyn. According to eyewitnesses, there were only 7 people in the other party, and there was no casualty in the entire battle. What happened last night is arguably a one-sided slaughter. The amazing power displayed by the martial arts people surprised them. They asked themselves if they were attacked last night, and the results would not be different. The heart of the martial arts could not help but be deeply jealous. It is hard to imagine how they achieved the power of 7 people in the district and destroyed the two families with hundreds of elite gunmen. What made them feel the heart is that the martial arts came out this morning and asked the leaders of the various forces in Brooklyn to attend the meeting at the headquarters of the Zian family at 7 o'clock tonight. If they are out of date, they will be at their own risk. With the help of the two families, www.novel.com, they don't want to go if they don't want to. I can see, if anyone really dared to ignore the rumor of the martial arts, not to attend the meeting tonight, then the night of last night will be staged again. In addition to their awkward speculation about the content of the evening meeting, they did not dare to have a rebellious thought. That night, the Lucian family headquarters. Frank and Anderson met at the door, and the two were considered old folks. They used to have struggles when they were young. Later, they grew older and became friends. At this time, both of them were full of dignity, and their eyes revealed uneasy. The two nodded to each other, did not speak, turned and walked in. Two twisted iron gates lay quietly on the lawn, telling the scene that happened here last night. The two men glanced deeply at the door that was destroyed by some kind of inhuman power and stepped into the hall. As soon as they walked in, the two of them smelled a faint smell in the nose. The bulletproof hall in front of the luxurious hall, the bright marble floor faintly reveals a trace of blood. Walking on the stairs, the atmosphere became more intense, and the visible blood was visible in the gap between the corners of the stairs. The stone handrails on the side were destroyed by the face. Many columns were directly broken, and the rest was also incomplete, full of cracks. The two men stepped on the steps and walked upstairs. The two people who were in a complicated mood couldn't help but turn their heads to look at each other. In the eyes of the other party, they saw deep taboos. Regaining their gaze, the two no longer think about it. They went up to the second floor and directly pushed the door of the conference room. They used to come over to meetings, negotiate affairs, distribute interests, and resolve conflicts. But at that time, the owner here was still Floda. Thinking of this, the two people could not help but feel the feeling of dead foxes. Chapter 36, Family 7. In the conference room, Brooklyn's large and small power leaders were almost at the same time. The large, long, solid wood conference table was full of people on both sides, but the room was very quiet. The air seemed to be a little stagnant. No one spoke. The atmosphere is very depressed. Frank and Anderson looked at each other and found a position to sit down and looked at the empty chair. The two men shrank and fell silent. The clock in the hallway rang 7 times, and the two men in contemplation were awakened by the bell. 7 o'clock, time is up. Frank looked up at the leaders in the conference room. After they arrived, several people came in, and afterwards, Frank found that all the leading forces in Brooklyn were already present, no one absent, one night. The deterrent power of the two major families is not strong. A steady footstep sounded in the corridor outside the meeting room, coming. Everyone in the room couldn't help but feel the shock, and turned around and looked at the door of the conference room. Soon, 2 thick solid wood doors were pushed open. A Chinese-style young man in a black suit and tall figure strode in. His body exudes a strong suffocation, as if he was coming out of the blood of the corpse. The cold face reveals boundless killing. With his appearance, a powerful and icy momentum instantly enveloped the audience. Everyone in the field felt only a stagnation of breath. Under the pressure of this powerful momentum, even breathing was difficult. The leaders of the various forces could not help but secretly stunned. It was a fierce madman who destroyed the two families overnight. The fierceness of the body was frightening. Chun Mo's face walked coldly to the chair in the first place of the conference table and sat down slowly. The old Albert behind him walked to his side and stood down. He was in a gray suit, gentleman gentle, and his hair was neatly combed. Behind the brain, his eyes are calm and calm. Everyone found Albert's existence. Just now their hearts were captured by Chun Mo's momentum. For a moment, he did not find Albert behind him. Chun Mo proudly sat in the first place, and a pair of sharp eyes like a knife swept to the front of everyone. The people in the room were swept by his sharp eyes. They felt that they were all cold, and the heart seemed to be shackled. They could not help but bow their heads and avoided Chun Mo's sight. Sitting at the conference table are the leaders of the various mafia forces in Brooklyn. Don't look at their suits and suits. The appearance of a gentleman is actually one by one, with swords and knives, stepping on the bones. Everyone's hands are covered with blood. However, compared with the fierce arrogance of Chun Mo, The momentum on them is not worth mentioning. His eyes swept through the audience, and no one dared to look at him. His heart nodded secretly. Chen Mo regained his gaze, and his voice slowly said coldly, "Everyone is here. It seems that no one is cool." Chen Mo's voice sounded. Everyone raised their spirits and listened carefully. They wanted to know what Chen Mo was looking for in the end, and now the answer is finally revealed. Very good, but it saved me a lot of effort. Chen Mobing's cold and plain words are full of murderousness in the ears of everyone. This killing star is really going to be shot for people who are not coming. People who have been hesitant to come over before can't help but secretly rejoice and almost killed themselves. Last night, I don't say more, the era of the two families ruled Brooklyn is over. From now on, the underground forces of Brooklyn will be controlled by the martial arts. Chen Mo said here, looking up and sitting on both sides of the conference table. More than a dozen power leaders. The underground forces have always been respected. The two great families were the strongest, so they all attached to the two and were ruled by them. Now that the two families have been killed, the new rulers will inevitably emerge. Most people are psychologically prepared for this. They have nothing to react to. They have self-knowledge about their own strength and know that they have no strength to lead the entire underground forces of Brooklyn. However, there were two people who quietly looked up and looked at each other. Some hidden and difficult meanings contained them, and then they seemed to have nothing to happen. They bowed their heads. Chen Mo took this scene into his eyes and sneered in his heart. Do you have any objections to this? In the face of Chen Mo's inquisitive inquiry, the following group of mafia leaders shook their heads, fearing that the answer was slow and remembered by Chen Mo and settled after the fall. Including the two people who were just thinking about each other, they are following the people. Very good. Then let's talk about the new rules from Albert. Chen Mo said that he had to lean on the back of the chair and handed the scene to the old butler. The heads of the mafia underneath have turned their attention to the old man who has been standing aside from the moment, and his eyes are full of scrutiny. Standing on the side of Chen Mo's side, the old Albert heard the news. Stepping forward to www.novel.com, calmly glanced around and said slowly with his low and peaceful voice, "Since everyone is willing to accept the leadership of the martial arts, then everything must be in accordance with the new rules. A lot of things in the two-family eras need to be changed, and we start with the discipline of the organization. In the past, the mafia had 7 precepts, but in many cases it was ineffective and not strictly enforced. Now, we have made some changes to it." Having said that, the old Albert took a piece of paper from the left pocket and gently opened it. Then he took out a box from the inside of the suit and smashed the glasses slowly. The paper was lifted to my eyes, and I read it. Family 7 Rings. The first article, have a strict tone and keep your mouth shut. Article 2, organizational interests are higher than personal interests, and the overall situation is the most important thing. Article 3, fully obey the order. The orders under the superior shall be obeyed unconditionally and shall not be disobeyed. Article 4, absolutely loyal, can't be mutinized or surrender. Article 5, a strict confidentiality mechanism. Any secrets of the organization cannot be told to the family. Article 6, no private action, no criminal cases such as kidnapping without the consent of the organization, and it is strictly forbidden to kill innocent people. Article 7, brotherhood is higher than the same. Brothers cannot kill each other. It is strictly prohibited. Albert stopped here and looked at the different mafia leaders under his eyes and continued. The above 7 family disciplines must be strictly observed by everyone. In the past, the sloppy and chaotic, arrogant, and ignorant state of affairs has completely ended today, and all those who violate the family discipline will be severely punished. If the circumstances are serious, go directly to death. Chapter 37 Suddenly. Ignore everyone who is faint and instigated below, Albert continued. In the future, you have to change your way of doing things. The old butler will tell Chun Modi's rules and requirements one by one. Smuggling, casinos, nightclubs can continue to do so, and the protection fee can continue to be collected, but as long as the other party pays the protection fee, we must guarantee the interests of the owner and solve the trouble for them. While those who are not allowed to go to the table, extortion, theft, robbery, ruthlessness, trafficking, etc., will be strictly prohibited. Anyone who is found to be engaged in the above activities will be punished by the family. With the description of Albert, the faces of everyone in the room have become more and more exciting. Finally, some people couldn't sit still. See Chunmo's leaning on the chair and closing his eyes. Only the old man with gray hair was talking. The two men who had private eyes exchanged once again looked at each other, and one of them stood up. "We are mafia. Just rely on these sloppy activities that you said to make money. Now, in a word, you want us to let go, and the brothers are afraid that they will not agree." As soon as his words came out, the field was quiet. All the people turned their attention to Chun-mo and Albert. Frank turned his head and looked at Anderson, and the look in both eyes was very dignified. Sure enough, they are still not willing. The two families were destroyed. The happiest ones were Harris and Walker. Their power was the strongest except for the two big families. When they received the news, they were all ecstatic and immediately ready to call people. In one fell swoop, the other competitor, the right to win the rule of Brooklyn, became the new underground king. As for the martial arts hall, the two people who have been stunned by power take it for granted that they must rely on their agile skills to sneak into the headquarters of the two families late at night, sneak into the assassination, or simply can't explain it. Kill two big families without hurting hundreds of people. At the beginning, the Mad Dog, Tony group was murdered by Chun-mo, the owner of the martial arts hall, and sneaked into the night. The two concluded that the martial arts must be the top killer. At the same time, they couldn't help but sigh. The two families are too big. Anan has ruled Brooklyn for so many years. The defense has been relaxed to such a degree. As early as this, they hired a group of killers and sneaked in to kill them. Isn't it already long before I have Brooklyn? After learning that the martial arts convened the entire Brooklyn squad leader to attend the meeting tonight, both of them were a glimpse. The last time the martial arts school killed the Mad Dog, Tony, but there was no movement. I have been observing the martial arts hall honestly and lived a life without a fight. How can this be modified? Do they also marry the position of the Brooklyn Underground King? Walker and Harris, who felt their cakes were stared at by others, were uneasy. Although there were only 7 people in the martial arts hall, it was a huge threat. After all, they did not understand how strong the real strength of the martial arts hall was. At noon that day, Walker found Harris, the two who were the opposite, and came together under the threat of the martial arts. The two hit it off and agreed to use this opportunity to join forces to kill the people in the martial arts, and then control Brooklyn like the two big families. Of course, all this is just an agreement between the two populations. As for what they think in their hearts, no one knows. The two men have been looking for opportunities to get into the conference room from Chun-mo. After listening to Chun-mo's new rules, the two finally decided not to play anymore. They believe that other people must be very dissatisfied with these messy rules, and now it is time. As for Chun-mo, although his arrogance is indeed full of pressure, they are also under pressure, and Chun-mo's strength has a stronger estimate. But the underground king's power temptation makes them ignore all threats, and the pistol at the waist give them the confidence. They were still laughing at Chun-mo's arrogance, so they were allowed to take the gun. Did he think he could escape the bullet? It's so naive. However, this is also a good way to save them a lot of things. A direct shot to kill Chun-mo, you can certainly shock the audience. You must be the first to take the shot, but you can't be robbed by the other party. Not to mention the small 99 in their hearts. Albert did not react much to the sudden outbreak of Harris. He looked at him indifferently and asked the people in the room. There are other people, do you think so? A group of people sitting quietly, no one spoke. Walker smiled and stood up and said proudly, Brooklyn is the site of our mafia. What to do should be decided by us. Albert once again ignored Walker and continued to ask, is there anyone else? We are two enough. The long-awaited sudden attack was treated as such an understatement. www.untilnovel.com. The two people, who felt scorn stunned in the eyes, directly pulled out the pistol hidden in the waist, pointing Albert and Chun-mo, who sat in the first place. Chun-mo, who had been closing his eyes in the chair, opened his eyes flashing, and the murderousness overflowed. Is this your refuge? The sharp eyes of Chun-mo, filled with killing eyes, watched. The two men holding the gun felt a little cold on the back, but felt the metal texture of the gun in their hands. The heavy weight made the two feel a good heart. The owner of the martial art is really it's not simple, It's such a big murderousness on the body. I was almost scared by him. The two men who found the confidence pointed the pistol firmly at Chun Mo, and Harris looked at Chun Mo, who was still sitting in the chair, and said with sarcasm, "I know that you are very good, but can you stop the bullets? I don't know if you are confident or stupid, but there is no defense. Even if you don't use it, let us in. You see, now I only need to buckle. Move the trigger, and you will have your life right away." Said, Harris moved the muzzle, pointing straight to Chun Mo's eyebrows. "You can try." Chun Mo did not look at him in a change of color. The voice said coldly, "Haha, I don't know how to live and die. Until now, I still have a hard mouth. Can you still avoid the bullets? If you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Give me to die." Harris said that he was ready to pull the trigger and killed Chun Mo. Not only did he eliminate the biggest threat to rule Brooklyn, but he could also shock everyone in the room and let them obey. On the side of the old Albert, but did not rush to come forward, blocking in front of Chun Mo, but standing calmly, looking at the look of the play. Chapter 38 Family Birth. "Hey." Harris smirked the trigger with a smirk, and the bullet rushed out of the gun and shot at Chun Mo at a speed that could not be captured by the naked eye. He could be the boss of a powerful force, and Harris's gun work was not weak. At the time of Chun Mo's eyes, everything seemed to slow down. The bullets that were fired were a little closer in his eyes. Chun Mo turned his head off, and the bullet flew past his ear and passed through the back of the chair into the wall behind him. When the neck was back, Chun Mo looked at Harris with a disdainful look. His sly smile was still on his face, but the pupil of his eyes shook sharply, and then he became amazed, and a cold sweat fell from his forehead. The gun's hands began to tremble. Walker on the side just regretted being robbed by Harris. He saw that Chun Mo was going to be killed by Harris. He couldn't help but think about what to do next. Would you like to kill Harris now? At the moment of the gunshot, Chun Mo took a look at his head and escaped the bullet miraculously. Walker, who had come back to see the ghost face, could not help but wonder if he and Harris had made a wrong choice this time. The crowds who have been sitting still in the field and intending to wait and see their changes are also scared by the magical scene that suddenly happened in front of them. Everyone is a horror, and people can really escape the bullets. This is simply beyond their cognitive limits. In the conference room, after this gunshot, suddenly fell into a dead silence. At this moment, a fierce gunshot suddenly sounded outside the window, awakening everyone in shock. Harris and Walker looked at each other. A very strong feeling of badness came to mind. The two could not help but turn their heads to Chun Mo. "I don't just let the two of you come in with a gun. I also let the talents brought by you be hidden in the opposite alley." Chun Mo looked at the two panicked people and said slowly with a cold voice, "How do you know?" Harris and Walker looked at the horror. The two of them realized until this time that their self-conceived movements were all exposed to Chun Mo's line of sight, and all the actions were mastered by him. "You have agreed." With the gunshot as the number, the people hiding in the alley rushed in and mastered the whole situation. "Get rid of me. You will suddenly make trouble, kill each other, and then press on other forces, master the entire underground power of Brooklyn. You are." The two were frightened by Chun Mo's words. He not only knew their hidden hands and the agreed secrets, but even their plans in the dark were all well known, which made them have a kind of stripped clothes. The feeling of standing naked in front of Chun Mo, all the secrets were all known to him. The guns outside the window rang for a while, and they stopped. Harris and Walker secretly prayed in their hearts, expecting that their men would appear in front of them, and they would have hopes of turning over. It is a pity that everything is extravagant. It didn't take long for the door of the conference room to be pushed open. A Chinese man in a black combat uniform carrying an automatic rifle and strode in. Han Qing walked to Chun Mo's side and sighed. "The owner, the enemies that have been hiding have all been eliminated. No one is hurt." Han Qing's words completely shattered the last hopes of the two. Waving his hand and letting Han Qing go out, Chun Mo frowned and looked at the two men who still pointed their guns at him. Although their hands were shaking constantly, they did not let go. Losing the outside man, the gun in his hand has become their only snuggle. But after the scene of Chun Mo's avoidance of bullets, the guns on their hands look more like a joke, no deterrent. "I still have to resist." Finally, the two chose to erupt under the pressure of Chun Mo's momentum. Instead of waiting for death, it is better to give up their lives and have the opportunity to turn over. Unfortunately, they still took a slow step. The twilight in their eyes just appeared. The finger had not had time to pull the trigger. Chen Mo had already fired his fists in both hands. After almost 2 shots at the same time, the foreheads of the 2 men, there is a blood hole. The body that lost support fell slowly, and the 2 pistols fell on the conference table, as if laughing at their incompetence. Several of the leaders sitting next to the 2 were sprayed with blood and brains, but they sat firmly in the chair, leaving the cold sweat on their foreheads mixed with blood and brains. After Chen Mo did all this, he leaned back on the back of the chair and closed his eyes again. Albert glanced around and raised his hand. Okay, no one is against it now. Let's continue. The people below listened quietly to Albert's remarks, as if nothing happened just now, but the blood flowing slowly under the feet, but reminded them that just a short time www.novel.com 2 powerful forces die. To say the most calm in the field, it is necessary to count Frank and Anderson. For them, whoever is in the top position does not matter who is in power. They are old and want to maintain their current status and live happily with their families. Andu is old. Even if Chen Mo puts forward some harsh rules, it is not unacceptable. Who makes people a big fist, but it is a low-key point, and earning less money, maybe it is a good thing. If bad things are done, there is nothing to end, such as the ground. 2 lying down. However, Albert's next words really brought them surprises. While limiting them to some bad crimes, Chen Mo also pointed out new directions for them. Later, the martial arts will fund and lead them into new industries. Construction, transportation, food, clothing, animal husbandry, restaurants, real estate. Many legal industries have a lot of room for development. You can easily earn money by sitting in the office. Why bother to do those small fights? So the dirty work of people. At the beginning, although everyone was stunned by Chen Mo's arrogant behavior and the huge momentum of his body, he was only a little fearful, but he was still far from being too embarrassed. Let them obey there willingly, relying on strength and interests. What Chen Mo had just revealed, the powerful strength they could not imagine, so that they could no longer afford the thought of rebellion. At the same time, Albert's grand blueprint for their development also made them feel excited. The combination of strength and interests allowed Chen Mo to firmly grasp their hearts and truly control the entire underground forces of Brooklyn. A new family was born in this sinful land. Chapter 39 7 Gang. In fact, after killing the 2 major families, Chen Mo originally intended to eliminate all the mafia forces in Brooklyn. However, even if he cleans up the underground forces of Brooklyn, it will not be long before there will be new forces born on this land. Growing up, fighting, and eventually creating a new leader, nothing will change. Brooklyn is still a city full of sinful crimes. In this case, Chen Mo simply decided to control the underground forces of the city by himself and solve this problem once and for all. Although this is only a random move of his whim, who knows what changes will be brought to the world in the future. The meeting quickly came to an end, and Albert explained the rules and plans made by Chen Mo, took a step back and stood back. Chen Mo in the chair slowly opened his eyes. He was too lazy to be jealous of these people. Fortunately, the old butler was there and saved a lot of things for him. After experiencing the recent changes, the people below have already set their minds at this time, looking at Chen Mo with awe, waiting for him to speak. I will not say more about nonsense. From now on, Brooklyn will have only one family, and that is the 7th ring. Chen Mo remembers that it was later used by Obadiah, and the organization that kidnapped Tony Stark was called the 10 Commandments. Chen Mo, who was too lazy to decide, decided to call the 7 gangs after the gang, so that they could keep in mind the family's 7 precepts and strictly abide by the rules. Yes, Godfather. Under the crowd, everyone answered in unison. Chen Mo nodded slightly, stood up, and walked to the wall of the conference room. On the wall in front of him was a medieval tower shield with a tall, thick, and solid body. I will not be here for a long time. In order to prevent you or your future successor from forgetting the rules I have set, I will leave you a gift. Chen Mo said that he suddenly hit the box and hit the tower shield. The speed of the boxing was amazing, and the continuous boxing shadow made everyone look a little dazzling. Hey, 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 hey. Hey, the interval between the 7 sounds was extremely short, and almost the sound of the thunder of the ear was ringing. The eardrums of the people were shocked, and only the whole room was shaking. Chun Mo turned and took Albert out of the conference room, leaving a room to stun the 7 guards to help the new leader face each other. I saw the thick tower shield made of the whole piece of steel plate, and there were 7 deep punches, and the shape of the fist was clearly visible. After the scene of Chun Mo's avoidance of bullets, everyone on the scene had a certain ability to accept Chun Mo's inhuman strength. After a moment of horror, he returned to the gods, and got up and went forward, wanting to observe it carefully. However, the front few people just walked to the front of the tower shield, and the wall with the tower shield suddenly swayed, and the cracks appeared on the wall around the tower shield. The few people who were relying on the situation quickly retreated. Just after exiting a few steps, the swaying wall crashed down, revealing a large hole with a diameter of more than 2 meters. The meeting room was filled with smoke for a while. After a while, the smoke was slightly dispersed, and everyone gathered again. The bricks falling from the wall piled under the wall, but none of them were intact. All of them were shattered by Chun Mo's punches. The tower shield, which is full of people, is lying quietly on the rubble. On the bright surface, 7 clear punches are deeply printed on it. 7 guards. In this regard, Brooklyn's underground forces unified, a new powerful organization, 7 gangs, in the days to come, firmly control the entire underground forces in Brooklyn, and even New York, and their gang's logo. Printed on one side, the 7 towering medieval tower shields were solemnly placed in the Epic's Core Elders Conference Hall. At the end of 1943, the Brooklyn Chinese Armed Forces. Chun Mo took the coffee cup and comfortably leaned on the large sofa in the living room and drank a fragrant coffee. It was still the familiar taste. Chun Mo felt very satisfied and relaxed. After half a year, he finally drank the old Albert brewed coffee. Sitting across from Howard White gave him a look. I am seriously skeptical that you are rushing back for this cup of coffee. You guessed it. Chun Mo did not lift his eyes, and he was comfortably trapped in the sofa and did not want to move. But it's really good. I very much agree with your decision, Howard said, holding the cup and leaning on the sofa, lifting the cup from time to time and taking a sip. On the side of the old Albert looked at the 2 people lying on the sofa, shook his head helplessly, but there was a kind smile in his mouth. From the moment, Chun Mo took them to the dock to save people, clean up the 2 families, and recover the underground forces. They were not idle for a moment. Everyone was too tired. Now it's hard to settle down, and finally they can take a break. The quiet time always goes very fast. www.untilnovel.com. After drinking 2 cups of coffee, they finally got up from the sofa. You have solved it here. Should we do something right? Howard looked at Chun Mo. This time, Chun Mo and Howard came back together. In addition to solving the threat of the mafia to the martial arts, there are 2 important things to do. One of them was to invite the maker of Xinjiang Shield, Dr. Myron Mackline, to join the shield for the development of superalloys. For the legendary Edelman alloy, Chun Mo is very interested. If he didn't guess wrong, it should have been invented by Dr. Markrang. Chun Mo analyzed that the material of the Xinjiang shield used by him should be the original Edelman alloy, which is the strongest of all the Edelman alloys. Unfortunately, it was formed in another accident, so it was only one piece. In the X-Men, Wolverine's steel claws and internal bones are attempts to replicate the original Edelman alloy failure, and the real Edelman alloy is manufactured with slightly lower performance than the original Edelman alloy, but can be manufactured on a small scale. Although the bulletproof armor that Chun Mo uses now is made of the special ballistic alloy with the best performance, it has gradually failed to meet Chun Mo's need for defense. Although the weight and strength of Chun Mo, weight is not a problem, but the excessive thickness will affect the flexibility of the action. The bulletproof armor made of the current material, the pistol, the rifle, and even the ordinary caliber machine gun are not a problem. But once in the face of heavy machine guns and anti-aircraft guns, the defense is somewhat inadequate. Chun Mo urgently needs a more powerful material to make a new bulletproof armor that provides sufficient defense. When he heard Howard's reminder, Chun Mo nodded. We will leave tomorrow morning. Chapter 40. Dr. Markline. The next day, under Howard's leadership, the 2 came to Dr. Markrane's laboratory and also his home. Since accidentally creating the original Edelman alloy shield, Dr. Markrane has wanted to replicate the process again to find a way to make the original Edelman alloy. It is a pity that no matter how he tried, he could not restore the accident again. The experiment was stagnant. After spending a lot of precious Xinjiang raw materials, but did not produce any results, the government finally interrupted the project. Dr. Markrane deeply unwilling to return home. The process of inviting a doctor is very smooth. Dr. Markrane is a pure scientist who is not interested in foreign things. He was fascinated with the study of special alloy materials and inadvertently created the sound-absorbing steel shield. It is like a demon. All the thoughts are in the study of the Edelman alloy. Even if the project was terminated by the government, he still did not give up and continued to study the Edelman alloy in his own home. Unfortunately, limited by the rarity of Xinjiang, it is difficult to obtain with his personal ability, and the experiment was difficult to carry out. Old friend Howard came forward to protect him. After Chun Mo promised to provide enough Xinjiang as experimental materials, Dr. Mark Klein readily agreed to join the shield. At the same time, Chun Mo also found an interesting thing. The doctor's lab, which is the living room of his home, hangs a house's shield, almost exactly the same as the Xinjiang shield he uses. In the face of Chun Mo's doubts, the doctor gave an explanation with a smile. Originally, Dr. Markrane was an avid fan of medieval cold weapons. The reason why he engaged in the research of metallurgical materials was originally because of his strong interest in cold weapons. He hoped to develop stronger materials and create more powerful weapons. Among all the cold weapons, his most obsessed is the round shield. In his view, the circle is the most perfect and the most sturdy shape. The round shield can block, impact, throw, attack, and defense, which is the most in his mind. The perfect weapon. The research on the manufactured materials always requires a mold, and he simply designed a circular shield with a perfect dynamic shape and made all the experimental materials into shields. It's pretty good to hang on the wall. Dr. Mark Klein proudly said that he looked at the round shield hanging from the room. Chun Machine secretly thought, the strange aesthetic of scientists. Dr. Mark Klein has no family. The experiment is all of his, and after agreeing to join the shield, even if he packs things, he moves directly into the secret laboratory. Deep in the secret lab of the shield underground in Brooklyn, Chun Mo and Howard saw Dr. Erskine, who had not seen him for a long time. What surprised the two was that the doctor standing in front of them turned out to be a lot younger. Originally in his 50s, his hair was a little gray, slightly old-fashioned Dr. Erskine. At this time, he looked only 40 years old. His body was tall and straight, his face was ruddy, and his original white hair became black. It seems very spiritual. If it weren't for the familiar face and the kind smile on his face, the two almost thought it was someone else. "Doctor, are you?" Howard leaned forward and looked up and down carefully. Doctor mysteriously smiled. "These are not in a hurry to say, don't you introduce me?" The two thought of Dr. Mark Klein next to them. After some introductions, Dr. Markrane officially joined the SHIELD's secret laboratory. Dr. Erskine took him to settle down. Dr. Mark Klein urged Chun Mo to take Xinjiang quickly. He had to experiment immediately. After a lot of experiments on previous government projects, and after returning, Doctor himself made unremitting research. The development of the Edelman alloy has been eye-catching, and it has already been successful, but unfortunately there is no raw material. After all, with the power of the doctor himself, it is extremely difficult to get even a small piece of Xinjiang. However, when there is no Xinjiang, the doctor is not idle. Referring to the sound-absorbing steel shield, which is the metallographic structure of the original Edelman alloy, after years of research and experimentation, a new type of alloy with superior performance has been developed. Compared with the original Edelman alloy, it has no indestructible characteristics, but it is much stronger than the special alloy with the best performance. It has high hardness, toughness, corrosion resistance, and impact resistance. Moreover, this alloy does not require vibrating gold and can be manufactured from existing materials. Although it has a high proportion of rare metals in the composition, it is expensive, but it is much lower than the original Edelman alloy. It is also easier to obtain, and it is not limited by raw materials. As long as the funds are sufficient, it can be manufactured on a large scale. Dr. Markrane named the alloy Alpha Alloy. Chen Mo is very interested in this new type of alloy. This is an unexpected surprise, and it can be used in many aspects in the future. But what he values most is the Edelman alloy, which is the true strongest alloy. From the day when he got the Xinjiang shield and learned that Dr. Crane had existed, Chen Mo asked Colonel Phillips to collect all the money, and the funds were released by him. In addition, the Hydra was also secretly collecting www.novel.com, looking at Dr. Mark Klein, who was eager in front of him. Chen Mo's helpless smile had to be put down to find Dr. Ogden's plan. Well, Dr. Xinjiang is in the warehouse. I am going to take it. The Xinjiang collected by the Strategic Science Reserve team was sent to the secret laboratory as early as a few days ago. No, I will take it myself. Dr. Mark Klein is now eager to see how much Zhun Chen has prepared for him. In the past, in order to get even a small piece, I don't know how many twists and turns I have to pay. I hope that Chen Mo has prepared enough gold for him. Although he has already had a look, he is still the last step from his true success. This last step does not know how many experiments he has to go through and how much precious money he spends. Secret laboratory, valuable material warehouse. Dr. Mark Klein looked at the front of a box full of tens of kilograms of vibrating gold. Excited face red, his hands were a little trembling. Great. Enough. With these vibrating gold, I will be able to make the real Edelman alloy. Dr. Crane was immediately involved in the study of the Edelman alloy. Looking at nothing, Chen Mo finally had time to find Dr. Erskine. This time, in addition to dealing with the martial arts and Dr. Crane, there is another important reason. The doctor said that the serum research has been significant. Progress. When Chen Mo found Dr. Erskine, Howard was already there, but it was a look of disdain. Seeing Chen Mo, Howard complained directly. How come you come? Waiting for you for a long time. The doctor has to wait until you come to be willing to say. The doctor smiled slightly. Important things, of course, have to wait until people arrive and announce. Chapter 41 Improved Serum. Doctor, what is going on? Chen Majin asked. Remember the advice you mentioned before I went to Europe? Doctor asked Chen Mo. Do you mean improving the super soldier's serum and improving the success rate? Chen Mo remembers that whether it was the original serum before the improvement or the enhanced serum he and Steve injected, it was not completely successful in animal experiments. Although the physical success of the tested animals was strengthened, without exception, during the experiment, they all seemed to suffer tremendous pains, struggled desperately, quickly lost consciousness, fell into a coma, and eventually died. Examinations after the test found that their brains were overly strongly stimulated beyond their limits and caused brain death. They analyzed that this was due to the fact that the strengthening process was too violent to transform the body, which led to severe pain, which was later demonstrated by experiments. Therefore, the existing intensive serum has a very high demand for receiving enhanced people's willpower. Once it cannot withstand the pain of strengthening, it will fall into a coma like the animals in the experiment, and eventually the brain will die. Therefore, Chen Mo suggested that the doctor should improve the serum to make the strengthening process more gentle, reduce the pain in the transformation, reduce the need for willpower, and improve the success rate of strengthening. It seems that the doctor should be successful now. Yes, I did research in the direction you said, and found that there is indeed the possibility of improvement. Based on some of the theories you put forward, I conducted research and experiments again, and finally succeeded in developing improved serum. Dr. Proud smiles. The animal experiment was a perfect success. Although there was a strong struggle in the process of strengthening, it did not fall into a coma. Everything was normal after the experiment. Chen Mo looked at the doctor and asked affirmatively. So you used your own human test? Yes, I succeeded, didn't I? The doctor smiled. Chen Mo shook his head helplessly. In fact, the normal procedure is to experiment with death row or volunteers. After all, there is a certain risk in the experiment. Scientists use their own experiments. Once they fail, the whole project will end. However, the doctor is too kind. Before it was not the order of the superior and the precedent of the success of Hung Hong. The doctor would not let Steve experiment. Doctor, I hope this kind of thing will not happen again for the second time. Chen Mo said with a serious face. You are the core of the entire Super Soldiers program and the most important core member of our shield. In the event of an accident, The consequences are unimaginable. The doctor did not get angry because of Chunmo's attitude, but smiled softly. Follow, my commander. At this time, Howard suddenly got two eyes and got together. Doctor, can I accept reinforcement? Howard said. The saliva is flowing out quickly. Thinking of Chunmo's strong physical quality, Howard can't wait to strengthen it now. Then turn over the surf and sing, and return the bullying in Chunmo's. Thinking of Howard's eyes, Chunmo's eyes are a little bit eager to try. Yes, but I just forgot to say that the improved serum has improved the strengthening process, so the strengthening effect is much weaker than the original and the enhanced type. The physical quality after strengthening is about 3 times that of normal people. The advantage is not life ray exposure is required. As long as sufficient nutrients are added, the serum can be directly injected to complete the strengthening. Howard heard a sigh of relief, and then think again. Even if Steve is strengthened by the enhanced serum, it is not Chunmo's opponent. He still does not dream. This life is not to turn over. Feeling the silence of Chunmo, Howard wants to cry without tears. At this time, the doctor suddenly said, and I have specifically studied the life and body freezing problems that I mentioned. After serum-enhanced body, the cell activity is extremely strong. After freezing, the body's metabolism approaches stagnation, but after thawing, the cell can quickly recover its activity, and during this time, life is almost static. That is, your idea of freezing the body and stopping the body from aging is feasible. In addition, I did ignore the problem of longevity before. The serum strengthens the body and enhances the vitality of the cells. The aging rate of the cells is greatly delayed. The only one who successfully accepted the enhancement was Steve, and you couldn't use it as a reference. After the successful serum improvement, I deliberately carried out animal experiments and found that the lifespan of serum-enhanced animals has indeed been greatly extended. The changes that have taken place in me have proved this. Howard heard the words, and there was an instant in spirit. What are we waiting for? Doctor, let me strengthen now. The intensive process of the improved serum was very smooth, although the middle pain Howard wowed, but successfully completed the reinforcement. From the experimental chair, Howard felt the changes in the body. The body that was originally lacking in exercise seemed to be full of inexhaustible strength, and it made a punch with force, and it actually brought a burst of screaming wind. Howard was excited, and once again he tentatively took off, and jumped up to 2 meters high, scared him when he fell, and almost fell to the ground. Howard, who was full of joy, couldn't wait to run in front of the mirror, trying to see if he had become as tall and strong as Chunmo and Steve. Obviously, the results made him a little disappointed. Although the improved serum is equally effective, it can reach 3 times the physical quality of ordinary people after strengthening. www.intelnovel.com Strength, agility, endurance, and other aspects are very strong. But perhaps because it has not broken through the limits of human flesh, the changes in the body are not too big. From the outside, it is just a little more solid than before, and there is no such great change as Steve. Looking at Howard was a little disappointed. Dr. Erskine smiled and took a shot and patted him on the shoulder. You didn't find it? Howard did not respond. What did you find? The doctor pointed to his own brain. Howard feels with his heart, and the color of surprise blooms in his eyes. God, my brain. Thinking is too fast. And my memory. God, it feels great. Looking at Howard, who was yelling excitedly, Chunmo couldn't help but turn his eyes. Too much. Dr. Hawkins only smiled. He himself has just strengthened his success. After feeling the tremendous improvement in brain thinking, analysis, and memory, he did not perform much better than Howard. We should all thank you, the doctor said seriously to Chunmo. Seeing Chunmo open his mouth, the doctor waved him. In my opinion, the value of improved serum is limitless, and it allows us ordinary people to accept reinforcement. In addition to the improvement of physical fitness and the extension of life, the most important thing is that its strengthening of the brain has brought tremendous help to our research. During this time, many problems that have been plaguing me for a long time have been solved one by one. Every experiment and research has become very handy, and everything seems to be very simple. You know what this means for a scientist, and what it means for the world. Chapter 42, Edmund Alloy. Chunmo nodded. A good scientist has a super strong brain. Just like the game is opened, the difficulty of research is greatly reduced, and the ensuing result is the emergence of a large number of achievements, bringing about major changes in science and technology in the whole world. Great progress. So, whether it is me, the shield, or even the whole world, thank you. Chinemo was blushing by the doctor. Doctor, don't say this. These are your own merits. The serum was invented by you. I just made a suggestion. If you don't have it, you won't have intensive serum, and you won't have today's improved serum. Maybe even myself. I have already been killed by the Hydra spy. Dr. Erskine lamented said, if it is not Chunmo's reminder and the suggestion of suspended animation, the spy who suddenly appeared in the experiment will have his life. The doctor also saw the changes after Howard's reinforcement. I remembered myself, and I was a little excited. Chunmo sure is in some troubles. He does things all by himself. Although everything he does is good for the doctors, but more for himself, the doctor suddenly said that he is so great, he really feels awkward. Seeing Howard is still intoxicated, pulling him forward and leaving. Doctor, let's go back first. Come again the next day. The doctor shook his head helplessly, and his mouth could not help but reveal a gentle smile. Howard, who was dragged away by Chunmo, tried to struggle, but was easily suppressed under the overwhelming power of Chunmo. He had to give up the resistance with dejection and slammed Chunmo back to the martial arts hall. After that, he simply went to the martial arts hall and did not leave. Every day, Chunmo taught him to fight. According to Dr. Marcrane, the study of the Edelman alloy is likely to have results in the short term. At this time, the European war situation is in a stalemate, and the rebellious Hydra base has no new movements. Chunmo is not in a hurry. Back in Europe, I was waiting for the news of the lab leisurely at the martial arts hall. Chunmo was hard to come back for a few days, but he couldn't stand his entanglement. He had to start his real combat teaching as he wished. Despite the 3 times of strong physical fitness, Howard did not suffer from the pain in Chunmo's hands. He was swollen with a bruised face every day. Fortunately, his body was resilient, and he became alive again the next day. After the brain has been strengthened, Howard learns very quickly and gradually can also take a few moves in the hands of Chunmo. Of course, in the case of Chunmo's hand, if it is a life-and-death battle, he can't escape the killing by Chunmo. On the other hand, Dr. Marcrane's research is progressing very smoothly. In the absence of Jinjin, the ability to independently develop alpha alloys that far exceed the performance of existing alloys is unquestionable. With sufficient raw materials, the development speed of Edelman alloy exceeded Chunmo's expectations. Although the material of the original Edelman alloy, which is the shield used by Chunmo, was not successfully reproduced, the doctor still produced a performance that was slightly inferior to the original Edelman alloy. But the same hardness was beyond imagination and indestructible. Superalloy. It is also the most widely known, true Edelman alloy in the Marvel world. Although he was abused every day, he was still in the martial arts hall of Chunmo. He was wearing a panda eye, wearing sunglasses, and Chunmo, together with Chunmo, came to the underground secret laboratory in just a few days. A bright silver metal shield on the same side as Chunmo's Jinjin shield was placed in front of the two. Looking at the familiar round shield in front of him, Chunmo and Howard face each other. They cannot help but think of the circular shield of the entire house in the living room of Dr. Marcrane. For the doctor who likes to make precious materials into shields, Chunmojin does not know what to say. Like the original Edelman alloy has a common characteristic. They are initially liquid at 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit and can be processed at will. Once solidified, they will become indestructible. Even at a high temperature of 500,000 degrees Celsius, there will be. So once the Edelman alloy is formed, it can no longer change its shape, nor can it be destroyed by any external force. It has the same indestructible properties as the auric. This Edelman alloy was once again made into a round shield by Dr. Makalele. It can only be used as a shield and cannot be returned to the furnace. But this is also true, but it is possible to give this shield to Steve. He took the original Edelman alloy shield that should have belonged to him, and he had to find another weapon for him. After all, there is no enemy with too strong strength in the world. After the serum enhanced Steve, Once he has the Edmund alloy shield, he is basically invincible, except for the devastating blow like nuclear explosion. Nothing can threaten him. Not to mention the condemnation of Dr. Mark Klein's violent acts of severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. After some tests, Edelman alloy showed no weaker performance than the original Edelman alloy, which made Chun Mo very satisfied. He did not expect that the real Edelman alloy could be developed so quickly. Since the hardness of the Edelman alloy has exceeded the limit of the instrument measurement, the hardness of the hardness gauge cannot be used at all, so the doctor directly and violently carried out the live ammunition defense test. Knives, guns, grenades, and rockets took turns. The slashing of various cold weapons and the continuous shooting of large-caliber machine gun bullets could not cause any damage to it. The traces left by the surface after being hit by the bullets disappeared with a touch of the hand. The shield surface was still as bright as new, and even a trace of scratches remained. The close-range detonation of the grenade and the bombing of the rocket also only blackened its surface, and the shield did not undergo any deformation. Dr. Markline thoroughly tried all the weapons he could find in the lab. This Edelman alloy shield perfectly withstood all the attacks and was always intact. If the underground laboratory does not have a tank, the doctor even plans to use a piercing projectile to try it. However, Chun Mo has no doubt that even if it is really facing the armor-piercing projectile, the Edelman alloy shield can still be easily taken down, knowing that the Edelman alloy is the strongest metal that cannot be destroyed even by the nuclear bomb explosion. However, compared with Chun Mo's shield, it is still diff. Chapter 43, Sword of the King. Compared with Chun Mo's only original Edmund alloy shield in the world, Edelman alloy is not much weaker in hardness and self-defense. The only difference is that the true Edelman alloy does not have the absorbing kinetic energy of the original Edelman alloy, and the ability to invalidate all attacks cannot be safely attacked by the Quake Hammer as in the Avengers movie. If the attack is too strong, although the alloy itself can resist the attack, the power carried by the attack will be transmitted, with the consequence that the person behind the alloy will be hit by a powerful force or be injured. Despite this, the Edelman alloy is already strong enough, and most of the attacks on the battlefield are sufficient to deal with it safely. Even if it is a close-range explosion and shell attack, it cannot be protected by the Edelman alloy. How much damage is caused by a powerful body? Doctor, the defensive capabilities of the Edelman alloy we have seen can be said to be indestructible. Is it right to test the attack power? Chun Mo asked Dr. Mark Klein, who was still struggling to make a tank. The doctor heard a glimpse. Attack power? As long as the strength is big enough, throwing the shield out can blow the tank. Chun Mo and Howard looked helplessly. Dr. Mark Klein was too poisoned. Chun Mo suspected that if they didn't stop it, would he put all the Jinjin into a round shield and hang it on the wall of the laboratory. The round shield I designed has a perfect aerodynamic shape that moves in the air with minimal wind resistance and ensures that the throwing path does not shift. This Edelman alloy shield has superior hardness and toughness, plus its natural concentric stiffness, making it the perfect thrower. It only loses the minimum angular momentum when it comes into contact with a solid object. After long-term training, the user can throw the shield to the target or control the shield to return to the user after multiple rebounds. Listening to the doctor's endless explanation, Chun Mo feels a big head. He can now conclude that the doctor really intends to make all the alloys, all-made shields. Imagine a group of special squad soldiers neatly holding the shield to the front of the peak. Chun Mo quickly shook his head. Must stop him. Chun Mo squinted at Howard, who was wide-eyed behind the sunglasses, and reached into his arms and slowly pulled out. A cold-handed knight with a long-handed sword appeared in the hands of Chun Mo. The endless doctor and the rising-eyed Howard were attracted by the cold of the blade and turned their heads, and then both became dull. Isn't that the magical sword you seized from the Hydra base? Howard looked sullen. Where did you come from? Howard asked while he was looking up and down, trying to find out where he came from. Human. Chun Mo casually perfunctory. Impossible. Why didn't I find you with such a long sword on this road? Howard didn't believe it. This is called Tibetan swordsmanship, and you don't understand it. Chun Mo took out the spirit of flickering fools, and then stopped talking to him, and turned to the sword to Dr. Markrang. Tibetan swordsmanship? Is it a magical Chinese kung fu? Howard really believed and talked to himself. He suddenly found Chun Majing walking to the doctor with a sword. He remembered that he had angered Chun Mo before, and he was chased by a sword. The scene could not help but be shocked, quickly ran up and stopped in front of Chun Mo. Don't be impulsive. The doctor is a bit stunned and his thoughts are more wonderful. But you can't cut him, Howard advised, then reached out and grabbed the sword. Come, give me the sword. Let's have something to say. In the moment when his hand was about to hit the hilt, a force suddenly came, and Howard was kicked open by Chun Mo. Howard, who ignored the broken sunglasses and looked at the eyes of a panda with a look of resentment, Chun Mo handed the sword to Dr. Marcrane. From the moment when Chun Mo took out the long sword, the doctor was attracted to all the sights and took the long sword that Chun Mo handed. It was obviously heavier than the steel. The doctor's arm sank and almost didn't hold it. At the same time, he couldn't help himself. Jumping, the doctor who studied the metal for a lifetime can conclude that the material of this sword is absolutely not ordinary. Even if you start to look carefully, styles, patterns, handguards, counterweights, the more you see the doctor's eyes brighter, the face is gradually red, the hands of the sword are slightly trembling. Is this the sword? The doctor looked at Chun Mo, looking forward to. Chun Mo nodded. The doctor made a bang, knocking, and finally turned to the machine gun for testing. Chun Mo did not stop. The doctor went to the machine gun, and both hands struggled to raise the long sword and slashed it toward the barrel. Like a hot knife, the entire barrel was easily cut off without any sound, and almost no sound was produced. Dang dang. The broken barrel fell to the ground, and the cut was smooth as a mirror. Yes, it must be the legendary Holy Sword. Looking at Dr. Marcrane, who was caught in a madness with a long sword, Howard looked at Chun Mo with a look. Why can a doctor touch it? Can I touch it? Since Chun Mo excused from the Hydra base and began to use this sword, Howard did not hit its idea and saw his invincible ability to do it, and did not get the research and how to be willing. It is a pity that Chun Mo did not let him touch, but he couldn't beat it. He could only watch dry eyes. Whenever there is nothing, Chun Mo often wants to come to the sword and is troubled by the entanglement. Chun Mo squinted his eyes and pulled the sword. He ran away. Howard's resentment against Chun Mo is quite deep. www.novel.com. I have taken my shield away. I don't want to borrow your sword to study it, but I also scare me, although it's not really cut, but sharp. The tip of the sword was pulled from the back neck with a compelling chill. The tie that was cut off from the chest was uncomfortable. Howard said that his little heart could not afford it, and his tie could not afford it. Although I know that your sword is superb, it is very scary. In the face of Howard's full and unwilling questioning, Chun Mo relentlessly counterattacks. Doctor can make Edmund alloy, can you? The doctor can see the origin of this sword at a glance, can you? Howard was a word. Don't forget, your shield is taken from me. What about your sword? You seem to have forgotten that the shield was also made by a doctor. But Chun Mo, Howard simply gave up and turned to the doctor. Doctor, do you know this sword? Dr. Markline nodded solemnly. Well, if I am not mistaken, this sword should be the last saber of the legendary Arthur, the sword of the king. As a fanatic of medieval cold weapons, Dr. Marcrane has had in-depth research on those legendary weapons. He has 90% of the grasp to be sure that this sword is a broken steel sword. Howard's two eyes are glaring, and he can't wait to grab the sword from the doctor's hand. However, under the murderous gaze of Chun Mo, he wisely chose to give up. Doctor, what do you think of making a sword of the king with Edmund alloy? Chun Mo asked with enthusiasm. The doctor's words were bright. Chapter 44 Hidden Attribute. The cold weapon enthusiasts who are deeply trapped in obsessive-compulsive disorder have finally opened up a rigid brain by the legendary weapon that Chun Mo has come up with. Yeah, why didn't I think of it? With the super performance of the Edelman alloy, the weapons produced are inevitably powerful, not even weaker than the legendary weapons. Edmund alloy long sword plus shield, 1 attack and 1 guard. It is perfect. After Dr. Marcrane, he rushed into the lab with a long sword and prepared to make an Edelman alloy sword in the same way as the sword of the king. Chun Mo and Howard looked at each other with a sigh of relief. The production of the long sword did not take too long. The various equipments in the laboratory were very complete. The doctor quickly made a new mold with the sword of the king and poured the reconfigured liquid Eidman alloy into the mold. After cooling, the mold that was still hot was slowly opened, and a pair of knights with a charming silvery light appeared in front of them. Dr. Mark Klein was fascinated by the long sword, as if he were enjoying the finest artwork he had done himself. The shape of the long sword is exactly the same as that of the king's sword, but due to the different materials, there are still many differences between the two. The meteorite used in the sword of the king does not know what the material is. The density is very large, and the whole sword is very heavy, with 12 kilograms. The weight of the Edelman alloy is similar to that of ordinary steel. The long sword made with it is much lighter than the sword of the king of Chunmo, and Dr. Mark Rain can pick it up more easily. Moreover, the sword of the king gives a feeling of chilling and pressing, and the light on the blade is sharp, and it seems that it can cut all obstacles. Edelman alloy does not have this feeling. After getting the Edelman alloy sword, the doctor couldn't wait to come back to the machine gun that was cut off. Only a few kilograms of the long sword was lifted by the doctor. The same sword fell, and the remaining barrel was cut again, and the incision was equally smooth. But the doctor's look is a bit different. No. Chunmo's sharp eyes clearly revealed the doctor's anomaly, and he heard the words of the doctor's mouth. What's the doctor? The frowning, pensive doctor heard the words and looked at Chunmo. I can't say it. Although the two swords can easily break the barrel, I feel that it seems to be a little different, but I can't say it. Speaking of this, the doctor suddenly turned his eyes and handed the Edelman alloy sword in his hand to Chunmo. I almost forgot. You are an expert in this area. You can try it. Chunmo took over the long sword. It was indeed a lot lighter than the sword of his own king. The machine gun on the ground was gently waved, and only the remaining barrel was easily cut off. Only when the blade passed through the barrel, Chunmo's eye feel a little resistance. Putting on the sword of the king, or this heavy weight makes Chunmo feel more comfortable. Then he directly smashed the gun body of the machine gun. The sword light flashed. The whole machine gun was cut flat, completely became a pile of scrap iron. Feeling the feeling of just cutting off the machine gun, Chunmo found that he had previously stunned the legendary holy sword. Originally, it only felt that it was very tough and sharp. It was invincible in the battle. Even the barrel of the tank could be easily cut off. It should not be weaker than the legendary Edelman alloy. Now, there is a contrast. Chunmo's eye discovered the sword. Uncommon. Different from the Eidman alloy sword. When you cut the barrel, you can feel a slight resistance. When the sword of the king crossed the gun body, Chunmo did not feel a little hindrance, as if it was not the gun body but the air. Telling his doctor about his feelings, the doctor couldn't help but be interested in it and returned to the lab with two swords. After some careful inspection and research, the doctor finally discovered the secret of the sword of the king. It's a legendary sword. I thought that the Edelman alloy that I invented can already be regarded as the strongest metal. I didn't expect there to be more magical existence. Dr. Markline could not help but sigh. It turns out that the sword of the king has a hidden attribute. At high speed, the surface of the blade will produce a special layer of high-frequency oscillations. When the object is cut, the molecular structure of the object's contact position will be destroyed instantaneously, so that it can be easily cut. Feel the existence of resistance. The doctor even made a special Edelman alloy plate, and Chunmo personally tested it after obtaining the consent of Chunmo. As for the fear of damage to the long sword, it is completely redundant. After the doctor's test, the hardness of the sword of the king is not weaker than the Edelman alloy. Even if it cannot be opened, it will only be bounced off, and there will be no damage. Chunmo looked at the fixed Edelman alloy plate, and the sword was slammed down. Unlike the previous resistance when the machine gun was cut off, Chunmo could obviously feel the blockage of the blade when the long sword touched the alloy plate. However, the Edelman alloy was cut by the blade. Accompanied by a harsh, stinging sound, it was split into two by the sword. Although the atomic structure of the Edelman alloy is very stable, it still cannot withstand the ion destruction of the high-frequency oscillation of the surface of the blade. This makes Chunmo think of the Edelman alloy claw that was cut off in Wolverine 2. Blade. This. Howard's stunned look. Just in his mind, the indestructible Edelman alloy was actually cut off by Chun Mo's Sword of the King. Dr. Mark Klein, who was supposed to be lost, was excited at the moment, staring at the long sword in the hands of Chun Mo. The Sword of the King, the legend is built in the Alves of the Elven Kingdom. The edge of the blade is cut iron. The blade will emit more dazzling light than the sun. After the stone sword is broken, King Arthur is guided by the great magician Merlin. I got it from the hands of the goddess in the lake. I don't know how much of the legendary thing is true, but I feel that there are still many secrets on it that have not been discovered. Speaking of this, the doctor looked forward to Chun Mo. Can this sword let me study for a while? Next to Howard returned from the horror of Edmund's alloy and heard the doctor's request, a face that is impossible. He knows how much Chun Mo is so daring about this sword. How can I let the doctor take it to study? Chun Mo's reaction was beyond his expectations. Yes. Chun Mo nodded and agreed to the doctor's request. I also have a feeling that it is not only as simple as we can see. Chun Mo gently stroked the blade with his hand and said slowly. Looking at Howard's unbelievable face, Chun Mo's disdainful cold snorted. The reason why he refused to let Howard touch it is because he knows that Howard is just out of curiosity, and taking research is just satisfying his curiosity. Chun Mo did not want his favorite weapon and was taken by Howard, an idiot, to cut fruit. Chapter 45 Edmund Alloy Armor. Dr. Mark Rain is different. He does not say that he understands and loves medieval weapons, so that Chun Mo can safely hand over the Sword of the King to him. Most importantly, to create a master's proficiency in metal materials for Edmund's alloys, perhaps you can be inspired to develop a new type of superalloy, which is much more meaningful than being played by Howard. Chun Mo was able to promise. Dr. Mark Klein was very happy, and the value of the Sword of the King was very clear. Not to mention its sharp and tough, iron-cut and hidden powerful attributes. The identity of the legendary King Arthur's holy sword is already invaluable. I believe that countless rich and noble, especially the British royal family, are willing to pay a huge price to get it. Reassuring, not too long. After a week, I promise to return the Sword of the King to your hand intact. The doctor assured him with a serious face. Nodded, Chun Mo took out a drawing from his arms. Doctor, have time to do these things for me. The doctor's results drawings were reviewed. This is... Howard's curious probe came together. Isn't this your bulletproof armor? But it's a little different. Chun Mo nodded. Yes, I have made some improvements based on the characteristics of the Edelman alloy. The overall thickness of the armor has been reduced a lot. I have also optimized the armor design of the joints and other activities. It is more flexible than before and does not hinder the movement at all. Dr. Mark Klein carefully read the drawings and looked at Chun Mo with full appreciation. The perfect design. More than 100 armor decks are skillfully combined to provide a full range of defenses without affecting the activities. There are ready-made drawings, which are very quick to make, and I promise you a week later. Chun Mo and Howard returned to the martial arts hall and continued to live a leisurely life. From time to time, real combat teaching abused Howard, and the days passed. Soon, a week passed, and Chun Mo came to the underground lab again, followed by Howard wearing sunglasses, but this time after the sunglasses is a pair of panda eyes. When I came to Dr. Markrain's lab, the busy doctor pointed to the corner of one side and signaled that Chun Moxian had passed. On the shelf in the corner is a set of eye-catching black battle suits, and the Sword of the King is also set aside. According to the drawings provided by Chun Mo, the doctor used the Edelman alloy to make hundreds of alloy armor with different shapes. These Edelman alloy armor are painted black, inlaid on battle suits made of the latest elastic bulletproof materials, and the slightly protruding hard armor is like a piece of muscle, which fits on the battle suit. Chun Mo directly put on the battle suit, gently moved twice, and carefully felt it. The combat suit itself is very flexible. It is very comfortable to wear on the body. The armor is designed according to the structure of Chun Mo. It fits perfectly with the curves of the body muscles. Even in sports, there is no obstacle or discomfort. In view of the strong defense of Edelman alloy, Chun Mo reduced the thickness of the armor plate. The overall weight is much lighter than the original bulletproof steel plate, and it has no effect on Chun Mo. The joints between the armor retain a small gap, which guarantees the defense without affecting flexibility. The original strong muscles are covered with a streamlined carbide armor, like a layer of hard muscles, which protects all the vital parts and important parts of the head and is full of science fiction. With Chun-Mo's cold face, it is extremely oppressive and deterrent. Howard looked at the hot side, and after the sunglasses, a pair of black-eyed panda eyes stared at Chun-Mo's armored combat uniforms, and the saliva flowed down quickly. Ignoring Howard's hot eyes, Chun-Mo picked up a separate alloy armor mask on the shelf. Said to be a mask, in fact, more like a helmet, Chun-Mo's head and neck completely wrapped, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Under the mask and the armor of the body connected, as if a whole, the next clever armor design, guaranteed the head is flexible. This time, Chun-Mo's head, chest, abdomen, back, arms, thighs, calves, knees, and even hands and feet. Every part of the body is covered with black armor, smooth black armor surface reflected under the light with the cold light. The whole person is like a murderous steel war machine. The doctor on the other side finally finished his work and walked over. Perfect design. This is just a piece of art. Dr. Mark Klein couldn't help but admire Chun-Mo's appearance after wearing an alloy armored battle suit. Although this armored battle suit was made by Chun-Mo's design drawings, it was another feeling when wearing Chun-Mo. Chun-Mo's tall and strong body. The streamlined muscles are solid and powerful. The whole body presents a perfect golden ratio, wearing an alloy armored battle suit tailored to his body. Under the dark armor, the whole body is seems to be full the power of incomparable power, looks powerful and powerful, with great visual impact. Chun-Mo is also very satisfied with this alloy armored battle suit. With it, his survivability has once again increased a lot. www.mtlnovel.com. Whether it is a battle on the battlefield or a crash after the return to the real world, Chun-Mo has the confidence to respond easily. Taking off the cover, Chun-Mo nodded in satisfaction with the doctor. "It is perfect, hard doctor." The doctor smiled and waved his hand. "Don't be polite with me." Chun-Mo smiled slightly, picked up the long sword on the side. The dark armor with the silver long sword cannot tell the mighty handsome. "How is the research going? Is there any G? The harvest is not small. It is very inspiring for my next research, but it is a pity that I have not found more secrets," the doctor said with some rancor. "No hurry. If there is a secret, it will be discovered sooner or later. It would be a surprise." Chun-Mo smiled. The doctor said with a smile, "Huh? You are right. Maybe it will be a big surprise. Are you sure you want to do this?" In the test room of the underground laboratory, Howard, wearing sunglasses, touched the heavy machine gun in front of him, his mouth twitching and looking at the muzzle in front of the muzzle, a cool black armor covering the whole body of Chun-Mo. Some uncertain questions rode. After getting a new Edelman alloy armored battle suit, Chun-Mo naturally wants to try its defense. If there is no machine gun in the lab, he will not choose this heavy machine gun with a diameter of 12.7 millimeters. The understanding of man alloy and its own designed alloy armor, it is not a problem to safely block the bullet. He mainly wants to feel the feeling after the bullet and test the buffer of the armor on the kinetic energy. In the face of Howard's inquiry, Chun-Mo, who was wrapped in bright black alloy armor, slowly nodded, and the low voice came out of the armor. "Let's start." Chapter 46. Get the formula. After confirming Chun-Mo, Howard swallowed his mouth and slowly pulled the trigger on H. Looking up at Chun-Mo, he found that he was still standing still in the same position and did not mean to stop. He finally took a bite and bit his teeth and pulled the trigger. "Hey, hey, hey." The rushing and loud gunshots rang, and the dense bullets rushed out of the muzzle with the fire and instantly hit Chun-Mo's chest. The continuous bullets struck a piece of sparks on Chun-Mo's body, but only Chun-Mo's body shook slightly, but his feet did not move, and only the sound of the jingling bullet hitting the alloy armor continued to sound. When the gunshots stopped, Chun-Mo, who was wearing an alloy armored battle suit, still stood in the original position. On the ground in front of him, the bullets that had been deformed were scattered, and the armor on his body was lost. The lacquer is exposed to the surface of the silver-colored alloy below, and the wire is not damaged. Howard, who had finished the bullet, stunned and looked at the steady figure in front of him. It was hard to imagine that Chun-Mo, who was wearing alloy armor, was completely okay under the continuous hit of a 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun bullet that was enough to break the human body. You know, even if the Edelman alloy can block the bullet, but the huge kinetic energy carried by the bullet will still be transmitted to the body, its power is not much weaker than the simple bullet penetration. In fact, this is exactly what Chun Mo wants to test. Obviously, the result is successful. After the bullet hits the Edelman alloy armor, the bullet cup armor blocks, and the kinetic energy it carries is spread over the entire armor plate and then acts on the muscle that fits perfectly with the armor. Chun Mo's armor, which is carefully designed according to his own body data, will be perfectly dispersed. After Chun Mo has been strengthened and up to 6 times the bone and muscle strength of ordinary people, it is not a problem to withstand the shock after being dispersed. Therefore, Chun Mo only felt the armor of the bullet at the moment of the bullet hit, and a force came. Even with the absorption of solid muscles, there is no feeling of pain. It must be said that the perfect design of the alloy armor combined with the indestructible Edelman alloy, the armored battlesuit made, is very amazing. Chun Mo is very satisfied with the test results. The 12.7 millimeters heavy machine gun bullet that can penetrate a 1 centimeter thick steel plate is almost the most powerful among the individual weapons. The well-known Barrett heavy-duty sniper rifle also uses 12.7 millimeters bullets. In addition to the rate of fire and accuracy, the power is almost the same. The next grenade did not shake Chun Mo under armor protection. Although the explosion effect was stronger, in the case of explosive shrapnel and flame completely blocked by armor, the impact per unit area was far less than that of heavy machine gun bullets. With this armor, Chun Mo can basically ignore all current individual weapon attacks. Even if it is a shell, Chun Mo estimates that the problem of hard resistance is not big, and it will be shocked by the impact at most, but it will not be life-threatening. Of course, the premise is that you must be able to lock and hit him. With Chun Mo's supersensitive perception, it is basically impossible to do this. It's too strong. You are now a humanoid tank. In the eyes of Howard Black's panda, the stars are twinkling, and the tone is full of admiration and envy. Do you want to try? Chun Mo took off the armor mask and looked at Howard, who was shining with his eyes, asking like a smile. Howard heard a good news in his heart. Just hit the head and listen to Chun Mo's voice. We haven't tried the rocket launcher yet. Howard quickly shook his head and said righteously, No need. I am a scientist. Yes, your armor is off paint. Take it off. I will give you a supplement. From the underground laboratory, Chun Mo returned to the martial arts hall. The Edelman alloy armored suit was directly worn by him in the suit. It looked just stronger and stronger. No one could have hidden a magical suit that could withstand the shells and explosions. In addition to the alloy armored battle suit, Chun Mo also took the shield made of Edelman alloy and the sword of the Imitation King. In addition, there are 10 improved Sarah prepared by Dr. Erskine, but the most valuable, but it is the 2 sets of formulas in his mind. Complete formula and formula for Super Soldier Serum and Edelman alloy. That is to say, even if Chun Mo returns to the real world, he can also create Super Soldier Serum himself, which will play a very important role in his future real power construction. It can be said that he has a piece of it. A strong card. The formula of the Edelman alloy is equally significant. As long as you bring enough vibrating gold back to the real world, Chun Mo can synthesize the Edelman alloy according to the formula, so that he can always create the weapons and equipment he wants. After all, the Edelman alloy can't be processed once it is formed. It is an indispensable prerequisite to master the alloy formula by making new equipment with the Edelman alloy. After all sorts of things, Dr. Erskine trusted Chun Mo very much www.novel.com as he said. Without Chun Mo, he might have already died in the hands of Hydra spies, not to mention creating enhanced ones. Therefore, the doctor gave the complete formula of all 3 super soldier Sarah to Chun Mo together with the serum of Chun Mo. Not to mention Dr. Mark Rain. Chun Mo was originally his boss, recruited him, and provided him with a lot of Jinjin that he could not imagine, so that he could successfully develop Ed in a short time. Man alloy. Delivering the research results to the boss, Dr. Markline takes it for granted that people have provided so many precious resources for your research. If you don't make the results, you want to be chased by the boss, with the sword of the king? Not only is the Admiral alloy, Dr. Marcrane is not hiding. Even when he did not have the material of vibrating gold before, the formula of alpha alloy, which he developed with conventional materials, was also handed over to Chinemo. What is the recipe for him? As long as the boss is happy, it is better than anything to prepare for the vibration of the experiment. Dr. Marcrane was inspired by Chun-Mo's Sword of the King and found a new research direction. After handing over the formula to Chun-Mo, he only asked Chun-Mo to provide him with more Jinjin, and he once again rushed into a new experiment. Although there is an alloy formula, Chun-Mo still did not let the doctor leave. Before leaving the laboratory, Chun-Mo gave the doctor two drawings. One is the drawing of the flying knife he used. Chun-Mo believes that it was made with Edmund alloy. The flying knife, the power in his hand, is definitely much stronger than the armor-piercing projectile. Shooting through the tank armor is not a problem. Another set of drawings is an armored battle suit designed according to Steve's figure. Chun-Mo intends to give him a surprise to the American captain apprentice who is still a star. Chapter 47, Ready to Leave. Howard is deeply impressed by Chun-Mo's extravagance. He is very clear about the value of Jinjin. He is the largest arms dealer in the United States. The chairman of Stark Industries is not willing to use such extravagant use. But Chun-Mo is fighting. He is the commander of the special team. Steve is also an important combatant in the Future Shield. Howard is not afraid of other things. Who makes him not a combatant? He is not equipped with such a piece of equipment for the scientist who is responsible for the logistics, technology, and equipment support. Is it difficult to wear an alloy armored battle suit for experiment? The reason is that the experiment is too dangerous to prevent an explosion. He is not studying bombs. If he dares to come up with this reason, Chun-Mo will definitely let him know what is really dangerous. Howard didn't think about simply joining the special team, but let him occasionally follow Chun-Mo's body and play the wind and enjoy the fun. It really makes him fight the enemy on the battlefield every day. He is more willing to stay honestly. Study his black technology in the lab. Chun-Mo didn't feel much about it. With the power of Hydra, money is just a figure for him. These Jinjin are just some rare materials in his opinion. He had already let the Hydra secretly collect Jinjin. According to the doctor's formula, after making the Edmund alloy, it was enough to build a chariot. So as a big rich man, Chun-Mo, who is behind the big boss, has the confidence to use it at will. Howard seems to be precious and precious. The composition ratio of Edelman alloy is very different from the original alloy used by Chun-Mo's shield. Although the specific proportion of the original Edelman alloy is unknown, it is only 1/3 of the weight of ordinary steel, indicating that the inside of the gold content is extremely high. The Edmund alloy is different. Its weight is similar to that of steel. According to the proportion of the formula given by Dr. Chun-Mo, the content of Jinjin is less than 10%. That is to say, the tens of kilograms of vibrating gold in the secret laboratory can produce several tons of Edelman alloy, enough to squander, not to mention the Hydra. With its powerful power all over the world, the collection of vibrating gold will only more. The idea of building a chariot is not just to say that he really intends to make a super chariot with Edmund alloy. I don't know if Howard will vomit blood after he knows it. Within a few days, the new alloy armored battle suit and Chun-Mo's 20 flying knives were ready, and Chun-Mo and Howard should return to Europe. Before leaving, Chun-Mo brought the people in the martial arts hall to the front. After this trip, Chun-Mo is not ready to come back. After dealing with the problem of Hydra, Chun-Mo intends to return directly to the real world, and this arrangement in the martial arts must make arrangements. There are no problems with the loyalty of several people, and Chun-Mo will naturally not leave them alone. Looking at the few people standing quietly in front of him, Chun-Mo slowly opened his mouth. You have also followed me for a short time, and I have always seen it in my eyes. After I left New York, I will not come back for a long time. You can choose to go to Europe with me, or you can stay here for the underground forces of the martial arts in Brooklyn. Of course, neither of these choices will bring peace. It can even be said to be very dangerous. Fighting and killing will become the norm. So whoever wants to live this life, if you want to leave, I can give him a lot of money is enough for your next life to live a prosperous life. He raised his hand to stop a few people who were ready to talk. Chun-Mo continued. One thing, I have to explain in advance. Whether you're going to Europe or staying in the martial arts hall, you will be exposed to some secrets behind me. So once you choose, you can't repent. You should consider it clearly. Chunmo's voice just fell. Han Qing and several people quickly said, "Of course we are going with the own." "Yes, the owner. Where are you going? Where are we going?" "The owner, my wife's life is saved by you, and I will give it to you. I am going to Europe to fight with you to kill the enemy." Without exception, all four chose to leave with Chun Mo. Not to mention that Chun Mo has the grace to receive knowledge from them. It is the power and mystery that Chun Mo shows. It is easy for them to follow. In this war-torn world, following the strong is the instinct of human beings. More importantly, Chun Mo has nothing to say to them. They usually wait for them to be thin. After Wang Kuan's wife and children are kidnapped, they personally sneak into the traps set by the other side. From the encirclement of dozens of gunmen, they are alone. The mother and the son were rescued, and the forces that tied the people were all eliminated. Subsequently, the two families that promoted the matter behind the scenes were completely eliminated, and all hidden dangers were eliminated for them. There is such a boss that cares and cares for the people, for the sake of their hands. They have already made up their minds, and this life is followed by Chun Mo. Not to mention old Albert. If he didn't meet Chun Mo, he might have long huddled in a cold, dark corner of Liverpool Street and died alone and coldly in the cold and hunger. When he has accepted this life of desperation and desperation, waiting calmly for his life to die, www.unclenovel.com, is the young man who brought hope to his lonely life and took him a new look. Life full of sunshine. Already obsessed with the old and dead Albert, I just want to use the rest of my life to return to Chun Mo, follow him, take care of him, protect him, until the end of life, because from the day of meeting Chun Mo, every day behind is extra, new, full of hope, and all this is brought by Chun Mo. Similarly, Chun Mo has always been very trusting and valued by old Albert. Although he is nominally a steward, Chun Mo actually regards him as a good friend and relative. Although he did not say anything, but Chun said clearly, there is no doubt that Albert will choose to leave with him. The two people's eyes meet, and a tacit understanding comes to life. Many things don't need to be said. Gently nodded, Chun Mo's line of sight slowly swept from the faces of Huang Wei, Han Qing, Luo Zhun, and Wang Kuan. From their eyes, Chun Mo read sincerity, gratitude, and reverence. Chun Mo has always been very satisfied with the performance of the four of them. He has always been trained as a confidant. They have not let Chun Mo down. No one wants to stay in charge of the underground forces in Brooklyn. No one chooses to take it. Leave a huge sum of money to leave. No rights or money have shaken their loyalty. They did not hesitate to choose to continue to follow Chun Mo. Under the perceptive perception of Chun Mo, no one can deceive him. Obviously, they are all sincere. Although they are very satisfied with their choices, Chun Mo still has to choose a person to stay in New York. The newly established Chijia gang needs people to control. The future of New York is a very important part of Chun Mo's plan. When Chun Mo comes back next time, the 7 guards developed according to Chun Mo's plan may play an unexpected role. Chapter 48: Arrangement and Reinforcement. Although there are Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D., but 70 years is a long time. What will happen between them? No one can expect. No one can guarantee that everything will follow the expected development. So Chun Mo decided to do more ready. The formation of the 7 rings, the control of Brooklyn's underground forces is Chun Mo's temporary intentions. Unlike the Hydra and the S.H.I.E.L.D., are Chun Mo's careful planning and layout, and finally mastered. The two are bright and dark. The ones behind them are the Nazis and Allies. The two major warring parties of the Second World War, which affect most of the Earth, are the two strongest groups in the world. As the Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. that have the strongest high-end combat power of the two groups, the strength of the two organizations is undoubtedly extremely large. Compared with them, the 7 guards that control the underground forces of Brooklyn are like it is as weak as a child. But whoever is right, what will the child grow into in the future? Although all 4 want to continue to follow Chun Mo, the 7 guards must be in charge. Slowly glanced around, Chun Mo nodded gently. You are willing to continue to follow me. I will naturally not treat you badly, but you still need someone to stay and develop the 7 commandments for me. I will use it in the future. The 4 face each other, although staying behind can control a huge force. But this is not very attractive to them. They are more willing to continue to follow Chen Mo. They are purely martial artists. They are pursuing the improvement of strength and the advancement of martial arts. They do not have much desire for matter. As long as they can guarantee basic survival, they will not care if the environment is hard. It is precisely because of this that when they first came to the United States, they lived in poverty and hardship, but they would rather go to the dock to work hard and not rely on their own strengths. They are real martial arts people, have their own principles, and have their own pursuits, and do not violate their own intentions. Just like this time, how many people have dreamed of the right status? It has become a hot potato. No one is willing to take over. Fortunately, Chen Mo has long been planning. See, no one took the initiative to leave. Chen Mo directly named Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan, who was called to the name, should still be vocal despite the reluctance of his face. The owner. It's up to you to stay in charge of the 7 commandments. You have a wife and children, and you have to think about them. Staying here is more beneficial to them. Yes, the owner. Although I really wanted to follow Chen Mo to Europe with other people, since Chen Mo ordered it, he had to obey, and the owner said it makes sense. Staying in Brooklyn can take better care of his wife. Children, let them live and grow better. In this way, Wang Kuan, the famous leader of the 7th Ring of the Future and the king of the underground forces of Brooklyn, as if they were abandoned, reluctantly took over the underground forces of Brooklyn. Arrangement has been made. Chen Mo put his hand into his arms and took out a syringe filled with blue transparent medicine. Handing the syringe to Wang Kuan, Chen Mo directly asked him to inject the medicine into the body. Although he had some doubts, he did not hesitate, and the syringe did not hesitate to get into his arm. The blue medicinal agent slowly entered the body. As the blood flowed through the body, a strong pain came from all over the body, as if the cells of the whole body were destroyed after reconstitution. Fortunately, although this pain is strong, it is still within the acceptable range. As a martial artist, Wang Kuan is very powerful. He does not yell like Howard's General Pain, but grit his teeth and endure silently. The sweat overflowed from his body, and the muscles of the whole body were uncontrollably vibrating, but he still supported the standing there. He believed that Chen Mo would not harm him. Huang Wei and a few old people also stood by and watched quietly. They had long been used to the mystery of Chen Mo. They also knew that he would definitely not harm Wang Kuan. They were full of doubts and guessed the blue liquid. What is it? When the pain in the body gradually eased and disappeared, Wang Kuan's muscles relaxed and felt that he had nothing to do. He couldn't help but look at Chen Mo. There was a smile on his lips, and Chen Mo said to him, "Let's feel your body and brain." Wang Kuan heard that he first grasped the fist and felt the change of strength in his hand. He couldn't help but change his face. Then he started to punch in the same place. He felt that the whole body was full of strength. Every move and style was more powerful than before. With the familiarity of strength, Wang Kuan is playing faster and faster, his fists are heavy, and the wind is breaking, and Huang Chi's people are gradually unable to see his movements. They just saw Wang Kuan's intensification process. Naturally, he saw his physical changes. His body was more burly. His muscles were more angular than before. Although it was not particularly obvious, they still had a keen eye. Clearly seeing these changes www.mtlnovel.com, plus his current performance far exceeds the usual strength and speed, the look of several people is also more and more exciting. Soon, Wang Kuan stopped and felt the change of the body, and looked at Chen Mo with a shocked look. The owner. I feel that the strength of my body is several times stronger than before. My mind is particularly clear, and my reaction is faster. Others have also looked at Chen Mo in a timely manner. They have heard of a stimulant. After the injection, the strength will increase in a short period of time. But in such a short period of time, the changes that have taken place in Wang Kuan are too great. I don't know how many people used fortified serum as a stimulant. Chen Mo explained slowly. This is an improved super soldier serum that can enhance all aspects of human ability, including strength, speed, endurance, cell activity, bone strength, memory, reaction speed, etc., will be much better than the original. After strengthening, ordinary people can achieve 3 times the physical fitness of ordinary people. Your body is already strong, and should be able to reach nearly 4 times the intensity. Wang Kuan was completely embarrassed. He was originally like other people. He thought that Chun Mo gave him a kind of powerful stimulant. He did not expect it to be a magical strengthening serum that can permanently strengthen all physical qualities. Take measures. The owner, such a precious thing. It is possible to permanently improve a person's physical fitness several times, and how high its value is. Wang Kuan can't imagine it. Now, the owner has actually used him. In order to be able to raise a little more strength on weekdays, they don't know how much hard work they have to pay, and after the strength reaches a certain level, it is very difficult to upgrade a little bit, but now it has been raised several times. Feeling the power of the body, Wang Kuan has a feeling like a dream. Chapter 49 Nine Snakes. You have to stay here and take charge of the underground forces in Brooklyn. How can you do it without strong enough strength? With the strength you have strengthened now, I believe that even if something goes wrong, you can easily suppress it. This way, I can rest assured. Wang Kuan's heart was extremely hot. His eyes were a little red, but he looked at Chun Mo with great determination. The owner is assured that I will go all out to develop and strengthen the 7 rings. You don't have to think about growing up. According to the plan I have set, it's good to develop steadily. Don't pull down your own strength. You have to remember that the 7 guard is just a foreign object, and strength is fundamental. Yes, the owner. Chun Mo nodded and looked at other people. You don't have to worry, you will strengthen them in a while. Although Chun Mo is one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. and is qualified to distribute Super Soldier Serum, but the serum has just been developed, and the S.H.I.E.L.D. has not used it internally. Chun Mo first strengthened his own gangsters, even the colonel. They did not say that Chun Mo himself felt that eating too much was ugly. First, I would like to strengthen Wang Kuan because I was about to leave. It's just a serum. Chun Mo's power for personal gain is not under any pressure. This time, I went back to New York to do the work. There are still many unexpected gains. When I arranged the martial arts hall, Chun Mo took the old abbot and Huang Wei, Han Xing, and Luo Zhan the next day, together with Howard. Going back to Europe. After Chun Mo and others left, Wang Kuan, who took over the 7th rings, did not move into the more luxurious and original Lu Zian family headquarters, which is now the 7th rings, but lives in the martial arts with his wife and children. After Chun Mo left, some people who were forced to surrender and unwilling to endure Chun Mo's inhuman power began to be restless. Wang Kuan, who had been greatly strengthened by Zero-enhanced strength, suppressed the absolute strength and eliminated these unstable factors. Completely control the Qi Jiabang. Then, according to the route set by Chun Mo, the development was smooth. After the development of Qi Jiabang was on the right track, Wang Kuan stayed in the martial arts hall for most of the time. He practiced martial arts daily and taught a few when he was fine. Apprentice Kung Fu will only return to the headquarters of Green Street when there are important things in the gang and handle it personally. Ordinary people can't think of it. The martial arts hall is gentle and courteous, and the Kung Fu masters will be the gangster godfather who controls the underground forces of Brooklyn. Many years later, with the martial arts center as the center, a new Chinatown was gradually formed, and this ordinary martial art hall became the holy place in Brooklyn and even New York, the underground power, where they respected and strengthened. The powerful godfather. There are many legends that sound like legends. But the shield hanging in the family chamber reminded them that everything is more than just a legend. London, England. After a few days of sea turbulence, Chun Mo and his party finally arrived at the underground base of the Strategic Science Reserve. Just after he came back, Chun Mo had to start again because he learned from the left-behind staff that Colonel Phillips and Carter had already traveled to the Italian front, where they found the trail of Hydra. More importantly, Captain America Steve Rogers is about to go to the Italian front for condolence performances, and the 107th Regiment where Baki is located was also defeated by the suddenly dispatched Hydra troops, and nearly 100 people were captured. This familiar situation made Chun Mo somewhat surprised. He did not expect that the plot would return to its original trajectory under such a large-scale intervention. Not surprisingly, Steve, after learning that Baki might be captured, would use Carter's help to cross the theater in Howard's plane and sneak into the Hydra base to rescue the captured Allied soldiers. It was also this battle that allowed him to show his own value, gain the approval of the soldiers and the colonel, and became the real Captain America. Suddenly, Chinamo turned to look at Howard, who was sitting on a chair and refused to get up. Look at what I do. I tell you, go to yourself. Don't take a rest for a few days. I don't go anywhere. I hate to go by boat. Seeing Chunmo's eyes look weird, Howard's face is not afraid of boiling water, shouted the expression. Although the body has been strengthened, the sea bounce for 10 days still makes Howard's seasickness suffer, and on this road he vomits that it is a hearty, and the whole person is exploding. Sitting in the chair now, he felt the earth swaying up and down. His brain was like a paste, and his faintness was so bad. He seriously doubted whether the serum would magnify his ability to seasick. When Chun-Mo came forward, Howard, who was pretending to be dead, picked up and strode out. Let's fly. At this time, the Italian front line, the Allied station. Are you ready to go to Hitler with me? Steve stood on the stage, wearing a red, white, and blue color, a tight-fitting suit like a star-striped flag, holding a shield of the same painting in his hand. www.novel.com. The voice screamed at the soldiers under the stage road. At this time, Steve is very popular in the United States, making movies, comics, and stage plays. It can be said to be a household name in China, and there are countless fans. It is a big star. He usually toured around the United States, and whenever he asks, the enthusiastic audience will respond to him very enthusiastically. At this time, the American soldiers who were in full swing or sitting or standing, including the soldiers standing in the tanks and trucks in the distance, did not respond in a single voice, and all looked at him quietly. The lines were all prepared in advance, and the incompatibility of the soldiers under the stage made Steve somewhat overwhelmed. Okay. Seeing that no one responded for a long time, Steve had to bite his head and continue to follow the original lines. I need a volunteer. We have been volunteers for a long time, or do you think we are doing here? Steve's voice just fell, and a soldier under the stage shouted loudly. The other soldiers also laughed. We want to see the girls performing. Someone followed, and his words aroused the approval of the soldiers, and shouted with cheers, compared to the Captain America, who only played on the stage but never went to the battlefield. They are obviously more interested in pretty girls. They only dance one dance, but I try to find a way. The soldiers who did not follow the routine completely disrupted Steve's rhythm. Before he had encountered such a situation, he had to prepare to step down and follow the soldiers' demands. The stage is reserved for the dancing girls. Go, sweetheart. The boots are beautiful little fairies. The soldiers under the stage did not appreciate, and they began to laugh. Chapter 50. Baron Straker. Please, guys, we are a team. Steve said helplessly. Hey, Captain, sign a name here. A soldier at the stage suddenly stood up and turned to take off his pants, revealing his ass. Some people don't know where to pick up a few tomatoes and throw them to Steve on the stage. Lifting the shield to block the flying tomato, Steve looked at the cheering soldiers and walked down the stage in a complicated mood. Then a group of beautiful girls in short skirts who won the stage won the warm applause and cheers from the audience. The American soldiers in the frontline battlefield, but have not seen so many beautiful girls for a long time. All of them are staring at the stage with binoculars. The assistants of the parliament behind the stage saw the loss of Steve's face, and he comforted him. Don't worry, they will like you. The comfort of the assistants of the parliament did not make Steve relieved. Although he did not get on the battlefield, Steve always remembered that he was a soldier, and he was mocked and attacked by his comrades, making Steve feel uncomfortable. The weather seemed to be affected by Steve's mood, and it didn't take long for it to rain. Steve sat alone under a shed behind the makeshift stage, drawing a picture on the book with a pencil, and the raindrops with the dull thunder fell on the mud floor in front of him, causing a patter. The sound can't affect him at all. Hello, Steve. A gentle magnetic female voice suddenly rang behind him. Steve, who was working on the picture book, turned his head and looked at it. His face couldn't help but look like a long-time no-seeing beauty agent Peggy Carter. When Steve was talking to the long-lost Carter, 30 miles behind the Italian-German front, a huge factory-like base between the two mountains was busy. Many ragged captives are working under the supervision of the heavily armed Hydra soldiers. They are constantly carrying heavy mechanical parts and various materials. Everyone is exhausted and exhausted. However, under the threat of the Hydra soldiers, they have to insist on sticking their teeth. Once they are slightly relaxed, they will inevitably get a beating. In the corner of this huge factory building, the finished product is piled up, and it is an extremely huge bomb. Looking at its size, the power will not be weak, let alone the production of Hydra, and it is certainly not a problem to move a small town. At this time, under these huge bombs, a bald man in a windbreaker, tall and temperamental, was standing, and on his side was an engineer-like middle-aged man with a look of bald man. Lord Straker, our speed is already fast, and the number of giant bombs you need is really too big. The middle-aged man carefully watched the bald man, the face of Baron Straker in his mouth, and said cautiously, "The head of state can't wait too long." Damn, Schmidt suddenly transferred the construction plan of the Valkyrie goddess from the Alpine headquarters to my base. The construction speed was greatly affected. The head of state has urged me several times. I have to order the goddess on time and execute the plan to destroy the world. When Baroque Straker mentioned Red Dragonfly Schmidt, his face was hateful. Hitler originally gave him the management of the Hydra. Later, Schmidt did not know how to win Hitler's trust from his hands. After picking up the Hydra, he began to suppress him after that, and eventually he had to shrink to the Polish base and completely lost control of the Hydra. He apparently obeys Schmidt's leadership, but secretly has been looking for opportunities to regain the Hydra. But I should also thank him. If he didn't transfer the plan to me, he suddenly disappeared for so long. I didn't have the chance to regain control of most of the Hydra base and continue to work for the head. Schmidt couldn't think of it. The plan to destroy the world that he had tried hard to open would become the key help for the head of the world to rule the world, who made him suddenly disappeared for so long. Really thought that he completely controlled the Hydra. It's too arrogant. The Hydra is always the strongest sword in the hands of the head of the head. It was only temporarily stolen by him. Now that he has just let go, the Hydra has returned to the head of the head. In the view of the bases Chen Mo is preparing to give up, Schmidt has been mysteriously missing for half a year. They were originally loyal to Hitler or ambitious people, without the suppression and threat of Schmidt. In this case, the rebellion is inevitable. Under the leadership of the original leader of the Hydra, Baroque Straker, these bases were once again put into Hitler's arms. As for the loyalty to Hitler or the ambition and utilization, no one can make it clear. Sure, Schmidt has disappeared for so long. www.intelnovel.com. Will there be any conspiracy? The head of the base asked, a little embarrassed, and his heart was still difficult to eliminate Schmidt. Deep fear. Even if there is nothing. Now, in addition to the Alpine headquarters and several small bases that don't know which deep mountain forest is hidden, the strongest bases are in our control, even though it was previously the abominable strategic science. The reserve team destroyed 2 bases near the front line, but our strength is still much stronger than that of Schmidt. The weapons factory is basically in our hands. What can the small bases in his ravines do? After being suppressed by Schmidt for many years, Baron Straker has lost control of Hydra, and he knows little about the specific strength of Hydra, especially the secret power of Schmidt. He can only grasp from them. Power and intelligence are speculated. He did not know that in these years, the Hydra developed rapidly in the hands of Schmidt, far beyond his imagination. What he saw and mastered was just the tip of the iceberg, not to mention the top-secret bases and the Alpine headquarters that Norway is building. The small bases hidden in the deep mountains and forests that he dismissed in his mouth have far more power than their so-called large bases. How can Schmidt be possible? Show the true power to these unstable elements, not to mention the hands of them. Although the scientific and technological strength they have in their hands is much stronger than that of the Allies, they are all Schmidt's use of the rest, and the true core of the high-end technology and powerful weapons are firmly in the hands of Schmidt. This not only enabled him to completely control the entire Hydra, but also provided great convenience for Chen Mo's cleaning. Perhaps he has plans to clean up in this way, but he has not yet started, and Chen Mo has been replaced. Chapter 51 Baki Security. The Lord Baron said that it makes sense. The person in charge of the base of the research was ignorant of the secret of the Hydra, easily convinced by Baron Straker, and put down the threat to Schmidt. Worry. The situation of the head of state is not optimistic. The battlefield in the European East has already fallen into a disadvantage. Under the continuous counterattack of the Soviet Red Army, the front line has continued to retreat. The West Line is also deadlocked under the alliance of the Allies. There is an urgent need for an opportunity to change the situation, so our plan must be accelerated. The construction of the Valkyrie goddess has basically come to an end. Your bomb supply must keep up. The progress is too slow. From now on, it will increase production by 60%. Without the support of the Cosmic Cube's energy conversion technology, even if they use the latest powerful power bombs developed by Hydra, they need a considerable amount to achieve the purpose of destroying a city. Not to mention their goal is dozens of large. The number of bombs needed in a city is even greater. But these workers are all captives. I don't think they have the strength to do this. The head of the base said with some concern. Then use up the rest of their strength. The workers will never be short. We always have more prisoners. Baron Straker looked at the person in charge and said coldly, "Hi." Seeing that he was greeted by him was Carter, Steve quickly responded, "How are you here?" Suddenly seeing the goddess of crush in my heart. This made Steve very surprised. In theory, I shouldn't be here. Carter put up his raincoat and sat down on the box next to the props. Colonel Carter and Phillips led the Strategic Science Reserve team here to secretly deal with Hydra, and their whereabouts are strictly confidential in order not to scream. A wonderful performance. Oh, yeah, I have to improvise. I thought that the scene I had just seen was seen by Carter, and Steve explained something embarrassed. Most of my usual audiences are. Steve said that he had some helpless sighs. Child. Senator Brad wants to walk Steve from Colonel Phillips in order to establish a war idol and drive the sales of defense bonds. So his performance is mainly for middle-class families, and the audience are mostly with children. Parents. As long as the performance is wonderful, they will not applaud, but the soldiers are different. They really respect and worship the heroes on the battlefield, not the so-called United States that only plays in the movies and the stage, but they have never even been on the battlefield. Team leader. I heard that you are a new American hope. Carter said with a smile. Every time I go to a state, Treasury bond sales rise by 10%. Steve said plainly, but there is not much pride in his tone. It sounds like the idea of Senator Brad. Carter has no good feelings about these politicians. At least he let me do this. Colonel Phillips wants to shut me up in the lab. In the beginning, Dr. Erskine's suspended animation, according to the normal procedure, was indeed to send Steve to the new laboratory for research. Just like the plot in the movie, the Senator Brad who discovered the value of Steve used his hands. The power of the levy, holding him to promote the bond. Apparently, his purpose was achieved. Do you only have these two choices? Carter glanced at Steve's picture book, riding a wheelbarrow, wearing a star-studded uniform of juggling monkeys, and some hated iron and steel. Lab white mice or dancing monkeys. Know that you can do more than that. Previously, it was out of cover for the covert operation. They listened to Chun Mo's suggestion, did not tell Steve the truth, created the doctor's death, the illusion of the failure of the super soldier plan, and succeeded in smashing everyone, without causing the slightest doubt. Now that things have been going on for half a year, the storm has basically subsided, and it is time to tell him the truth and let the super soldier return. Steve didn't know anything about it at this time. He listened to Carter's words and looked at her in a complicated way, but he didn't speak for a long time. What's wrong? Carter asked strangely. Do you know? My dream has always been to go to the battlefield abroad and go to the forefront to work for my country. When I finally got my wish, I was wearing tights. Speaking of this, Steve's mood is extremely lost. How much he wants to go to the front line to fight the enemy like other soldiers, instead of performing a motorcycle on the stage and hurting Hitler to sell bonds. At this moment, a burst of noise came. Steve and Carter turned around and saw that a battlefield ambulance with a red cross on the body stopped in front of the tent of the field hospital, and a stretcher was lifted. Down, there was a wounded person who seemed to be injured. They seemed to have just played a bad fight. Steve guessed. These soldiers are the worst. Carter, who knows the inside, exclaimed. Steve heard the words and looked at Carter, wondering what was going on. This time she came. This is to prepare Steve to join the SHIELD. Naturally, there is nothing to keep secret. The Hydra sent a unit, 200 soldiers went to fight, and less than 50 people came back. www.novel.com. There are 107 infantry survivors in your audience. Others are not killed. Captive. When he heard Carter's words, Steve suddenly felt a shock and quickly asked, 107 Infantry Regiment? What's wrong? Carter asked in some unknown. Steve had no thoughts on the other, and quickly stood up and braved the rein to the command, the 107 Infantry Regiment, the team where his good friend Baki is. Steve rushed into the tent of the commandment, but he was sitting in Colonel Phillips, who was sent to the laboratory for research. It was too late to be surprised, and Steve, who was anxious in his heart, didn't have the heart to talk about it. He said straight to the door, "Colonel Phillips, I need the list of casualties in the Battle of Bolzano." "You are not qualified to order me, kid." Steve's straightforward tone was not light, and the colonel glared at Steve with a squint. "I just want to know the situation of Sergeant James Barnes of the 107 Infantry Regiment." Steve, who was worried about Baki's safety, explained quickly. The colonel heard that he must have told Carter that Carter had dispatched the Hydra, and that she had secretly disclosed secrets to Steve for not discussing with her. The colonel was very angry, although Steve would join the SHIELD sooner or later. But he doesn't think it's a good time now, and Senator Brad will have some trouble. The colonel was originally planning to wait a few more months, waiting for Steve to end his tour, complete the task of selling bonds, and put him back when the role of Senator Brad is not so important. He stumbled over Steve, who was standing behind Steve, pretending to sort out the raincoat. The colonel pointed to her with a pen in his hand and said poorly, "After waiting for me, I will find you again." Chapter 52, Shun Bing Tianjiang. "Please tell me that he is still alive, Bar." Steve asked again seriously, and directly put together the name of Baki. "I know how to fight." The colonel interrupted him with a sigh of relief, and got up and flipped a stack of stationery in his hand. "I signed a lot of morning letters today. I can't remember the name, but I have the impression of this name. I'm very sorry." Steve couldn't help but stunned. He really couldn't accept the result. He didn't believe that Baki died so easily. "What about the other people? Are you ready to rescue?" Steve asked unwillingly. "Yes, as long as they win the war, they will be saved." The colonel was perfunctory. He was too lazy to explain his plan to Steve, a new recruit who had not been on the battlefield. In fact, he has no good idea now. Chen Mo is not there. Without his strong fighting power, it is too difficult to rely on the special team. Steve wrinkled his brow. "But since you know where they are, why not? They are 30 miles behind the enemy line and have to cross the most heavily guarded areas of Europe. If we go to the rescue, we will only lose more people." The colonel interrupted Steve's question and walked to the battle map hanging on the wall. A black mark on the map that represents the Hydra is the newly discovered Hydra base. "I don't expect you to understand this because you are just a dancing clown." The colonel was still a poisonous tongue. He was like most other soldiers and didn't quite see Steve at this time. Steve didn't even go to the battlefield. He was a full-fledged rookie, but he ran to his own hands and pointed his feet. He had a headache for the sudden change and rescue of the Hydra, if he was not an apprentice to Chen Mo. It was also a reserve member of the future of the SHIELD, and he had already driven him out of the headquarters. "I think I can understand." In the face of the colonel's contempt, Steve took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "Let's go to other places to understand." The colonel looked at Steve and turned and walked away, but the voice continued to come. "If I didn't read the wrong poster, you have to go to other places within 30 minutes. Steve stared at the black mark on the map representing the Hydra base, secretly remembering its position, and said that he did not return to the head. "Yes, sir, I will." After that, Steve turned and strode away from the command. Carter glanced at the colonel who was facing her on the table and saw that he didn't notice himself and quickly followed. Steve went straight back to the locker room in the background and picked up things. "Do you have any plans?" "Go to Austria." Carter followed in and saw Steve packing up and asked, "If you need to." Steve replied without lifting his head. "You heard what the colonel said. Your friend may have died." Carter didn't want him to rush to go to the Hydra base to save people. But it is not certain. Steve and Baki are in love with each other. If you don't try, he won't be reconciled. Even so, the colonel is already making plans. It takes time. Carter still tried to convince him. "It's already late when he plans to do it," Steve said with excitement and excitement. In the face of his brother's safety, he could not attend the tone of talking to the goddess. Putting what might be used into the backpack and putting a leather jacket on the tight-fitting uniform, Steve finally picked up the iron shield for the performance and ignored Carter's dissuasion, striding out of the dressing room. "Steve." Carter rushed to follow him behind him, not even wearing raincoats. Steve went out of the locker room and threw the backpack and shield into a Jeep parked at the door. He watched the deep concern and anxiousness of Carter on the face of the rain, and he couldn't help himself. "You said that I can do more than that. Is it true?" Steve looked at Carter seriously. Her hair was wet with rain, stuck on her body, and looked awkward, but Steve felt that she was so beautiful. "It's true," Carter said solemnly. She believed that Steve would definitely play his ability after joining the Shield and be respected by everyone. "Let me go," Steve said, turning and sitting in the cab. Looking at Steve's unrelenting figure, Carter's eyes are more intimate, honest, kind, and wise, and this is perhaps why she likes Steve. Seeing that Steve started the car and was about to leave, he quickly took the steering wheel and looked up at Steve's firm eyes, and there was a contradiction in his heart. She knew that it was too dangerous to let him go, but she couldn't stop Steve, who was so refreshing, and she really didn't know what to do. At this time, a roaring engine sounded in the distant sky. The sound was getting louder and louder, and the distance was getting closer. The two people in the stalemate looked up and looked in the direction of the voice www.novel.com. Not long after, a silver small twin-propeller plane roared in their field of vision. The plane flew low, only a few tens of meters above the ground, flying straight in their direction. The soldiers around were first rioted, but they were quickly dispelled by their chiefs. Obviously, this is not an enemy plane. The speed of the plane was fast, and the altitude was still decreasing. Soon, the plane approached the two of Steve, and the height was less than 20 meters. Just as the plane arrived in front of the two men and was about to fly over them, a figure suddenly jumped out of the plane. Everyone was shocked by this sudden scene. At such a low altitude, it took less than 2 seconds to land, and even the parachute was too late to open, and they could clearly see that this jump there is no parachute at all. In the stunned eyes of Steve and the surrounding soldiers, the black figure slammed from the heights. The speed was getting faster and faster, the straight and strong body, the rain curtain, like a sword straight into the earth. Boom! A dull voice rang in front of the Jeep, and the figure that jumped out of the plane fell straight on the ground in front of the two people. The huge impact made the ground a shock, and the hard life was pulled out of a pit. Muddy the soil is mixed with rain and splashes. A tall figure knees, his back slightly curved, standing there steadily. It is hard to imagine, jumping from the height of nearly 20 meters, even unharmed, and landed safely. In an unbelievable gaze, the stalwart figure in black combat uniforms slowly stood up and raised his head. Steve and Carter finally saw his face. "Master." Chapter 53. New Captain of the US Captain. Not far from the headquarters of the command camp, Colonel Phillips was grateful and proud. When the sound of the plane just started, he walked out of the command. Everything he saw was in his eyes. Chun Mo was also shocked when he saw the scene from the sky. "It is the strongest commander of our shield. This is the real super warrior." Then look at Steve, who got up on the Jeep, and the colonel disdainfully snorted. "Bad boy, compared with your master, you are still far behind." On the plane, Steve still looked at Chun Mo with excitement. Chun Mo gave him a huge surprise in an amazing way of appearance, and also interrupted his impulse plan to single-handedly attack the enemy's strict defense. After being assassinated by Dr. Erskine, he and Chun Mo have not seen it for half a year. His impression of Chun Mo still stays before separation. At that time, Chun Mo had not accepted the reinforcement, and he was almost as strong as his current strength. He did not expect to see each other again. Chun Mo's strength exceeded him. Jumping from such a high height, but unharmed and landing smoothly, Steve asked himself that he could not do it. In addition to superior strength and skeletal muscle strength, superb unloading skills are also essential. Obviously, no matter what aspect, the gap between him and Chun Mo is still very huge. In fact, Chun Mo is also forced to do so. He is not bored to idle and nothing to jump to play. In London, he learned that Steve went to the front line of Italy to express his condolences, and the Hydra rebellious base that had been stopped for a while began to change. Chun Mo knew that it was not good. Then he asked, and sure enough, Baki's 107th Infantry Regiment was a Hydra. In the attack, hundreds of people were captured. Now Howard is by his side. Without him driving the plane, with Chun Mo's understanding of Steve, he is very eager to save his own safety and hard-hitting Nazi defense. Even if he is strengthened by the super soldier's serum, his strength is incomparably strong, but it is fierce to use the flesh and blood to fight against the fierce enemy positions on the frontal battlefield. After all, Steve has not yet reached the point of ignoring the bullets. Under the intensive bombing, heavy fire coverage, artillery fire, and even the steel torrent of armored vehicles and tanks, the frontal battles are only crushed. Worried that Steve had an accident, Chun Mo directly took a serious seasickness and did not recover the Howard machine across the English Channel and flew directly to Italy. The plane should have landed at the airport near the military camp, but when the plane flew to the military camp, Chun Mo, in front of the porthole, with his superhuman vision, keenly discovered Steve and Carter, who were deadlocked in an open space in the military camp. When the plane landed and then rushed over, maybe Steve had already run away, and Chun Mo, who couldn't wait, let Howard lower his height and jump directly from the plane. The unloading skills learned from a few people in Huangqi played a role, or even if Chun Mo's inhuman power is not easy to land smoothly, it will not be easy to get a lazy roll and unload part of it. The impact force cannot do such a shocking domineering. At this time, on the plane, in addition to Howard, who was still flying in front, there was a glamorous agent, Peggy Carter, who had just stopped living and stopped Steve from taking the risk to save people. After Chun Mo's magical appearance from the sky, Carter's attitude immediately reversed 180 degrees. Howard flew through the most difficult battlefield blockade, and the remaining sneaked into the base to save people, almost killing 2 Hydras. Chun Mo of the base. Don't be too simple. Chun Mo and Steve walked together. Carter put 100 hearts. Just by this opportunity, let Steve adapt to the combat style of S.H.I.E.L.D., precisely the combat style of the commander of the S.H.I.E.L.D. Special Forces, Chun Mo. Chun Mo did not live up to Carter's high hopes, and showed Steve the strength of the S.H.I.E.L.D. and the style of his commander on the plane. The plane is Howard's private jet. There are only a few comfortable leather seats in the small cabin. The floor and bulkhead are covered with a layer of iron. The front directly connects to Howard's cab, behind the tail. The area is separated by a curtain, although Chun Mo seems to be a bit rudimentary, but in this era has been considered very luxurious. Under the watchful eyes of Steve and Carter, Chun Mo went straight to the rear of the cabin and opened the curtain in front of him. The space behind the curtain is not large. It may be used as a warehouse, and the iron wall of the bulkhead is covered with the decoration, which directly exposes the steel skeleton of the body. In this small space, there is a huge box that is close to 2 meters long. Open to take a look. Chun Mo lifted his body and called Steve to let him open the box. Steve was also curious about the things in the box at this time. He knew that Chun Mo could be taken out with such solemnity, and the things in the box would not be ordinary. From Chun Mo's face, I couldn't see anything. Steve simply reached out and opened the box. Carter also got up and came to Steve at the moment. She is also very curious. Chun Mo is so mysterious. What is in this box? As the box was opened, www.novel.com, a burst of silver light first reflected in the eyes of 2 people. I saw it at the top of the box, with a round shield made of silver metal, about 70 or 80 centimeters in diameter. The shield has a slight curvature and looks thick and solid. Steve looked at Chun Mo puzzled and didn't understand what the shield meant. Carter is thinking about it. She naturally saw Chun Mo's shield. This shield is almost exactly the same as Chun Mo's. But Chun Mo's face has long been painted black, and the shield surface is silver and smooth. It seems more like a new one. There will be a confrontation with the Hydra in a moment. Your performance props will also block the pistol bullets. When you encounter a rifle and a heavy machine gun, you will be shredded easily. Chun Mo glanced at Steve and put it aside. Iron shield, full of disdain in the eyes. The box is the combat equipment I prepared for you, and it is also the crystallization of the highest technology of S.H.I.E.L.D. Chun Mo pointed to the top shield of the box. This shield and the long sword below are modeled after my weapon, made with Edelman alloy. Steve heard the words again, looking at the box, only to find a long sword under the shield. Steve took the shield first and looked at it carefully. He found that it was much thicker than his original prop shield and looked more solid. Edelman alloy is the hardest metal in the world and is indestructible. This shield can withstand the attack of almost all weapons without any damage. Steve's eyes were wide, and he looked incredibly at the shield in his hand. It's hard to imagine that this seemingly ordinary shield is so powerful. Then I couldn't wait to put the shield on my arm. With this shield, the rescue of Baki was mostly. Don't worry, it's not finished yet. Chapter 54. Ready to parachute. Chun Imo shook his head helplessly and raised his finger into the box. This long sword is also made of Edelman alloy. It is very sharp. As long as the power is enough, it can be easily cut into iron, and there is no need to worry that it will break. Steve remembered the long sword below. He used shields for his usual performances. He was not very familiar with cold weapons such as long swords. He just didn't pay attention to it. He heard Chun Mo's explanation and knew that this was the case. It is also unusual to have a medieval sword with a long-handed knight. There was limited space in the cabin, and Steve just picked up the long sword and tried it. The weight of a few kilograms was light in his hands, and the two-handed sword was also very easy to use with one hand. Steve, who was very satisfied with the two weapons, turned his head and thanked Chun Imo. Thank you, master. With them, I will be able to successfully rescue Baki. Chun Mo's heart once again felt a helplessness. He seriously doubted whether Steve's IQ at this time was 0. Ever since I knew that Baki was in distress, I was ready to drive a jeep. I used a shield to single-handedly smash the defensive German defense line and broke into the Hydra base to save people. Now I can only see a thing in front of me, and my mind is stupid. I thought that only 2 cold weapons were installed in the big box. It's not been too long for him to teach himself personally, so that he can forget even the basic calm. Chun Majin slammed Steve, and he couldn't help but feel cold. It seemed to remind him of the days of being taught by Chun Imo in the martial arts hall. Just as Steve was somewhat inexplicable and couldn't figure it out, Chun Imo said coldly, "There is also an Edelman alloy armored battle suit in the box. Just put it on me." Steve knows the reason why Chun Imo is angry. He always remembers the things of Baki in his heart. He always has some restlessness. Master once taught me to keep calm. He must be angry. I am confused and not doing it. Not at all. Thinking of this, Steve took a deep breath and his eyes slowly settled down. When I look at Chun Imo, there is no more urgency and uneasiness in my eyes. Yes, master. After being taught by Chun Imo, Steve couldn't take care of the other, took off his coat and pants, and picked up the black alloy armored battle suit in the box. Fortunately, he was wearing a tight-fitting uniform during the performance, where Carter should be entangled in turning around or secretly feasting. This is a burly and strong Steve wearing an armored battle suit is even more powerful. Looking at the side of Carter's eyes shining, breathing is a lot of urgency, the chest followed by breathing ups and downs. With this full body of Edelman alloy armor, you only need to pay attention to protect your head with a shield, not to be hit by heavy weapons, and you are basically not afraid of any attack. Chun Imo stunned Carter, sitting in the seat, slowly said. Carter rushed to Steve in the eyes of a small star, his fingers gently stroking the alloy armor on his chest. The cold and hard steel texture made her feel a cold fingertip. It seemed that there was a current flowing down the armor, which made her feel numb and her cheeks were hot. Steve looked at the glamorous Carter in front of him, and at the same time he was a little confused. Chun Imo, who sits comfortably in the leather seat, can't help but laugh at the two people's appearance. It is clear that Lang is interested, but he is not willing to smash the last window paper. Carter quickly woke up from the state of the flower idiot, so he naturally retracted his hand and returned to his seat with a red cheek. Steve looked back and looked at Chun Imo with a guilty conscience, just in time with his inexplicable eyes. Like what was done by the parents, Steve quickly turned back and ran to the box and took out a bunch of things from it, including a set of black combat uniforms, used to mount a special strap carrying a sword shield, and 2 pistols and matching holsters, magazines, and equipment. Without the command of Chun Imo, Steve consciously put on the battle suit, and everything else was equipped. The shield is hung on the back, fixed by a special buckle, easy to pick in place, does not affect the movement and battle. The long sword is inserted vertically inside the shield. The hand is just exposed. The hilt is in the position behind the head. The backhand can hold it accurately, and you can quickly pull out the sword during the battle. Carter finally managed to control the little stars that had come out in his eyes. He coughed up and concealed his uncomfortable feelings. Then he took out a map, and the 2 people around him explained the situation of the Hydra base. This Hydra base is located in Crawford, between the two mountains. It looks more like a huge factory based on photos taken by the reconnaissance plane from high altitude. I will try to send you to the door. Howard in the cab turned back and said to a few people, with a hint of excitement in his voice, www.novel.com. Howard was originally stunned by seasickness and was taken to the plane by Chunimo immediately. I became alive and kicking. I drove from London to the front line of Italy and flew to the base of the Klebsberg in the back of the enemy. But there was no fatigue at all. He was exactly like two people on board. Perhaps their Stark family has flying genes, but in the future his son Tony Stark will play more tech. No, the Hydra base has a blasting artillery. You have to disintegrate when you break the plane. With my technology. Howard just wanted to refute, emphasizing his superb driving skills, avoiding the air defense artillery piece of cake, and the result was just a mouth shut by Chun-Mo relentlessly. There is still a lot of risk in your technology. I don't care about Steve. The plane disintegrated, and we both fell. It doesn't matter if you are bad, but Carter must give me a safe return. No, you still want to take her to accompany you to perform the trapeze. Howard was told by Chun-Mo that he couldn't say anything. He took Chun-Mo's adventure. Who made Chun-Mo his boss, or the godfather of his future child? He didn't have any pressure on Howard, but Carter was different. She followed the adventure, and he felt embarrassed. Chun-Mo has long discovered that Howard's character is very strange. It can be said that it is very contradictory. Usually he is afraid of death, but he likes to pursue stimuli. When he is overexcited, he will ignore danger, be bold and aggressive, and often make very risky moves. Howard no longer snorted. Chun-Mo looked at the map and spoke directly. Now we have crossed the German defense line, and once we enter the mountains, after finding the Hydra base, I and Steve jumped directly, and both of you immediately returned. Chapter 55, Super Military Factory. What Carter still wants to say is stopped by Chun-Mo. It's decided that the rest of the journey is not difficult for us, and there is no need to take risks. Carter's words no longer persist. After all, Chun-Mo is the commander of the SHIELD. The battle plan has always been made by him. He is mainly responsible for combat affairs. Even Colonel Phillips rarely intervenes in his operations. The Hydra base is only 30 miles from the front and quickly enters the mountains at the speed of the plane, close to the base. Chun-Mo pretended to take out his weapon from the cargo compartment at the rear of the cabin. The Jinjin shield and the Sword of the King were carried behind him. Two black and M1911 pistols were inserted into the holsters on both sides of the thigh, at the waist. On the armed belt is a flying knife made of 20 Edmund alloys. Confirmed the orientation of the Hydra base, Chun-Mo and Steve jumped in advance from the two hills outside the base. Be careful. Carter stood at the door of the cabin and shouted at the two men. Chun-Mo did not think so passionately that she was telling herself. Even if there was, it was incidental. Through the cover of the night, Chun-Mo and Steve quietly landed in the woods, sorted out the equipment, and the two men found the direction and quickly went to the Hydra base. It was not far from the base. With the extraordinary speed and physical strength of the two people, they quickly sneaked into the vicinity of the Hydra base and hidden in a forest in front of the gate. Not far from the Hydra base is like a giant beast lurking in the night, a huge building dozens of meters high like a dam across the mountains, even blocking the sky in the distance. The walls of tall concrete columns and wire mesh surround the entire base, leaving only a gate in front of Chun-Mo, connected to the outside world through a forest path. More than a dozen bright searchlights were swept in and out of the base, and they were very eye-catching in the dark. It is not easy to sneak into it quietly, although the wall is ineffective for Chun-Mo, not to mention that the Sword of the King can be easily cut open. With the power of Chun-Mo and Steve, it is easy to directly cross the pass. However, there is a wide open space between the wall and the base. Even if the two people are very fast, it is easy to expose them under the searchlights that are frequently scanned back and forth. The two hid in the woods and waited quietly for the opportunity. Just as Steve was about to wait impatiently, Chun-Mo suddenly whispered, "Coming." Steve looked at Chun-Mo puzzled and found that his gaze was on the end of the forest path connecting the Hydra base. Steve's gaze also turned to the past, saying that it is a forest path. In fact, it is also 3 or 4 meters wide. The road is directly opened in the woods. Both sides are tall and lush trees. Under Steve's gaze, the end of the road quickly moved. First, a subtle engine sound came faintly, getting closer and closer to them, and getting clearer and clearer. Then two lights came from the darkness, and obviously there was a vehicle coming. Not long after, several trucks drove out from the corner at the end of the road. Chinemo looked at Steve and whispered, "Follow me." Steve nodded and quietly approached the side of the road behind Chinemo. After several trucks passed, Chinemo took the lead and quickly flashed the hidden woods and rushed to the back of the last truck. Into the car. Steve followed closely and jumped in. When he stood firm in the train, he saw that Chun-Imo had sat down on the wooden box on the side of the carriage, and the two armed 9 heads. The snake soldiers lay on the ground with a flying knife in the iframe. Retract the flying knife and throw all the bodies out. Chun-Imo was sitting on the material box and told him that there were apprentices around him. These little things were naturally not handled by Chun-Imo. "Yes, master." Steve quickly promised to pull out the flying knife, wipe it clean, and hand it back to Chun-Imo, and easily lifted a body and threw it out from behind the car. The truck they were in was at the end of the team. There was a dark deadwood behind the car. There was no light source. Only one piece of darkness was seen in the eyes. Nothing could be seen. There was no need to worry about being found abnormal by the people in front. The truck fleet smoothly entered the gate of the Hydra base, which in turn stopped in front of the warehouse on the side of the base. The materials carried on the truck will be unloaded one by one here. Several heavily armed Hydra soldiers patrolled back and forth in front of the warehouse, and a group of workers quickly came to the first truck to start moving supplies. While the workers and guards outside were not paying attention to this, Chunmo took Steve out of the compartment and, through the cover of the body, dived to the towering base building in the night. There is a wide open space between the warehouse and the huge base building. www.ontelnovel.com. There are dozens of black heavy tanks and armored vehicles neatly parked in the open space. The Hydra logo on the body looks even more in the dark. Cold, evil. Obviously, there is a large number of mechanized units of the Hydra Corps armored in this base. Steve could not help but worry about whether he could successfully rescue the prisoners. However, seeing Chunmo's calm and tall figure in front, Steve's inexplicable stability settled down, throwing away distracting thoughts and following Chunmo's body. Through the cover of tanks and armored vehicles, hiding from the sights of searchlights and patrolling Hydra soldiers, they quickly passed through the open space and came to a row of long buildings connected to the base building. A heavy 3-meter-high the armored car just stopped at the wall. Chun-Imo quickly stepped onto the roof with an armored vehicle, and Steve followed closely, completely disappearing into the vision of the Hydra soldiers patrolling below. The two quickly ran along the roof to the tall base building in the distance. The buildings on the road were of different heights, but the height of 3 or 5 meters was not a problem for the two. The two climbed all the way. The knight was quietly approaching the bottom of the building and successfully sneaked into the base from a window. The situation inside the base is actually very clear, including the internal structure and layout of the entire building. In order to prevent the stunned snakes, Chun-Imo carefully sensed the situation around him, led Steve to escape a wave of Hydra soldiers, smoothly passed through the periphery, and entered the inner core area of the base. The huge production workshop of the weapons factory was fully exposed, in front of two people. The entire building is surrounded by layers of floors, and in the middle of the building, nearly half of the area of the building is connected up and down, with a huge production workshop with a height of several tens of meters. Chapter 56 Rescue Captives. The thick and crisscrossed steel skeleton is densely distributed around the plant, reinforcing and supporting the entire space. A wide variety of machinery, equipment, and huge steel parts are filled with a large workshop that looks like a world of steel. Many of these devices are more than a dozen meters high, even if Steve, who had been at the factory, did not know their purpose. Even at night, there are still hundreds of workers who are constantly busy, but Steve has not found any of the prisoners. These workers were dressed in uniforms, neatly dressed, and in good spirits. They were apparently members of the Hydra, but did not know where the captured Allied soldiers were locked. At this time, Chun-Imo and Steve are standing on a platform more than 10 meters high on the side of the factory. This is an exit from the fourth-floor connecting factory. There was originally a Hydra soldier guarding here, but suddenly appeared Chinemo, and Steve instantly killed. These are... Steve looked puzzled at a special area in the factory, where many cigar-shaped objects of 5 or 6 meters high were placed neatly, with hundreds of them. And the entire factory seems to produce such a big guy. Those are the latest super bombs developed by Hydra. It seems that this is their bomb factory. Chunmo's answer surprised Steve. Such a huge bomb. And it is also the top technology product of Hydra. Its power must be enormous. Perhaps only one need to completely blow up the base. There are hundreds of super bombs here. In fact, Steve's guess is not wrong, but he still underestimated the power of this super bomb. According to Chunmo's information, this super bomb is filled with a powerful explosive developed inside the Hydra, which is 5 times as powerful as TNT. The internal charge of each bomb is as high as 30 tons, equivalent to 150 tons of TNT explosives. The explosion radius is more than 500 meters. The power is much stronger than the father of the bomb, even if Chunemo is in the same place. The era is also a big killer. Its power is second only to the most powerful weapon of mankind, the nuclear bomb. And now that nuclear weapons have not yet been developed, it is the most powerful weapons of mass destruction. What do they want to do? Steve's voice was a bit dignified. He couldn't imagine what would happen if the bombs were placed on the Allied positions. Don't worry so much. First find the place where the prisoners are being held. Chunmo's heart is very clear that these bombs are not just intended to be placed on the battlefield. After Chunmo's reminder, Steve remembered that he came here to understand the rescue of prisoners and the search for Baki. This is so big, how can we find it? Steve temporarily put aside his fears caused by these huge numbers of super bombs, and once again turned his attention back to understanding the rescue of prisoners. As Chunemo said, the most urgent task is to rescue the prisoners first, and then consider them later. A large number of prisoners cannot be kept in a very high place. In order to facilitate management, they should be held on the ground floor or underground. Chunemo, who knows the situation of the base, knows very well that hundreds of captured Allied soldiers are now being held in the cell on the ground floor of the factory. Let's split up and find them and evacuate them as soon as possible. The farther the better. Once the bombs are detonated, the entire base will be razed to the ground and the surrounding area will be affected within a few kilometers. Steve's heart was in the safety of Baki, and he didn't think much. He nodded and turned directly to the downstairs to find the prisoner's place of detention. However, Chunemo did not go downstairs, but slowly walked towards the upper level of the base. In the top-level control room of the base, Baron Straker is standing in front of the console. In front of him is a row of observation windows curved like an airport tower. Through the glass, the whole factory has a panoramic view. Under his orders, the captive Allied soldiers began to work from the morning when they were not bright, and it was not until recently that they were taken back to the underground cell. The destructive plan is about to open, and as one of the most critical ultimate weapons, the supply of super bombs must be sufficient. If it weren't for the maximum use of these prisoners, Baron Straker even wanted them to work 24 hours a day. These people's lives are no different from the ants in his eyes. As long as they can rule the world, the dead. What more? Just as he planned to continue to attack the Allied forces and capture the captives to increase the production of the super bombs, a burst of gunfire and continuous explosions suddenly sounded outside the base. Baron Straker looked heavy and turned to look at the monitor on the console. In the picture, the Hydra soldiers guarding the base of the base were fighting with a group of Allied prisoners who suddenly emerged from the base building. Untilnovel.com. This Hydra base is located at the rear of the German front, more than 30 kilometers from the front line. As long as the front line does not collapse, they will be very safe here. The German front has always been very stable. No matter how aggressive the Allied forces are, they can't go any further, so the defense of the Hydra base is very lax. In accordance with Chunmo's guidance, Steve quickly found the imprisoned Allied prisoners in the underground and rescued them smoothly. What surprised Steve was that the good brother Baki, who thought he had died, was among them. Not to mention how surprised Bucky had seen Steve, who had undergone seroconstriction and changed his body, because he had killed a lot of Hydra soldiers when he came in, worried that Steve would be heard by Chunemo. The order directly led the people to quickly evacuate outside the base. As for Chinemo, Steve is not worried. The same equipment as himself is enough to ensure his safety, not to mention that he is much stronger than himself. I believe that when I heard the movement of my breakout, Chun-Imo will soon come to the confluence. Steve took the shield from the back and put it on the left arm. He pulled out the long sword behind him with his right hand and led everyone to take the lead to rush outside the base. Powerful and speedy, powerful and fully armed, Steve, who was not afraid of bullets, took the lead in breaking through. The first group of Hydra soldiers who had contacted them first did not react and was directly rushed by Steve. Then it was in the hands of the Allied prisoners. When they rushed out of the base building, nearly half of them had weapons in their hands. After the defense of the deep line, the protection of the Hydra base was too lax. They did not expect that they would be Allied prisoners who would be slave laborers and would escape from the heavily guarded base building. Chapter 57 Master of Swordsmanship. There are only a few hundred Hydra soldiers in the entire base, and most of them are in the base building. Under the defense, the outside Hydra soldiers were quickly killed by Steve and Allied prisoners who suddenly rushed out. A lot. When the Baron Straker in the control room found an abnormality and rang the alarm, a large number of Hydra soldiers began to emerge from the base building. On the part of the captive, Steve's super powerful force rushed directly to the front with the pouring bullets. The long sword in his hand quickly harvested the life of the Hydra soldiers, and more people got the weapons. Without being in a disadvantage, the two sides were evenly matched and launched a fierce battle on the periphery of the base. With the unattended tanks and armored vehicles parked in the open space occupied by Allied prisoners, the situation outside began to lean towards Steve, and the Hydra soldiers rushing out of the base building were constantly being their own weapons. Kill it! The shells of the tank exploded on the ground. The trucks and walls that were hit were easily shredded, and the fragments of the body were splashed around, leaving only a piece of burning sea of fire. The bullets of the machine guns cut through the night sky, harvesting the life of a Hydra soldier. The loss of the Hydra was getting worse and worse, and it was completely suppressed by the Steve. Baron Straker found that the situation was out of control. His face was gloomy and his fist was on the console. Damn, how did these guys run out? In the face of the angry question of Baron Straker, the head of the bomb factory was ruthless. Through the monitor, they can clearly see that the Hydra soldiers are defeated under the attack of the Allied captured soldiers. Especially the burly figure, Steve holding the shield sword, is slashing all the way. No one can block. Seeing that his soldiers were not opponents at all, the base was almost unable to keep up. The bark of Straker flashed in the eyes, turned to a console, and pressed the switches one by one. No, what are you doing? The person in charge of the factory saw that he had activated the base's self-explosive device and intended to blow up the entire base. He could no longer fear the fear of him, and quickly ran forward to try to stop it. Our soldiers are not opponents. Do you leave the base for their occupation? Baron Straker pushed him away and continued to launch all the self-destructing devices. The person in charge of the base that was pushed open looked at the black battle suit on the monitor screen, holding a strong sword in the middle of the Hydra soldiers, and could not help but have a cold. If the base is broken, his own end will not be too good. He doesn't want to cut a sharp sword that looks sharp on his own. Just as he was horrified and planned to run immediately, the door of the control room was suddenly hit by a huge force. The heavy iron door fell off the door frame directly and flew inward into the control room, and the two fell into the control room, on the ground in front of people. The person in charge of the base who was trying to escape was frightened by this sudden change. The body stepped back and forth until it hit the console and stopped. His face looked fearfully at the door of the control room. Baron Straker glanced down at the iron gate on the floor, and his eyes were twitching. The iron gate has been deformed at this time, and in the middle of the door, the iron plate is deeply sunken, revealing a clear footprint. Obviously, this thick iron gate is being produced with great power. Fly in. Baron Straker looked up at the door and saw a tall, burly figure walking in from the outside of the door. The black combat uniform and the slender hilt exposed behind him made him think of the monitor. That powerful figure. Are you not here? How is it possible? The person in charge of the panic, who was panicked, asked him to ask his doubts. The head of the person seemed to have a mask on his head. Only a pair of eagle-like eyes were exposed. The sharp eyes swept through the control room. When he looked at him, he felt his body feel cold and hide behind him. The head of the base is even more shivering throughout the body. In the end, his eyes stopped on the monitor screen. "Are you talking about him?" A cold, low voice came from under the mask. The two people in front of the console heard the words, turned their heads to look at the screen, and saw a figure in front of the people in front of them. They were fighting to kill a Hydra soldier. Obviously, there is another person standing in front of them, and there is no doubt that he and the people below are a group. Baron Straker looked cold. His eyes flashed. His right hand quickly pulled out a slender thorn sword from under the windbreaker. His feet moved quickly, and a sword quickly smashed toward the chest of the person in front of him. This is a delicate and luxurious classical noble sword, gorgeous carved handguard. The blade is thin and thick, with a flat diamond shape, suitable for stabbing, but also can be cut, and has a strong penetrating power. Baron Straker is a true German hereditary noble baron, mastered in fighting, and is a master of swordsmanship. The sword is precise, fast, and hot. Chun Mo looked at the long sword stabbed to his chest quickly. www.ontelnovel.com did not rely on the defense of the alloy armor hard joint. Seeing the tip of the sword will stab the chest, Chun Mo quickly escaped sideways. Chen Majing is going to fight back. Whoever expected the long sword that had been stabbed in the air suddenly turned and became a sharp cut and quickly crossed Chun Mo's chest. Chun Mo did not expect Baron Straker's reaction to be so rapid. Under the circumstance, he could not completely escape. The battle suit on his chest was opened with a long hole in the tip of the sword, revealing the black armored battle suit inside. Quickly withdrawing from a distance, Chun Mo looked solemnly and looked at the Baron Straker holding the stabbing sword in front of him. Ever since coming to this world, Chun Mo has always been a smooth rider with his prophetic familiarity with the plot of the movie and his own physical qualities that transcend ordinary people. Regardless of the most powerful villain boss, Hydra's leader, Hung Schmidt, or the mafia family of Brooklyn's underground powers, was easily killed by him. However, the long-term smooth sailing and the continuous improvement of his strength have changed his mindset, becoming more and more confident, proud, and even arrogant. From the very beginning of the careful design, step by step, set up a trap in the church. The red dragonfly, whose strength was still above him, was seriously wounded, and the whole operation was always very cautious, and did not give the dead Red Claw opportunity. After careful planning, Steve joined the Strategic Science Reserve team, successfully became one of the core leaders of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the hands of the two most powerful secret forces in the world, there are Hydra's advanced black technology and super soldier serum and Edelman alloy in hand. It can be said that as long as Chun Mo is willing, he has been able to control the world to a certain extent. Development process and direction. Chapter 58, Guild War. Although there is no ambition to rule the world, but there is such a powerful force in the hands, there is hardly any threat to him at present. All this feeling of mastery has gradually weakened his caution and care. Before Wang Kuen's family was tied, although he noticed the loopholes he had arranged, he still could not let him wake up to his mentality changes, including when he cleaned up the mafia family. There was not much planning to prepare. In the eyes of Chun Mo at the time, these mafia families were just a few insignificant little characters. It was not worth mentioning at all. He had a mentality of training and even playing, and he did not pay any attention at all, let alone be cautious. Fortunately, there are no masters in this group of mafia, nor are they wary of deploying traps, weapons such as bombs and sniper rifles. Chun Mo's party hit them under the night raid and was caught off guard. The situation has always been under the control of Chun Mo. Otherwise, if you encounter several sharpshooters, or if the other party sends a spy near the pier, be prepared in advance, arrange a sniper or a trap, and let Chun Mo directly bring a hard-hitting posture. Maybe it will be damaged. Including this sneak into the Hydra base, Chun Mo has been holding the playing mentality. Let Steve go to rescue the captives alone, and he walked to the control room in a leisurely manner, wanting to have a Baron Stella, this one chess pieces that I personally laid. Whoever thinks, this piece of Chun Mo thought that the chess piece he had mastered gave Chun Mo a good shot. Until just now, when the stabbing sword broke through the battle suit of Chun Mo's chest, Chun Mo was awakened in an instant. He lost himself during this time, forgot the cautiousness when he first came to the world, and he was calm and calm all the time. Everything happened between the electric and the flint. Baron Straker did not know that Chun Mo in front of him had suddenly awakened because of the sword he had stabbed and returned to the original calm, cautious and wise. In fact, it is simple. Chun Mo is only growing rapidly because of his own strength and control. His mentality has not been adjusted well. In addition, he is in the world of movies, lacking the sense of identity in the real world, acting more indiscriminately and casually. At this time, since I have already realized that Chun Mo's eyes on Baron Straker will naturally be different. With the information that Chun Mo has mastered, Baron Straker is the aristocratic Baron of Straker Castle in Bavaria, Germany. He has been following Hitler very early, and he has built a Hydra with his full support to develop a powerful weapon for the Nazis. It is Hitler's death loyalty. However, according to Chun Mo, Baron Straker himself has hidden huge ambitions, and his allegiance to Hitler is only to gain the support of his power, thereby realizing his own great ambition. He is a powerful swordsman with superb swordsmanship. Not only that, he is also proficient in fighting, and his combat power is not weak. These Chun Mo have known for a long time, but they have not attracted his attention. In his view, the sword of the king is in hand, plus the 6 times the physical and responsiveness of ordinary people. What swordsman is not his in front of him? Opponent. An Edelman alloy armor is in the body. There is no weapon that can hurt him, so too much to support, until the tip of the sword stabbed before the body to escape. I did not expect Barracus's swordsmanship is indeed extraordinary. Change the pole fast, for a moment, was cut through combat uniforms. Now that he is in a state of mind, Chun Mo's interest is not diminished. It's rare to meet a swordsman, and Chun Mo, who uses his own sword, will not let go of this opportunity to improve his sword. Eyes watched and watched the handheld stabbing sword pointing straight to his Baron Straker. Chun Mo's right hand slowly reached behind his head, holding the sword of the king's sword and slowly pulling it out. As for the shield, it is not necessary at this time. Baron Straker's eyes were also very dignified at this time. The power of Chun Majian's control room iron gates did not have to be said. The agility and reaction speed that he showed when he escaped his sword was terrible. I must know that the sword that had just been stabbed was already very close to the chest. He believed that no one could escape. Because his sword is pierced very fast, the speed of the target is almost as fast as the naked eye. If you want to escape, the speed you need is not what normal H. It is himself. He asks himself to escape the sword just now. But the fact is that Chun Mo easily escaped from the sword in the moment when he was not allowed to move, faster than his sword, which completely exceeded his imagine. How can humans be so fast? However, he followed the natural and instinctive change and achieved unexpected results. As a master of swordsmanship, I have been immersed in swordsmanship for many years, and Baron Straker's swordsmanship skills are very powerful. www.ontelnovel.com. The speed and accuracy of the swords are extremely amazing. At the same time, all the swordsmanship has already been integrated into his body, becoming an instinct. Even if the brain does not respond, the body will naturally react, quickly make the most correct moves, and attack the enemy's most deadly key. Chun Mo did not expect this, and relaxed after he escaped the sniper and was hit by his sudden change. The sword of the king is in hand, and Chun Mo's eyes look coldly at the Baron Straker in front of him. The power of his feet bursts out at an instant, rushing forward at a very fast speed, while the sword in his hand goes from top to bottom, toward his head. Fallen away, the long and thick sword body cut through the air, and the flash of silver flashed a whistling sound of the wind. Chun Mo's swordsmanship has not been systematically studied. It is entirely his own groping in the battle. The moves are simple and straightforward, open and big, and specialize in the enemy's vitality, which is in line with his fighting skills. This is also a manifestation of his unbalanced mentality and arrogance. When he first practiced fighting, he also knew that he was the leader of the family, and he went to the shackles. When he was strong, he did not bother to learn from the weak and began to build his own doors. Although coping with the battle on the battlefield and killing the soldiers is handy, there are some dwarfs in the face of such swordsmen as Baron Straker. In particular, Chun Mo feels how powerful his swordsman's swordsmanship is and deliberately suppresses his strength and speed, keeping him at about the same level as his average. Unlike Chun Mo, Baron Straker's swordsmanship is more about skill and speed, and the long sword used is also a slender sword. Even if he didn't know that the sword of the king was cut like iron and unbreakable, he did not use the sword in his hand to harden Chun Chen's powerful blow. Chapter 59 Heart Retreat. At the beginning of Chun Mo's footing, Baron Straker, who had been staring at Chun Mo, discovered Chun Mo's intentions. His feet began to move quickly. The pace was flexible and fast, and he was so different that Chun Mo could not touch him. The movement, the attack of the sword in the hand cannot help but a slight meal. Baron Straker accurately grasped this short pause, and the sword that had already been ready to go was stabbed in the hand, just above the side of the sword of the king's sword, close to the tip of the sword. The sword of the king is a long-handed knight's sword. It was originally used for fighting immediately. The blade length is close to 1 meter. Chun Mo is a single-handed grip. Without all strength, the long sword is the sword of Baron Straker. After puncturing, he turned to one side and completely lost his accuracy. Chun Mo's original attack, which was unstoppable, was easily resolved, and even the opponent's clothes were not touched. The attack was defeated, but Chun Mo was not surprised. Baron Straker's sword method is much stronger than he imagined, which also shows that Chun Mo's sword method still has a lot of room for improvement. Next, Chun Mo got up and fought again and fought with Baron Straker. Chun Mo's move is big and big, his hands are long and sharp, and Straker doesn't dare to pick it up. He can only avoid his edge, use the footwork to dodge, or directly use the sword to beat it. However, his swordsmanship is very agile and squeaky, often piercing from Chen's unexpected point of view, forcing Chun Mo to return to the sword block and wandering. Not too big control room became the battlefield of the two people. At one time, the figure in the house flashed, and the sword shadow was heavy. The person in charge of the base who had been hiding in the side was scared by the fierce battle that suddenly broke out. The body was tightly attached to the console and squatted on the ground, for fear of being cut by the long sword that the two men kept waving. It's not that he doesn't want to flee when they fight, but their battle is too fierce. The figure of the two keeps moving throughout the house, so fast that he can't see it at all, and he doesn't know that they will appear next time. Where? In this case, how dare he stand up? Maybe he has not left 2 steps and was cut off by the long sword who did not know where to cut it. The battle between the two men continued for a while, and it seemed to be evenly matched on the surface, but Chun Mo, who was rigid in the move, could hardly prevent the Baroque Straker from attacking the flexible attack without using all the strengths. The combat uniforms on his body were almost smashed. It reveals the hard alloy armor inside. Straker's face was not in the slightest, although most of the attacks were shunned by Chun Mo, but the clothes were cut, but there were a few unexpected attacks that were actually smashing Chun Mo. It was only the strength of the blade that came back from the stab, but it made his heart sink. Through the broken battle suit of Chun Mo, he found the dark armor hidden under the clothes. The same shape as the head mask made him quickly understand that this should be a special defensive armor covering the whole body. After several attempts to stab Chun Mo's failure, he also verified his speculation. In fact, this armor is not completely flawless. There will be a very small gap between the adjacent armor plates, but even with the superb swordsmanship of his master swordsman, it is difficult to stab such a tiny gap in the movement. Needless to say, even if it can stab and successfully break through the defense of bulletproof fiber, pierce the gap, and the thickness of the blade of the sword cannot be completely penetrated. I am afraid that only a short section of the tip of the sword can penetrate the armor and hurt Chun Mo. This can only be regarded as a skin injury, which is not a big threat. And with the persistence of high-intensity battles, Straker's physical strength can't keep up, and Chun Mo's offensive has not weakened. After all, Chun Mo can control power, speed, and suppress strength, but there is no way to control physical strength. At the same time, he also had a terrible discovery. Chun Mo's swordsmanship is becoming stronger and stronger in the process of fighting with him. Although it is not very obvious, he can still feel it. Chun Mo's swordsmanship is improving. Suddenly stunned by Chun Mo's horror learning speed, Baron Straker's long-term attack failed, and he finally retired. He had no way to take Chun-Mo. He was like a cold and deceitful snake. He couldn't start with Chun-Mo's vigorous and agile turtle. The battle continued, and he must be defeated. Moreover, the base's self-destruction device has been activated by him. In a few minutes, the base will be detonated, and it will be late if it is not left. The hundreds of super bombs in the base are not furnishings. Resigned in my heart, even if there is action. After a few tricks, I saw Straker's sword stabbing Chun-Mo's left eye, forcing him to return to the sword, but it was a sham, and while Chun-Mo's sword was back, his sword was also at the same time. His left hand reached out to the head of the base behind him. After Straker planned to escape, he specifically directed Chun-Mo to the side of the battle. At this time, both of them were at the innermost side of the control room www.novel.com. The two were next to the base console, and the head of the base, which has been neglected, just happened to be behind Straker. The body is close to the console, and the person in charge of the base who wants to squeeze in can see that the two people who are fighting are getting closer and closer to themselves. In the end, they are directly coming to his side, and they are all dead, just as he is vicious in his heart. When cursing the two, a big hand was caught straight to him. Without waiting for him to react, Straker pulled his clothes directly to pull him up, and then he pushed him to Chun-Mo in front of him. Chun-Mo, who is returning to the sword to prepare for the attack on Straker, all his attention is on the sword's tip. Straker suddenly took the sword. Chun-Mo did not react to it for a while. Just when he wanted to look up, one of the figures suddenly rushed to him. When I couldn't think too much, Chun-Mo's first reaction was to cut the sword. The sharp sword of the king crossed directly from his body. From the right shoulder to the left waist, a long bloodline appeared, and the whole body was divided into two. Along the momentum of the fall on both sides of Chun-Mo, who had been unable to attack Baron Straker in the battle, could not help but have some doubts. He fixed his eyes and found that he was the head of the base that he had been neglected. At this time, his upper body fell just on the console. The eyes are full of horror and puzzled. When Chun-Mo reacted and looked up again, the figure of Baron Straker had already ran to the door of the control room. It turned out that he wanted to escape. Chun-Mo was not angry when he was deceived by him. Instead, his mouth was slightly tilted with a smile. Baron Straker gave him another lesson. In the battle, he must look at the overall situation and master every detail of the audience. When encountering a strong enemy, you must observe it carefully. You must not only look at your eyes, but you will lose sight of it. Chapter 60: Missing Captain America. In fact, it is reasonable to say that Chun-Mo should not be fooled by him so easily. It was only at that time that Chun-Mo's whole mind was above the swordsmanship, ignoring the grasp of the war situation, and he did not expect that he would resort to means other than swordsmanship. He could only say that Chun-Mo's combat experience was still insufficient, especially the experience of fighting with the masters. It is very pitiful. The red dragonfly was first severely wounded by him, and he was shot by a long-distance flying knife. He was evenly cautious when he was pretending to be dead. He found that there was no suspense in the battle. Huang Hao and Han Xing have a lot of boxing skills, and the speed of power is not inferior to Baron Straker. However, they are not a life-and-death struggle between them. Many methods have not been displayed. Chun-Mo's fighting techniques have learned a lot. However, the experience of life and death has been greatly improved. As for the other battles, it was completely overwhelming massacres. In addition to helping Chun-Mo's arrogance, he did not help much in his battle at this time. Watching Baron Straker escape from the door, Chun-Mo did not catch up. In fact, as long as he thought, he could easily kill him with a flying knife before Straker rushed out of the door, but Chun-Mo's purpose here was only to help Steve rescue the prisoners. Barak Straker is not in a hurry to get rid of it. Or that, in less than a time, Chun-Mo still needs him to continue to lead the rebellious Hydra base and cooperate with him to finish the play. Looking back at the door of the control room, Chun-Mo turned to look at the monitor screen. At this time, Steve had led a group of prisoners to break through the interception of the Hydra soldiers and directly collapsed a wall with a tank. Out of the base. The base self-destruction countdown on the console is only less than 3 minutes. The purpose of saving the captives has been achieved, and the Baron Straker has handed over and realized a lot of things, and it is time to evacuate. Although the self-destruction device detonated only the pre-buried explosives, It will not directly detonate the super bombs stored in the factory, but who knows that these powerful super bombs will not be in the explosion that will hit the entire base. A blast occurred. With the power of these super bombs, once they all explode, it is difficult for anyone to survive within a few kilometers. Confirming that Steve and others have been safely withdrawn, Chen Mo no longer stays longer, and the strength has completely erupted, jumping directly from the railing outside the control room. In the middle, he reached out and tried several times on the railings below, and soon fell to the ground. The control room is at the top of the base, which is several tens of meters high from the ground. Unlike the previous jump from the plane, it is only a dozen meters away from the ground. With Chen's current physical fitness, the middle must borrow several times to buffer. After arriving at the ground, Chen Mo did not stop and quickly rushed out of the base building. The Hydra soldiers encountered on the road had not had time to react. Chen Mo had already ran in front of them and disappeared into the corner of the corridor. After rushing out of the base building, Chen Mo went straight to the speed and chased him in the direction of Steve and others. The outskirts of the Hydra soldiers have just been led by Steve's captured allied soldiers to launch a fierce raid, and the loss is unprepared. This is the time when the spirit is tight. The sudden appearance of Chen Mo was quickly discovered by the surrounding Hydra soldiers. When many people attacked him with a gun, Chen Mo slammed the defense of the alloy armor and directly ignored these attacks, without stopping from Sty. The gap that the husband and others blasted out of the Hydra base. Although the speed of his full-blown explosion is extremely amazing, it is difficult to be targeted, but there are still many bullets behind him that are hitting him. After he has been fighting with Baron Straker, he is already broken. The combat uniforms were completely smashed, and the wind that was driven by the high-speed running was directly blown off, revealing the dark-colored alloy armored battlesuit. Chen Mo, who covered the whole body with hard armor, looks more like a powerful human-shaped steel machine. With the superhuman speed and the super defense that he does not fear the bullets, the Hydra soldiers in the rear can't help but doubt themselves. Whether it is fighting a non-human presence, suspicion, the firepower in the hands cannot help but wait for them to come back to God. Chen Mo has already rushed out from the collapsed wall and soon disappeared into the night. The Allied Italian frontline camp, Chen Mo and Steve have left for 3 full days. Since they were in the back of the enemy, they could not make any contact at all, so for the outside world, they had lost contact for 3 days. The big star who should have continued to tour the controversy in the military camps on the front line, the U.S. captain disappeared, and it is said that he went deep into the enemy to rescue the prisoners. This made Senator Brand, who valued Steve's propaganda value very seriously and constantly pressured Colonel Phillips to rescue Steve. In the face of the violent senator of Brand, Colonel Phillips appeared to be very calm. www.novel.com Steve's security issues, he did not worry. Chen Mo's strength is very well understood. The record of the previous annihilation of the Hydra base was also there. There was no doubt that Colonel Phillips had succeeded in their success. Therefore, in the face of constant pressure from Senator Brand, Colonel Phillips only responded by sending several reconnaissance planes for investigation, and no further action was taken. For Chen Mo, he has 100% confidence. Just now, Colonel Phillips received a call from Senator Brand. He claimed that if Steve really had an accident, he would definitely launch Congress and close the Strategic Science Reserve team. Senators have great influence on the United States, and Senator Brand is one of the old qualifications. He has a strong voice in Congress. He said that closing the Strategic Science Reserve team is not just a talk. Steve is very important to him. He is an important reliance on his political capital and running for the presidency. Once he happens to be in the hands of Colonel Phillips, he will never give up. Of course, today's Strategic Science Reserve team can't be squeezed by everyone. Not to mention the hidden power, that is, the excellent achievements that previously annihilated several bases of the Hydra and helped the Allied forces open the situation in many places. Easily erased. Moreover, the Strategic Science Reserve team is jointly formed by the Allies. Although it is dominated by the United States, Senator Brad wants to close him and pays a lot of money. Colonel Phillips was undecided about his threats. After hanging up the phone, he shrugged at Carter at the desk. He said that if you don't get back to Steve, let us close. Speaking of this, the colonel looked at Carter with a sly look. It seems that our big star is also a big man. Chapter 61, Identity Exposure. Carter couldn't help but laugh. It depends on when our commander is back. How did this stinky boy drag on for so long this time? If I used to kill the Hydra base, and let me treat it. Colonel Phillips seems to blame. In fact, a person with a clear eye can see that his heart is not satisfied with Chun-Mo. This is simply to praise him. Carter looked at the colonel, who had an unusual preference for Chun-Mo, and then thought about his attitude towards Steve, and some of his hearts were not good for Steve. She knows that Steve's strength is not as strong as Chun-Mo, but he is definitely a strong force after the super soldier's zero enhancement, far more than ordinary people, absolutely not as bad as the colonel said. Moreover, he is honest, intelligent, and brave. For the sake of his brother, he feels that he is willing to take risks. She thinks that Steve just has no chance to prove himself. I hope that this time, he can change the opinion of the colonel. Just as the two men talked about the two people who lost contact in the interim command, there was a loud noise outside the tent, and many soldiers shouted and ran past the tent door. They are back. Cannot believe it. What are you doing outside? Colonel Phillips looked at the rioting soldier outside, his face, and he asked. Speaking of not answering Carter, he got up and walked out of the command and walked toward the place where the crowd gathered. Carter also wondered what had happened outside, and walked behind the colonel. The soldiers gathered at the gate of the camp. A dense footstep and the roar of the engine came from the road in front of the door. As the sound got closer and closer, the soldiers stuck at the door automatically separated from the two sides, revealing the outside situation. On the road outside the door, a group of ragged soldiers armed with weapons, striding toward the camp, led by the two giants in the same special black armored battle suit. The colonel quickly recognized that these people were the nearly 100 soldiers of the 107 Infantry Regiment captured by the Hydra, and the one who took the lead in the forefront was to go deep into the enemy's back and go to the Hydra base to rescue the prisoners. It was missing for several days. Steve and Chun-Mo. Although these captive soldiers looked very embarrassed at this time, the look on each person's face was full of self-confidence and pride, and they were firm in morale. Behind them, more than a dozen black-painted tanks, trucks, and armored vehicles with the Hydra logo followed, and they seized a lot of mechanized equipment from the Hydra army. That night, Chun-Mo rushed out of the base, and the speed was full. He flew all the way. Soon after a few kilometers, he caught up with Steve and many Allied prisoners who had first evacuated, but they were morally high at this time. They were not like wolves. The escaped captives are more like the victorious division who just won the war and triumphantly returned. In fact, the fact is the same. With the help of Steve's cover, they seized a large number of heavy armored weapons such as tanks and armored vehicles that were not guarded by personnel. They had already overwhelmed the Hydrange army soldiers who lacked heavy firepower in their combat power. The fight against the Hydra soldiers in the periphery did not help. If Steve had one heart to lead them to evacuate, they might have knocked down the entire Hydra base. Mainly Steve did not understand the details of the Hydra. It is not clear how many Hydra soldiers and armed forces are in the base building. Together with Chun-Mo's prior embarrassment, he was rescued from the prisoners and immediately led them to evacuate. Steve confessed to Chun-Mo's remarks, naturally obeying Master's orders, and only one mind with the prisoners evacuated, and did not want to counterattack the base. The other prisoners have just been rescued from the cage, and they all want to escape from here as soon as possible. One by one, they are immediately rescued. The powerful captain of the United States quickly evacuated and left the base several kilometers away. Tiff's greeting stopped. Fortunately, if the base explosion occurs, except for Chun-Mo and Steve, whose physical strength is far superior to that of ordinary people and strong defense, it is difficult for others to survive. Chun-Mo had just caught up with them. Before he could talk, the violent explosion occurred in the direction of the Hydra base. The dazzling fire rushed into the sky and formed a small mushroom cloud. The first thing they felt was the violent vibration from the ground. It was like an earthquake. The armored vehicles and tanks were shaking on the ground. Many people could not stand and fell to the ground. Without waiting for them to get up, the deafening roar was swept away with a strong shock wave. Even if the distance is several kilometers, and there are layers of trees covering and offsetting, the powerful shock wave released by the explosion still blows their bodies back and forth, almost standing still, except for Chun-Mo and Steve. Almost everyone is kneeling. on the ground. It is still in the area beyond the explosion point, not to mention the Hydra base in the center of the explosion. The power of the explosion can be imagined. If they did not evacuate in time according to Chunmo's orders, the ending would not have to be said that everyone could think of it, and Steve and the prisoners could not help but secretly rejoice. After the shock wave passed, www.untilnovel.com, the people dared to climb up from the ground for a long time, and they looked at the red sky in the distance and looked at the sky. Master, how do you know that the base will explode? Steve went to Chunmo and asked with fear. When he was fighting in the base, he also felt that with his physical fitness, plus the armored battle suit and alloy shield given by Chunmo, he could fear all attacks. Fighting is also unavoidable, brave. The body does not know how many bullets. The whole body of combat uniforms have been shredded by bullets, and now, like Chunmo, directly revealing the cool black armor inside. The first time I really participated in the battle, I successfully rescued hundreds of captured Allied soldiers, and in the next battle, no one can stop. One person pressed a group of Hydra soldiers to fight. Steve, I have a new understanding of my own strength, and I am still somewhat proud of my heart. Until he had personally experienced the aftermath of the explosion, Steve was awake. He was not sure whether he could survive in such a fierce explosion. At the same time, he also realized that his strength was stronger, his defense was better, and he was not invincible. People still have to have awe. Chunmo didn't know Steve's thoughts. He just saw the eyes under his mask. The gods were more confident and sharp than before, but they were not sharp, but they were calm and satisfied. The two Hydra bases that I annihilated before have self-destruction devices, and this is no exception. Chunmo is also clear about Steve's character, knowing that he will follow his own instructions, so there was no such thing. Do more explanation. At this time, Baki, who had been behind Steve, suddenly looked at Chunmo and exclaimed, "You are the commander of the mysterious special team?" Chapter 62, Crossing the Blockade. It turned out that Chunmo's words were heard by Baki, and the legend that had been circulated among the frontline troops was actually guessing Chin's identity and could not help but exclaim. The surrounding soldiers heard Baki's shouting and gradually came round. Is that legendary secret force? He is the commander of the special team? No wonder we escaped so easily. It turned out that he was behind us to help us contain the enemy. The explosion just happened is what he caused. Sure, you didn't see him exploding when he first came to the Hydra base? It is said that he once killed the entire Hydra base. The Hydra army is not his opponent. The super tank's gun can be cut by a sword. A group of soldiers talked a lot. Eyes looked wildly in a black armor, behind the sword shield, only revealing a pair of sharp and purposed Chunmo. Steve couldn't help but be jealous. He was not so popular just now. The Captain of the United States is a household name in the United States. His reputation is great. Soldiers far from the front of Europe have heard of his name, but compared to Steve, Chunmo's reputation among frontline soldiers is even greater. Although Chunmo's actions to destroy the Hydra were confidential, the soldiers at the forefront of the battlefield still heard about it. Every time I encounter a powerful Hydra army, when they can't resist it and have to deflate, there will be a special unit coming soon. This unit is mysterious, and all of them are wearing black combat uniforms. They are stationed alone in a separate area of the military camp under the leadership of a tall, powerful commander. Although their actions are confidential, it is inevitable that some soldiers will find movements in the same camp. After they made a few trips and returned with the smoke, the Hydra Legion, which had been unable to lift their heads, would disappear without a trace, as if it had never been seen before. Gradually, the legend of the special team began to spread among the frontline troops. The soldiers on the battlefield are most admired by powerful fighters. The most desirable is to join the elite forces with the strongest combat power. The mystery of the special team has made them more enthusiastic about exploring the details of this special force. After all, it is the same front. The secret level of the special team is not so high. The soldiers are slowly aware of many situations, including the record and Chunmo's powerful combat power. Today, almost all soldiers know that there is such a mysterious force on their side. It is said that this special team is composed of the most elite soldiers of all the allies, specializing in dealing with the Hydra, and has successfully eliminated the 2 Hydra bases under the leadership of their more mysterious and powerful commanders. And the Hydra army stationed in it. The Hydra hit the turtle. This is also the reason why the Hydra army has not appeared in the past. The special team became the strongest force that every Allied soldier dreamed of joining, and the commander of the special team became the idol of the whole army. Strong combat power, brave combat style, dazzling record. Let Shin-Mo have a group of fans unconsciously, including Bucky, who was looking at him fiercely at this time. From Steve's mouth, he already knew that it was Steve's master who came with him to save them. The only one who saw him, but gave him the martial arts museum owner, who was deeply impressed. He did not expect that he and even the idols of most of the Allied soldiers were the masters of his own good brothers. He had once sat with him and had coffee and sat in a car to visit the fair. When I think of it, Bucky's face is full of excitement and pride. When I look at other soldiers who are also looking at Chun-Mo's eyes with excitement and enthusiasm, there is more pride in my eyes. My relationship with idols is much closer than you. Not to mention the soldiers seeing the idols in their hearts, the legendary super combat commander's excitement and chaos. Chun-Mo's pursuit of the crowd is not too much psychological fluctuations. As the behind-the-scenes big boss of the Hydra, loyalty and his Hydra soldiers look more mad at him than this, but they don't stalk like them. Chun-Mo's status in the Hydra is like a god. In the presence of the gods, only devout believers can do with awe and respect. As for the fact that they will be able to escape so smoothly, thanks to Chun-Mo's help, they are not wrong.